va a ser increíble. En España tendría un recibimiento un poquito peor, yo creo que en México. Eso también te lo digo. Vale, pues nada, que se preparen. A mí, prepárate y no hagas trampa en el draft.
No,
por supuesto que no. Cuando dices trampa, creo que entiendo a lo que te refieres. Te estás refiriendo al Eleven All Star, donde no hubo ninguna trampa, simplemente fuimos los mejores. Y pase lo que pase en el fútbol en general, los franceses somos mejores sin ánimo de ofender, simplemente os amo a todos, pero creo que va a ser un buen partido de fútbol, ya está.
Bien. Me gusta.
Lamin, aquí el chat está proponiendo el nombre de Baguette FC, si quieres algo más. Si quieres algo más realista también puede ser Bots FC o Androides FC.
No.
Algo de esto, ¿te mola o qué?
Yo puedo abrir ahorita el maletín, los demás no importan.
Ah, te la pela todo lo demás, ¿no? Venga, abres el maletín y te piras a tomar por culo.
Sí.
¡Te la pele!
Mercedes, no lo abres.
Vaya fail, chaval. ¿Pero qué tiene que hacer? Lo tiene que leer, ¿no?
Tienes que leer el sobre.
¡Léelo!
No lo abras, no lo gires.
¡No lo gires! ¡A nuevo presidente!
Ich habe unglaubliche Tricks drauf und meine nächste Nummer wird die beste. Ich werde all meine Magie, all meine Vorstellungskraft, all meine Kreativität und meine gesamte Community einsetzen, um euch zu überraschen und sprachlos zu machen.
Hi, ich bin Yunus Zaru. Und was keine optische Täuschung sein wird, ist, wie ich den Kings League World Cup gewinnen werde.
No sé quién eres, Jones, pero tienes cara de buena gente, tú.
Alemania. ¿Qué tal, Yunes? ¿Cómo estás?
You're looking also nice, thank you so much.
Vosotros también tenéis buen aspecto, gracias.
¿Dónde estás? ¿En Alemania?
Buena traducción.
I'm in Alemania,
Sí,
Frankfurt right now.
estoy en Alemania, en Frankfurt. En mi nueva casa.
Para quien no sepa quién es Yunes, primero
Sí,
Capo y luego Gref, que está viendo su TikTok, nos van a
algunos
contar
vídeos.
quién es. Venga.
Bueno, a ver, es un creador de contenido que tiene 54 millones de seguidores en TikTok. O sea, es de top 20 de TikTok de todo el planeta Tierra. 21,5 millones de subs en YouTube. Y bueno, si veis, la cara que ponía de Gref es por algo. Si veis sus vídeos, o sea, a nivel de efectos audiovisuales, es un escándalo. O sea, es tier S en creación audiovisual.
Es igual cuántos followers tengo. Lo más importante es cómo voy a jugar en el campo con mi equipo.
¡Hostia, que juega tú! ¡Que juega tú! ¡Que juega en el campo, Mario! No como otros que se cagan, tú.
¿Confirmas que vas a ser jugador 11, 12 o 13 de tu equipo?
Un palo a mí, tío.
Y te cae, sin quererlo.
Bueno, voy a dar lo mejor de mí. Lo voy a intentar. No sé si voy a tener suerte, pero vamos a verlo.
Bueno, pues el equipo de Yunes es el cuarto que está ya en el Mundial. Todavía no hay clasificados matemáticamente equipos de ninguna de las dos ligas. Vamos a ver la lista de equipos. Creo que tenemos un diseño que a partir de ahora vamos a usar mucho, ya lo sabéis.
Madre mía, chaval.
4 equipos de wildcards. Sabéis que uno
Yuna FC
no tiene todavía nombre.
Te falta el baguette, ¿eh?
Falta el equipo francés que va.
Está muy chulo, está muy chulo.
Va a Mina a escoger el nombre con su comunidad. Y el resto son slots que hay que llenar, 10 de cada una de las dos ligas.
Estaría bien llenarlo de españoles ahí.
But I can also say something on Spanish.
Y también puedo decir algo en español.
Eres tan bonita como una rosa roja en su momento más hermoso.
Pero bueno,
¡Tirando caña el primer
¡Madre mía! ¡Cómo rasca!
Lo de Mario es una cosa de locos, tío. Tiene para todos, tío.
Tenemos que hacer un TikTok, hay que hacer un TikTok.
Nos queda un anuncio muy importante que hacer respecto al Mundial. Probablemente
Qué
es
pasada, tío.
Algo que yo creo que nadie se espera. Yunes, el show es tuyo a partir de ahora. A ver, enséñanos qué tienes ahí. Exacto. Mirad que tenéis Yunes ahí.
¡Ojo! Nos gustan los maletines, tío.
Uy, el de formato no es.
Formatín.
El de formato, tío. La tenía que
Gíralo, primero. Bueno, da igual.
Sí, no estoy solo. Tengo un anuncio que hacer. Esperad un segundo.
Ojo.
Ojo. Ojo que tiene algo ahí. Ojo que tiene algo.
Uy.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa?
Un gato.
Un árbitro.
Una rosa para Mayichi.
Silencio, por favor.
Por Dios, por Dios, por Dios.
¿Qué pasa?
Tengo esto. Un momento. Vais a ver.
¡Oh! Cara de miniatura. Dale, Gref.
Ten years ago, I won a World Cup for my country.
Hace 10 años me fui de mi país.
It's time to get another one.
Es hora de conseguir.
¡Qué barbaridad! ¡Qué barbaridad!
¡Qué barbaridad! Ahí los argentinos.
Bien, Yunes, bien.
Calma.
Icono, ¿eh?
¿Pero dónde está Mario? ¿Dónde está?
Aquí.
Mario.
¿Que está en su casa?
Aquí dice.
Hostia, ¿se lo saca la chistera?
Bueno, está en Frankfurt, juega en el Eintracht ahora, ¿no, Mario?
¿Mario?
Ojo, ojo.
¿Mario?
¿Qué es como un perro, Mario? ¿Mario?
Sí, que está ahí.
¡Mario!
Mario Goetze.
No me lo puedo creer.
Un aplauso para Mario Goetze, copresidente de...
El Mario bueno.
Que juegue contra muchachos.
Hola, Mario. Opa, no nos escucha.
Hostia, va a ser complicado esto con los cascos.
Hola, Mario, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, gracias. ¿Todo bien?
Bienvenido a la
Mario.
Kings World Cup.
¿Qué pasa con los argentinos, Mario, que están diciendo por aquí? No entiendo yo el lore.
Básicamente que Mario Götze fue el que marcó el gol que le dio el Mundial a Alemania contra Argentina a Grif.
Sí, hace 10 años de eso, pero sí, estuvo bien.
Yunes, Mario, nos vemos los próximos días. Seguro que vamos a estar pendientes de todo lo que anunciéis, que sé que son muchas cosas. Y nada, nos vemos pronto en el draft de Alemania.
Un abrazo a los dos.
Un abrazo.
Abrazo, vamos.
Muchas gracias.
¿Es alemán, Mayichi? Yo no sabía eso.
Que por cierto, hoy ¿sabes alemán? ¿Y lo dices ahora al final?
Si os lo he dicho y no me habéis escuchado.
Hostia, no
estaba hablando con ellos.
Mucho tiempo en
Ya
Alemania.
está conversando, Uriol.
Ah, amiga, no lo escuchábamos. Hoy se abren los procesos de
Amiga,
inscripción de Francia y de Alemania, por cierto.
Ahora sí que lo puede hacer él. Espera, la deja a la izquierda. Este es. ¡Oh! ¡Mira ya! Los cruzados, vaya control. ¡Golazo! Vaya mayor. ¡Golazo del Norte de la Cruz!
Hola, ¿qué tal amigos, amigas de la Kings League InfoJobs? Aquí estamos, como cada semana en este Cupra Arena en el Port de Barcelona para afrontar la recta final de la ronda regular, específicamente la jornada número 9, una jornada que seguramente estará llena de emociones y de probabilidades, posibilidades y de posibles descartes o eliminaciones. Todo eso lo vamos a estar adelantando y desglosando a lo largo de la jornada, pero como siempre doy la bienvenida y saludo a Jaume Naveira e Iván Hidalgo. ¿Cómo estamos?
Pues muy bien, Gonzalo. La verdad es que se nos presenta un auténtico jornadón por delante. Tengo la sensación de que todos los partidos son muy relevantes a nivel clasificatorio. Como bien decías, pues hay equipos que están ya muy comprometidos con la clasificación y que si hoy no ganan, pues lo más probable es que queden fuera ya de la carrera seguro por los playoffs del Wizzing y que se compliquen mucho la vida para estar en el Mundial. Así que veremos qué sucede.
¿Qué tal, Jaume? ¿Qué tal, Gonzalo? ¿Qué tal, amigos y amigas de la Kings League InfoJobs? Mucha emoción, mucho en juego, una cuenta regresiva que empieza ahora y como bien decía Jaume, todo ello se acaba transmitiendo en una clasificación que antes de empezar esta novena jornada queda de esta forma. Vamos a ver especialmente cómo está esa parte de arriba con ese triple empate a 17 puntos. Tendrá mucha importancia y lo iremos comentando según avance la jornada. Esto del desempate, esto del golaveraje, que ahora mismo lo tiene ganado Aniquiladores con un +9, con un +7 se ubica Science y Troncos, que desempatarían en función al choque directo que tendrán hoy, y acaba cerrando esa parte de arriba también con posibilidades de asaltar al liderato 1K con 16 puntos.
Y después de fijarnos en ese tren de cabeza donde está ese triple empate de 17 y luego 1K con 16, hay que ver que Ultimate Móstoles y Porcinos llevan ambos 14 puntos, están muy cerca de esos primeros clasificados. El X-Buyer Team, que lleva varias derrotas consecutivas, aún se mantiene con una buena puntuación, tiene 12 unidades, los mismos que Kuni y que Gigantes. Y Pío sería el equipo que cerraría la zona de playoffs y que hoy tendría la posibilidad de clasificarse matemáticamente según resultados. Veis, por cierto, también en imagen cuáles son sus rivales en este final de split en la liga regular, y es que esto es una cuestión muy importante cuando se está acabando cualquier campeonato.
Y es que habrá que tener también en cuenta esos choques directos en una parte de abajo donde se pasan los últimos trenes para poder entrar en esos octavos para tanto el Barrio como el Rayo de Barcelona. Tendrán que jugar entre ellos. Veíamos también esos últimos choques de cara a las últimas jornadas, unos choques en los que evidentemente, Gonzalo, tendrán mucha importancia para ello de las probabilidades.
Y justamente vamos a adentrarnos en cómo está el tema de probabilidades. Repasamos esa tabla que justamente nos muestra cómo están los porcentajes, porque muchos ya superan incluso el 99%.
Y es que entre esos 4 primeros equipos clasificados, Aniquiladores, Science, Troncos o 1K, o mejor dicho 2 de esos 4 en función a distintas casuísticas podrían clasificarse ya para la Kings World Cup.
Y luego, si nos fijamos en esos equipos que están por debajo del top 4, varios de ellos tienen probabilidades muy altas. De hecho, Ultimate Móstoles está por encima del 90%, Porcinos en un 86%. Pero es verdad que si miramos pues, a esos equipos, Pío es el que ahora mismo tiene menos posibilidades con solo un 11,8, así que no tiene ni mucho menos asegurada su presencia en la Kings World Cup.
Y en la parte baja también hay equipos que obviamente tendrán ínfimas probabilidades seguramente. Pero probabilidades que pasan primero por el WeSync y también como un plus, obviamente, lo que quieren todos, ir a esa Kings World Cup. Ese mundial que semana tras semana ya hemos ido conociendo novedades, conociendo nuevos equipos, los que han entrado por el Wildcard. Los presidentes también los hemos conocido y esta semana uno más al lote que se suma.
Ten years ago, I won a World Cup for my country. It's time to get another one.
Absoluta locura. Un campeón del mundo, Mario Götze, que es seguramente el jugador que muchos no querían tenerlo como enemigo en tema presidencial. Jero Freixas con muchachos, el Kun Agüero de Kun Esports seguramente no lo quiere como rival por lo que pasó en ese Alemania-Argentina de la final reciente y lo que hizo específicamente Mario Götze, pero eso lo vamos a tener en la Kings World Cup, a él como presidente junto a Jones en ese equipo representante de Alemania, entre tantos otros, pero obviamente eso jornada a jornada va a tener nuevos presidentes, nuevos equipos, y mañana conoceremos quién sigue. Who's next? ¿Quién será el próximo presidente? Empiecen ya a escribir en el chat quién puede ser el próximo presidente de la Kings World Cup. Ha sido Götze, se ha anunciado Neymar, vendrán muchos más seguramente, y por supuesto el presidente de presidentes, que es Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Zlatan Ibrahimovic seguramente estará pendiente de esta jornada 9, como nosotros, que vamos a adentrarnos en el menú del día, el menú de partidos que arranca con un partidazo entre Porcinos y X-Buyer Team, un equipo de Ibai Llanos conducido por Juvenal Yogo, que viene en una muy buena dinámica de resultados. Sobre todo se enfrenta a un X-Buyer Team que viene con bajas sensibles y novedades en jugadores que vamos a ir adelantando seguramente en los próximos minutos. Seguidamente, un partido a vida o vida, porque la muerte seguramente no estará ni en la mente del Barrio ni en la mente de Rayo de Barcelona. Son las 4 de la tarde.
Luego a las 5 tenemos el partido entre Science y los Troncos. Partido tremendo, porque van a enfrentarse segundo contra tercero de la clasificación. Choque de colíderes. y de hecho, pues por encima de ellos está Aniquiladores, que juega en el siguiente turno horario a las 6 de la tarde.
Es el momento de meterse, que lo tenemos en las manos.
Y quiere seguir en lo más alto de la tabla contra un Unoca que está seguramente en el mejor momento deportivo de la historia del club.
Y si hablamos de buen momento deportivo, hay que hablar del duelo de las 7, de ese choque, de esa confrontación directa entre Kun Sports y Ultimate Móstoles. Un duelo entre dos equipos que llegan posiblemente en su mejor momento de la temporada. Y cerraremos, pondremos el punto y final a la jornada con ese Pío Gigantes. Un gran duelo también, pero ahora ya enfocando en esa parte baja de la clasificación.
10 jugadores tiene cada equipo en formato draft, pero también hay protagonistas en modalidad de 11, 12 y 13 que repasamos a continuación, porque en ese primero de los partidos, que será el Porcinos X Buyer Team, Porcinos ya conocemos a los 3 habituales, los 3 que jornada tras jornada la acompañan, pero hay una novedad en X Buyer Team debido a la plaga de lesiones que está merodeando el combinado Macarra, y hay que sumar el día de hoy a Fuad El Lambrani, que ya conoce la disciplina del fútbol 7 en esta Kings League InfoJobs. Debutó en la jornada, en el primer split, disculpen ustedes, se cae Dorca, y también la novedad de Roger de la Vila, eso en jugadores de draft, un jugador que estuvo en el primer split con Gigantes, formaba parte recientemente del staff técnico de Gigantes y ahora vuelve como jugador en activo, pero en el X Buyer Team. Eso en el primer partido. Seguidamente desde el barrio con Rayo de Barcelona, en el barrio pocas, por no decir ninguna novedad. Sin embargo, en el Rayo de Barcelona, Dani Quesada entra en lugar de David López como jugador número 13.
Luego, si nos fijamos en el partido entre Science y los Troncos, pues hay que tener en cuenta en Science una novedad, que es la entrada de Alberto García como jugador 13, de hecho ya jugó en la Kingdom Cup. Cae David Gallego. Y ojo, porque Science acaba de incorporar a Iván Fajardo, que le hemos visto desde hace ya tiempo con la, o por lo menos en este comienzo de 2024, con la camiseta de los Troncos. La cuestión es que los Troncos ha recuperado de lesión Manu Martín, que ya estaba junto a Sep Corderas y el propio Iván Fajardo en la plantilla. Entonces, al final, la cuestión es que Iván Fajardo ha pasado a la bolsa de draft. Troncos se ha quedado, como decimos, con Manu Martín y con Sep Corderas. Y quien ha reclamado a este jugador, Iván Fajardo, ha sido Science. Así que va a volver a un equipo que ya conoce y va a ser sin duda pues una pieza importante, porque Science no tenía portero suplente y además Iván Fajardo es un especialista en penaltis y en shootouts. En los Troncos, como decimos, sin novedad. Eso sí, cae Brian Quijada, que era jugador 13 en las anteriores jornadas por lesión. Y en uno calle en Aniquiladores, sí que es el equipo médico habitual. No hay ninguna entrada nueva de cara a este partido.
Donde sí que hay novedades, no en ese bloque Aniquiladores, sino que será en función de ese Kun Sports Ultimate Móstoles, no en 11 ni en 12, sino en jugadores de draft, porque en el caso de Kun Sports recauda un nuevo jugador, como es el caso de Pau Mañé, que ya habíamos visto en esta Kings League InfoJobs con la zamarra de Aniquiladores. Ponemos el punto y final al repaso de jugadores estrella, como es el caso de ese Pío Gigantes. Por parte de Pío, lo habitual. Por parte de Gigantes, simplemente una nueva incorporación en cuanto al jugador 13, como es el caso de Imad El Kabou.
Y 12 hay algún jugador, o por no decir en todos los equipos, pero 12 son los goles que tiene Marc Granero, que es el máximo estandarte ofensivo de esta competición, con 12 dianas. Es el mejor jugador, sin duda alguna, el máximo goleador, Marc Granero, de 1K con 12 tantos, seguido con 10 triple empate, Edgar Álvaro, Dani Liñares y Javi Espinosa. Son los que comandan la artillería pesada.
Si nos fijamos en los máximos asistentes, pues esto es prácticamente una previa del primer partido que vamos a tener, ese Porcinos X Buyer Team, porque los dos jugadores con más pases de gol hasta el momento son Pablo Beguer con 6 y Roger Carbó con 5. Beguer hoy, por cierto, vuelve de lesión, o sea que regreso importante para el equipo de los Macarras. El que no va a estar todavía Roger Carbó, y con 4 pases de gol está un jugador de Porcinos como es Nadir Lua.
No hay ningún jugador de 1K en máximos asistentes, sí que lo había en máximos goleadores y sí que lo hay en guardametas con más paradas, como es el caso de Alberto Arnalot, el guardameta con más paradas en esta Kings League InfoJobs, seguido de cerca por Víctor Vidal. Y es que nos encontramos en el segundo puesto con el guardameta con menos goles recibidos de toda la competición. Ponemos el punto y final a ese top 3 de guardametas con el meta de Gigantes, José Segovia.
Vale, seguramente querrán dar ese puntapié inicial para arrancar cuanto antes el partidazo que abre esta jornada número 9. Tanto Belías como Nadir Rua, que son los protagonistas de la entrevista. Le damos la bienvenida a Nadir como a Beli. ¿Qué tal, Nadir?
Okay.
¿Qué tal, Beli?
Cool.
Se saludan los dos. Y hay que empezar hablando con tu permiso, Nadir, por el tema de Kickbuyer. Muy tocado el tema de lesiones. ¿Cómo se han preparado para afrontar esta recta final de la ronda?
Bueno, sí que es verdad pues, que nos están pasando cosas que no son normales, pero yo creo que estamos trabajando bien y afrontamos el partido en en una dinámica creo que yo no muy positiva, pero vamos a darlo todo para conseguir los 3 puntos.
Nadir, tuvisteis esa derrota complicada contra Ultimate Móstoles por una importante desventaja, pero luego habéis reaccionado muy bien con 3 triunfos consecutivos. ¿Dónde crees que pasa la clave de ese cambio?
De seguir pensando en el objetivo, que es mirar hacia el WeThink y el Mundial. Creo que este equipo tiene mucha hambre y sabemos que la derrota ha sido una opción de que, hostia, que esto está muy igualado y que veníamos de hacer un
punto de inflexión, ¿no?
Correcto, de una Kingdom muy buena y que, o sea, nada, este equipo tiene mucha hambre y seguimos a por más.
Y hablando de ese punto de inflexión, en cuanto al X-Boyer Team, que venís de unas cuantas derrotas, ¿qué puede hacer de este partido algo diferencial para que sirva de punto de inflexión?
Bueno, yo creo que tenemos que seguir trabajando en la línea que estamos. Creo que aunque tengamos las bajas que tenemos, somos un equipo que transicionamos bien, que trabajamos bien y que tenemos mucha fuerza arriba y que nadie nos dé por muertos, ¿no? Porque si alguien nos da por muertos se está equivocando.
Entiendo que el tema musical en el equipo de los Buyer va un poco por la samba, ¿no? Por Pablo, que a lo mejor por samba Beguer lo pone. En el lado de porcinos, ¿qué tipo de música se pone en el vestuario?
Música clásica. Que sea,
¿Cómo?
Sí, tranquilizante, de todos motivados y por equipo.
Esa no me la esperaba, ¿eh?
¿No? Yo
¿Música clásica en el vestuario contrario? ¿Eso qué te puede describir?
Claro, nosotros tiramos más por la samba de Brasil y ellos pues un poco más de Mozart, ¿no?
Pues un choque de estilos y que se choquen las manos seguramente para disfrutar de este partidazo que va a ser el puntapié inicial. Bueno. Mucha suerte, Beli, mucha suerte, Nadir. Música clásica mezclada con samba, eso lo puedes encontrar en un solo sitio, en Spotify. Y la playlist esta semana de Spotify la coloca al ritmo que también le podemos sumar de cumbia villera, de cumbia argentina, porque es Kun Esports el encargado y el responsable de poner la música en esta jornada. Una música que hay un jugador en esta liga, seguramente en redes ya lo habrán visto, pero también le va el tema del anime, ¿no? El tema de las bandas sonoras de películas, de anime y todo eso y mucho más. A ti que eso me dijeron que te gusta, Iván.
De los openings de Naruto, de One Piece, de Dragon Ball, un poquito de todo.
Bueno, todos esos que has mencionado le gustan a Minibar, tu jugador de Pío actualmente, y vamos a conocerlo un poco más en este Out of Context.
Konnichiwa, Dani des, Kings League no Shensu des. Chaval, ¿pero qué dices? Si Minibar tú soy yo. Nihon to anime ga daisuki desu. El anime me gusta desde pequeño, me crié con él. Cuando yo le digo a alguien, me gusta el anime a mí y tal, y ven pues la colección que tengo, o lo del atrecho, o los vídeos incluso en redes, se sorprende. ¿Tranquila? El anime son principalmente pues dibujos japoneses para todas las edades. Una parte del anime también tiene que ver a lo mejor con el coleccionismo, con el cosplay, el crossplay. A la gente le gusta mucho el disfrazarse de sus personajes favoritos, de sus series favoritas, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto. Oliver y Benji sí que fue el anime que, por así decirlo, me inspiró a querer jugar a fútbol. Con el que más me comparan cuando era pequeño era con Marlenders. Siempre llevaba una manga remangada o el tema del pantalón.
En el futuro será distinto, aunque no cambiaré algunas de mis costumbres.
Una de las manías que he tenido siempre en el fútbol es con los calzoncillos. Me compré un paquete de calzoncillos de Oliver y Benji y son los que suelo utilizar los días de partido para... Según si una semana me va bien con unos, repito, si otra semana me va mal, pues los vuelvo a cambiar hasta que hay uno que me vaya bien, entonces ya ahí continúa. Me lo paso bien haciendo vídeos tanto de fútbol como de anime. Siempre me ha gustado mucho el tema de los vídeos de humor y pues a partir de ahí decidí empezar a hacer contenido de ese estilo.
¡Rápido, Oliver! ¡La catapulta infernal!
¡Nosotros somos la catapulta infernal!
¡Catapulta infernal!
No ha sido buena idea.
No, la verdad que no.
Somos frikis, pero cualquier persona es friki en su ambiente. Hay gente que le gusta mucho el fútbol, la gente que le gusta el anime y todo el tema de Japón, pues es un friki del anime y de Japón.
¿Qué tal, familia? Ya estamos aquí en el bar de Mau. ¿Qué tal, Anto, Gilles?
¿Qué pasa,
¿Qué tal?
Pedro? ¿Cuánto tiempo?
Muy bien, con ganitas de la jornada de hoy. No conocía yo la faceta de Minibar, tú, ¿eh?
Yo algo sabía, pero no sabía que era tan exagerado.
Sabías cositas, ¿no?
Gilles, tú mejor que nadie sabes que afectan muchísimo las dinámicas en competiciones tan cortas como estas. ¿Cómo está el barrio ahora mismo?
La verdad es que estamos bien, estamos con confianza, tenemos ganas de cambiar la dinámica y creemos que hoy es el día para llegar pues al final de estos partidos importantes que son la clave, pues con el máximo de confianza.
Dos equipos a los que también les ha afectado muchísimo la dinámica son tanto Porcinos como XBuyer Team, porque por ejemplo XBuyer empezó ganando, empezó arrasando como aquel equipo campeón que todos conocíamos.
Un poquito de más a menos, ¿no?
Claro, y poco a poco se ha ido deshinchando y ya encadena 4 derrotas consecutivas. En cambio Porcinos empezó fatal, irreconocible, y ahora mismo está en racha, 3 victorias consecutivas. ¿Cómo lo veis para el partido de hoy, Gilles?
Yo creo que va a ser un partidazo, estoy seguro que va a ser muy parejo y está claro, Buyer va a ser como nosotros de intentar cambiar la dinámica y Porcinos a seguir esta buena racha que llevan, pero bueno.
Bueno, yo creo que la dinámica un poco puede ser Porcinos que no se confíen, ¿no? Y XBuyer, yo creo que qué mejor escenario que enfrentarse a Porcinos para reivindicarse, ¿no?
Bueno, Porcinos si llega algo es confiado, porque si vemos el último tuit que publicó la cuenta de Porcinos, el CM, Adrian Zeitor creo que es, publicó un tuit bastante confiado acerca de la llegada de Amin de Francia a la World Cup. Gracias a la organización por poner rondas gratis en el Mundial. ¿Qué te parece, Gilles? ¿Qué te parece la llegada de Francia?
El tuit me parece increíble. La llegada de Francia, la verdad es que, bueno, pues mira, un rival más. Yo creo que van a ser flojitos y yo creo que va a ser easy win de España.
Bueno, simplemente yo creo que siempre, al final, un padre siempre tiene que tener hijos y en este caso, ¿no? Pues ahí está Francia, ¿no?
Un regalito, ¿no? Como dice Porcinos.
Está bien.
Pues bueno, antes de llegar al Mundial tenemos que ver el partido de hoy, así que es un auténtico partidazo que gane el mejor, ¿no?
Exacto.
Nos vemos aquí, en el bar de Mau, familia.
Chao, familia.
Vaya cortada te pegado, Gilles. Adiós.
Hello everybody and welcome to match day 9 in the third split in the Kings League, and we're starting off with what promises to be arguably one of the games of the day with the XBuyer team after 4 consecutive defeats taking on the inform Porcinos. 3 consecutive wins for Ibai Llanos' boys. We'll be talking you through the whole 6 games of what could be a vital session when it comes to deciding who goes to the playoffs, who goes where in the playoffs, and who goes to the World Cup. Myself, Paul Giblin, and I'm joined today by Mr. Dane Arlauskas. Dane, looking forward to it.
Oh, what's good, my man? How are you? I am pumped up for today. 6 games, all lot on the line today. And look who it is. That's how you know it's a big game when Ibai shows up. He's been gone for the last couple weeks. Let's see if he's got anything interesting to say. The Clear Bros are a little upset with how things have gone over the last few weeks, and well, there's a bit of controversy coming in or out of last round, and they just want to get back into
pero la realidad es que al final nos
jugamos really
el
pase
principalmente contra Kuni la semana seguida, la semana próxima, perdón, que estamos ahí nosotros con 14 y ellos 2 con 12. Así que, en fin, hay que ganar hoy, o si no la racha no servirá de mucho.
Yeah, you gotta win today. Well, obviously our run of form isn't going to might not count for much. We've got 2 really tough games coming up. Say the XBuyer boys, they had to play. They got really done last week with the penalty, with an offside decision there when it was 3-all. They got one against them that basically was given as a goal and it wasn't. It should have been. The VAR let us down.
Agradezco a Ibai que venga. Está bien que cuando su equipo empieza a ganar, pues se acuerde que puede venir. Cuando el equipo pierde por lo que sea no le apetece. Yo vengo aquí siempre por las bajas.
Ibai there. When his team wins, he comes along. When they don't win, he's not there.
Ganó el último chupito este que hicieron. Y bueno, hoy partido emocionante, yo creo que va a ser un gran partido. Sí, siempre es un buen partido el Buyer Porcinos, la verdad.
I'm saying it's always a good game when the Buyer brothers take on the Porcinos, but I have to say the big factor today for the XBuyer side is the return of Pablo Beguer, their main assist provider, 6 assists. He wasn't there last week as they were, I say, slightly controversially beaten 4-3 by
by Kuni Sports.
Te quiero, Ibai, os
Yeah,
quiero,
something
Marcos, os
Paul,
quiero a
that
todos.
they were reminding us after the game about after we stopped to play the offside at the goal that wasn't a goal but was ruled a goal, and they weren't just dealing with punches, they were dealing with the injuries as well, so frustration brewing obviously. And when you're on the tails of a 4-game losing streak, it always has that much more of a dig into your ribs right there. And looking to get back into the winning side though, and getting big in is a huge plus for this Ecuyer team. Portinos though, they're rolling. Who's going to push them off the tracks? It's going to take a monumental performance. Pablo Hernandez, he's a fantastic talent, and we know him well from years and years of professional football, now here dominating in the Kings League. He'll have something to say about keeping this streak alive for Ibai Llanos' men and Portinos.
Yeah, just quickly looking at the situation as well, as we've still got plenty of things to look at the moment. The qualification for the World Cup, which is in Mexico, 26th of April to the 8th of June, and also the playoffs. Remember, this is match day 9. We've only got 2 more rounds of games here in Spain before we go into the playoffs. Good news is that they are both, Portinos 100% nailed on. They're in the playoffs, right? Don't have to worry about it. The ex-Buyer, they're 99.99%. So, if you were thinking of putting your house on it, you know, it probably is a safe bet. However, when it comes to where they'll get in the playoffs, that's the big thing, isn't it? Top 4, yeah. They've got much more limited chances. The ex-Buyer, 14.5% chance of getting in, just going straight into the quarters. So they really need to win their next 3 matches to see if they can finish a little bit higher up. Remember, they were leaders until 4 weeks ago. They were leaders until they played Troncos, and now, who knows? They could be facing a really tough tie in the first round of the playoffs. Let's see how it goes.
Well, Paul, and you look at who they lost to since those Troncos, which obviously you think Troncos are one of the top sides in this tournament, in this split. But you have POFC, who are kind of haggling at the bottom. You got Gigantes, and then more KFC, who I think we'll talk about them a little later on. That's a good team, but Gigantes, POFC, you let those games slide, and really that can hurt you. And you see that with those playoff chances right now. This is a must-win for Buyer. I mean, Buyer, they need this win going in, not just thinking about World Cup, but obviously short-term playoffs, end of the split, getting to the Whizzing Center, and a place where the Portinos, they know they will be set up for some potentially big things the way this team's playing lately.
Exactly. So at top of the table, there are 6 teams. Number 6 of those is Portinos, within just 3 points of each other. Ex-Buyer are 2 points behind. We're all ready to rumble here in the Cupra Center in Barcelona. And remember how this starts: 1 against 1 with a goalkeeper. Every minute you get a new player onto the pitch. For the first minute, the goalkeepers can't come out of their areas. And straight away, Portinos getting possession. This is often such a decisive part of this tournament. Woof, but overturned. Straight away, chance for Ex-Buyer, and 1-0. What a flying start.
I mean, could it have been a better start? You not only distract back on defense, you win the ball back in your own third, and then boom, you go all the way up, flying up the pitch, and just like that, exactly what the doctor ordered for Ex-Buyer.
Well, that's what you call a flying start. And could it be another? Here they are again. Oh, he rattles the crossbar.
Fouled El Herman Armani in his debut, and this is fantastic stuff. El Hermani in the first minute already becoming a deciding factor, not just on the attacking side, but had a couple good, strong challenges as well. And the number 80 making his presence felt early on, and for one reason or another, we got a stoppage of play. So a quick breather after a feverish start to this first 66 seconds.
What are we looking at? We're looking at a VAR question for something? Referee saying that we're looking at the foul. It could be a foul for you at the edge of the area.
Well, is it the one that happened by Alemani where he took the ball over? Because there was a bit of contact there, I do think. And if we get a replay at it, we'll. Yeah, here we go. It's pretty clear, isn't it? I think he steps on that left foot. You don't sound as convinced. I'm not making my argument too convincing for you.
No, yeah, I can hear your argument. I can hear your argument. Hear that.
Let's have a look again. Watch the left foot.
Ahí la tienes. Valora tú. O sea, valóralo, ¿eh?
I'm not sure. See, the ball goes one way. Does the Porcinos play Oscar Paul? Does he just carry on though? Does he catch him with his studs?
This is the best angle, I think, for me.
That's the foul. It's the right foot, isn't it? It's the right foot.
It's El Hermani's right foot and Cole's left foot, but it looks like it might just be under him. Cole went down. He went looking at the ref right away. And Paul, it takes us no time at all. Yeah, it was a foul. So there you go. There, the referee has made his decision, and this could be awfully interesting here.
Exactly what the Bulliers would not be wanting to see after last week when they had that controversial offside goal given against them. So it's a shootout, 5 seconds to beat the keeper.
Yeah, they must feel like they're owed something here in this round after suffering last round, but
well, they're not getting the interest payments yet, are they? Let's see. Oh.
Did he get it off in time?
Yeah, I think he got the shot off before the buzzer went. So, well played, Oscar. Cole 1-1 from the shootout. Once again, these opening seconds producing action and producing those goals.
He does so well not to rush, and just gets it off before the time hits 0.
It's a question of if you get your shot off in time. Remember, it's if you get your shot off, not when the ball actually goes into the net. So, not long, is it, though? You think about that, 5 seconds, it really doesn't give you time to mess about.
Well, you see, that's what makes it so difficult, because everybody wants to rush, but Oscar Cole, he looked calm, he looked cool, was poised throughout, and knew he had just enough time to slide it home after beating the keeper.
And good to see the keepers get forward. We haven't seen keepers like Alex Romero getting forward more and more in recent weeks. Used to sit a bit further back, but now
you talk about Jose Segovia, who had a couple goals in the first couple minutes of the game last week, and so that's going to urge on keepers to push forward and get their name on the score sheet as well.
Yeah, it all went wrong for poor old Jose afterwards, though. He managed to then get sent off.
Yeah, the dream start, not exactly the dream finish for poor old Jose Segovia and
as we know in this, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Well, this is off to an interesting start, although it's been a slow, choppy start.
Yeah, that stoppage just didn't help in that. Velillas there having his shot blocked for the Expullier. 31 goals they've scored in the split so far, which is pretty decent. Although there have been a couple of times when I thought, woof, are they going to score? And there, Porcinos, close to a second one. They're going to get a corner, it's just kept in.
Velillas, you could hear his sense of urgency a little bit if you tuned in for the pre-game festivities, which there's always plenty of stuff going on before the 6 hours of action, and a little insight on the league, each team, and Elias gave his words on just how important these games are coming up, and you can see it on their president's face, you can see it on the players' faces as well.
Well, once again, good work there by El Amrani. Unfortunately, is that Oscar Cole who's got those down there? Referee stopping the clock. Putting himself on the line there.
Looks like more of a contact injury. Yeah, I think he got the aftermath. I don't know. Yeah, you may not want to see that watching at home after. I think he took it right in the huevitos.
As they say.
No soltaba la pierna. No soltaba la pierna. Es que lo dice de una manera que parece que deja el pie. Soltaba la pierna. Muy bien. Soltaba la pierna. Madre mía, tío.
Patada a los huevos es amarilla.
And they're saying,
there you go. EY says, you know what? That's a yellow card on where the, of course, not intentional contact, but where the contact ended up. You can see Cole's.
Well, you know. The referee looks like someone who's possibly getting a few couple of instructions from the bar, but I thought it was just unfortunate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He just catches the follow through of the shot right there from El Armani, and Cole. You just can't stretch it out. There's nothing you can do. You just got to deal with the pain for a short while and hope it passes sooner rather than later. But I'm sure the ice pack will go on once he gets a little substitution out a little later in the game.
Yeah, this is a time, you know, you got to be your best, because with fewer players on, it's when you really have to put in the kilometers. Once again, thought about that shot there, didn't he, Veli? Yes, but in the end, sends it back to Alex Romero. Another player on, so it's 6 against 6.
Been all Ex-Bouillet, really, hasn't it? I mean, they've had the majority of the possession. I believe they're the leaders in possession. Nope, that's El Barrio. So, but here in the first couple of minutes, it's been all them pushing one way forward, and of course, Porcinos did get that little goal, but since El Armani started off with the 1v1, it's been blue and yellow heading one way, downhill.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's been a bit of their problem the last couple of matches. They have struggled to maybe just turn that possession into goals. But they do actually play really nice possession, nice passing, nice movement. And let's see if El Amrani can just give them that little bit of extra punch that they've been missing. That was close, wasn't it, that one?
Well, it's almost a blessing and a curse at the same time when your best assist man is your best trigger man as well, your best talisman, because when that happens, who does he give the ball to? You know, obviously you've got Velillas and Carbo. They've got 4 goals apiece, but he wants another Beguer out there who he can service or get the services from. But it's a one-man show a little bit, and as far as I've seen it, wow, El Armani, he's a player, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a great little pass. He didn't seem to have any space, did he? But pulls it back.
No.
There we go. Nadir Loa, good player.
He's
the number 3.
Who's got plenty of he's got plenty of class in those boots as well. Number 3.
Got to be careful. He's a booking off suspension. So
yep.
There he is again.
Between Hernandez, Jacobo, you have as well. I mean, this Porcino side, it's really surprising how they started the season, because obviously as the season's gone on, they've got a bit.
Whoa. Just couldn't get the finish in there, could he? Was that Hulk looking to get in there? Again, the referee, it was indeed Hulk, a man who lives up to his name. Yeah, you're right. You know, coming into it with titles and just first couple of weeks, they just looked awful. But coming good
and you
at
see
the right
talent.
time.
You see their roster, and they've got talent. They've got known players. They've got the people who have kind of made their name for themselves in this league as well, like Nadir. And so Ibai Llanos will be happy to see them finally putting things into fruition.
Oh, that came from nowhere. We're not going to translate that, but you can imagine that there's a certain celebration there. And it was what was our man, wasn't it? There he was, El Amrani, absolute screamer. Once again, from absolutely nowhere, no angle, no view. I don't think the keeper, I don't think Marc Briones saw that. Not because it was hit so high.
You know,
his view was completely blocked.
You think from that angle, especially coming off of the end line right there, you're setting yourself up for a bit of a pass or looking for options around the penalty area, but instead he just turns, halves one, and really caught Briones off guard.
Yeah, great play, great finishing. That's just what they've been lacking a little bit in recent matches.
Yeah, if this is a permanent thing and he's going to play as well as he has for the last 8 minutes, the next year is a different sort of team altogether.
Yeah, without a doubt. Obviously, without Albert Dorca today and Roger de la Villa in the squad as well, who's a new arrival. Foul in attack, says the referee. Difficult to... I mean, you see the odd-headed goal, but it is difficult to score from crosses. Referee saying, yeah, well, you've gone in with your arm and you've caught him.
Yeah, you don't need to speak Castellano to understand what the boys are saying. The brothers, they're asking for a card there because he does come in. In the end, a guy named Hulk, he's always going to dish out some punishments, and he earns his name and the reputation for a reason. And right there, well, he did get a bit of an elbow, forearm, up high over the shoulder.
It's not a wild elbow, is it? It's just sort of using his arm, being strong, catching him. So I think a free kick's enough there.
Yeah, you're never going to go in for a header like that with your arm straight down by your side. You got to get a little oomph on it, and, well, if you take some prisoners out along the way and dish out some pain, well, you do risk a card, but well done by the referee, keeping the cards in his hand, because, of course, if you're new to this, a yellow card does mean you go a man disadvantage. So you gotta be on your
2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to remind you, 18 minutes, if you've not seen this before, we'll have the throw of the dice, which can completely change the outlook of a game. As that one's lashed way over the bar there from Roger de la Villa. New arrival, brought in Roger for this round of matches. Juvenal Jogo, coach of the Porcinos.
One of the many fun things about this league is just the ability to add players, and of course this is an Expouillard team dealing with a handful of injuries right now, so it always keeps us on our toes when you got new players coming in and out of the pitch, and obviously onto the rosters.
I mean they got bigger, more or less fit, but they've got Carbo, Lastari, Adri Jimeno, Antonio Hernandez on their injury list. Another free kick, says the referee.
Well, I think the frustration and a bit of the emotion of the president's box up with the brothers up top in the Cupra Arena has trickled down to the touchline, because every little contentious little whistle or whatever there is that they have a chance to argue, they're off the bench, they're arguing, they're going to touchline.
Perry Hernandez, is just... It's a bit of a kick, isn't it? Perry Martinez, who's off, I mean, a little bit rigorous, but you can certainly see it's given.
The yellow card might be a bit hard-pressed after we're just asking for one on the other end. I think one half a dozen of the other. If you give one, you give the other. If you don't give one, you don't give the other, in my book.
Thing is, the ball's not really there, is it? It's just a couple of yards away, or a couple of meters away when he gives him his, when he boots him up in the air. Anyhow, Pablo Hernandez with a corner. Plenty happening. Just under 1 minute 40 before Perry Martinez is back on. Just seeing there once again how hard it is to score with the head. It was decently well picked out there from Pablo.
Vamos a opinar de este fuera de juego, tío. Gracias, tío.
¿Fuera de juego?
Yeah, it does seem so hard to get, obviously, set pieces, training ground pieces. You don't have that much time during the week to work on those sorts of things, and there's so little space on those corner kicks where you got massive bodies that it's going to take something special to get ahead.
Oh, hang on, that is very nearly, very special. That was Pablo Beguer at his best there, putting that one across. just makes such a difference to them as well. And it was Amrani who once again just wide.
Right, you expect after the start he's had to tuck that one home. It's a difficult skill to take it out of the air and just bury it in the back of the net, but what a lovely ball across. And just as we're saying, it's tough to get those crossing balls through and actually have a good look at goal. There he had one right there, perfectly placed, and Fau just couldn't put it on target.
Yeah, David Soriano didn't get that one right. Little breather for ex-Bouyer. I'll be quite happy just to see this clock tick down just over 20 seconds before they're back to 7 against 7. You can hang in there pretty easily, pretty well, can't you, with a player less? If you have 2, you're in a bit of trouble. But 7 against 6, you don't notice it.
These guys are...
Oh, but they did that cross the line. Oh, no, I got the impression it might well have done 2-all. No real complaints there from ex-Bouyer, and looks like it's Nadir who scored the second one there. Goals flowing at both ends. Just as after I said, you can get away with having a man down, and they didn't get away with it.
The build-up was perfect. It's that typical diagonal ball across the face of the box, got it down, and then one extra look.
Oh, yeah, that's all over. That's all over, isn't it? Yeah.
The spin off the post. The spin off the post was just enough to kind of force it over the line. And Nadia, we talked about how good he is. That wasn't the most inspirational of back heels for a goal, but we saw a better one last week when Cooney Sports put one in. That was another controversial goal, we'll say, but this one a bit more legal, I think.
Yeah, it was definitely over. Definitely over. There was some clear space visible. Much of that. Of course, you've got to remember there's a bit of part of the piqué, as you'd say, not Gerard Piqué, but the little bit of tension between Ibai and the Bouyers, as the Bouyer boys are obviously obsessive Barcelona fans. Ibai, a bit of a chaquetero, as they'd say in Spain. It has to be said, even though he's from Bilbao, he supports another team who don't get on particularly well with Barcelona. We won't name them, but they wear white and aren't Leeds. Free kick there. You do. You've caught him, Jacobo, says the referee.
Is there anybody who's got better facial hair than Jacobo in the Kings League? I'm not sure.
Not in the Kings League. Not in the Kings League. In La Liga, I would say the Mallorca striker Abdon has got the best moustache around.
Yeah, that thing is
Abdon
thick.
Prats.
It looks like a Turkish royal, an Ottoman royal family member.
It does indeed. Yeah. Oh, hang on, taking it quickly. No, bring it back, says the referee. Once again, whoa! Thundering free kick there once again, Amrani, but great save, well responded there by Briones, who, even though his side won 6-0 last week, pulled off a handful of brilliant saves against Del Barrio. We're up next, by the way.
No sort of, first day jitters or shyness for Faoud so far. I mean, every time he gets a look at goal, he's taking it and he's firing it at Briones.
Got 8 shots already in just 16 minutes. As I said, Briones kept a clean sheet last week against El Barrio, 6-0, but he was called into action a few times. Here he is again, going this time out wide, not forcing a corner goal kick, says the referee. He's just got that little kick of pace, hasn't he, from nothing as well, that just takes him past most players.
Yeah, I mean, you might be unaware of it in the first 15 minutes, but Jacobo, he needs a little help from David Soriano as well, because that pace, it doesn't look like one person is able to sort of contain that. And that's what's so important, especially in these smaller fields, 77. It's not so much your pace long-term, it's those quick little bursts that really get you into open spaces, have you creating chances to find that just little pocket of passing lane.
Yeah, we've got God Bless Aribo on for the Porcinos, number 15. We've certainly got the best name in the tournament.
Best name and the best facial hair. I mean, this is one of the favorites to win it all, isn't it? Just by anything other than what they do on the pitch. Winning all sorts of fans worldwide.
Not a bad effort there from Dani Perez, but over the bar. As we close in on our first throw of the dice, what will we get? As I say, it's the sort of thing that can completely change things around. I think it's going to be Roble, the striker for El Troncos, the player who's going to put the dice on the pitch.
Just every whistle that goes, don't even watch, just watch Exbuyer's bench. They go nuts. I think that's going to carry over to the next half while we go to the moment of die, as I've been calling it, although it needs another name.
So, might I just say that's goodbye and God bless there, as he is also booked. There's Roble.
Roble.
He wants two.
What's he doing? He should be hitting the training ground. He's got a huge match coming up soon.
They're on soon. He wanted a 2, but he gets a 4. Nearly near. Different haircut again this week. Disappointed. It's not green or pink.
My question is, will he color it before, in between now and the game when the match starts?
Would it have time to set though, or would it just sort of run down his face?
There was a guy in the NBA who he had green hair in the first half, went to halftime break, and came out with pink hair. He changed it in the halftime break. Jeremy Schoen.
Well, that is impressive, eh? Because you'd think that he's just not getting the colours mixing. Right, here we go. Flat out sprint. I'm always amazed that there's less injuries than there are in that start. Obviously, you've been doing a bit of the Kings League America. You say that they absolutely fly in on there, don't they? I think they're a little bit more circumspect.
Exactly. I mean, it's these guys. They're definitely fearless in both the Kings League America and English, but in Spanish, I should say. But it's I think life-saving, the rule that they have to have a touch back before anything, because if
otherwise
not,
it'd just be wild. Hang on, here's a chance for Nadir. It was well blocked, but it's still the Porcinos on the charge. It's gone out for a little deflection for a throw-in.
In the very few pushes up the park, Porcinos they've taken advantage. I mean, they've been efficient with it because they've been on the back heel for most of this match, defending more than anything else. But you look at the score.
That's good pressure. Hang on, that's good pressure on Briones there, but he's got away with it. The keeper's done well. That was vital. Oh, well, your luck is against you. Your luck is against you. 3-2. Big deflection. But it's still in the back of the net.
Yeah, you go from almost picking off the keeper, who's the last man back, which would have been a clear goal, to just something out of nothing right there. It's a deflection on a pass that was more hopeful than anything else. Sink into the box, I think, from Pablo Hernandez.
Pablo Hernandez is in off Velias.
Yeah, and off Velias. And I mean, Velias, he's an experienced defender. Those are one of those deflections that could have gone anywhere. But when things are going for you like they've been going for Exbuyer, that sort of stuff happens.
Yeah, that's unlucky. Just a minute of injury time. I thought we'd have had a little bit more after a couple of stoppages we've had.
Yeah.
And once again, this little 2-minute period after the throw of the dice turning out to be important. Another goal scored. They're going to look to hammer home this, I'd have thought, in these last few seconds here. The Porcinos, once again, Beguer coming forward. Always opens up, doesn't it, on this side? It's Tam Nadir. Well, in the end, he recovers really well. And well, referee says nothing there. I think if that had ended up in the goal, then we might have had a few comments from the Bouyer brothers. But as it is this going to be the last chance of the half? Pere Martinez. Decent effort, but straight down Briones' throat. Oh, and there. What a goal. Nadir makes it 4-2.
Oh, that's a brilliant touch from Nadir. But even before the touch, just have a look at how he takes the step in front of his man, just make sure that he's got the space, he's got the time, and then one little dink over the top and caught Romero by surprise. That was fantastic.
Let's give half of that goal to Briones as well with that really, really quick thinking. And that was the last action of the half. There's the numbers. Look at that. Really, it's having more shots than the Porcinos, but at the moment it's the Piggy Boys on top.
It's going to be interesting to hear and listen into Exbuyer in the halftime break when we get to listen to the presidents. Let's see if we can just do a little bit of translating right now. Paul, I got this from you, buddy.
Okay, let's see what you're allowed to translate.
Nosotros arriesgamos mucho sacando al portero para generar superioridad en ataque, pero nos ha salido bien. El gol de Pablo es un churro, pero bueno, el siguiente ha estado muy bien jugado. Creo que ellos casi ni han atacado en el lado, pero bueno, Fuad, la verdad que me ha parecido un jugador impresionante, o sea, de las mayores exhibiciones que he visto, teniendo en cuenta que ese chaval no juega aquí habitualmente, me ha parecido una jodida locura. Y creo que en parte por él va a ser un partido muy, muy jodido. O sea, no
El Armani, who's
for Exbuyer,
right? We're going to have to suffer in the second half because it's going to be close. Let's see what the boys have to say.
Sí, creo que hemos sido mejores en el partido normal, el dado han sido superiores.
We were better when we was at full strength, but when we were a man down during the yellow card, during the dice, that's when they got the best of us. I think fortune favors some other teams perhaps, and it can determine a game, and so far that's been the way it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. This sort of thing happens when you've lost 4 games, isn't it? And just quickly, we've just seen that advice that I'm not sure who it is. One of the 2 teams has already used the secret weapon, which makes me think it'll be a star player. I mean, if it's Exbuyer, then El Amrani. If it's El Amrani, no, shootout. Okay. Woo.
Remember that God Bless is also on the touchline. He's got a yellow card starting the second half, so it could be a big swing for Exbuyer coming out of the halftime break.
It was only for a couple of seconds though, so and a 4-minute sanction for someone. So I suspect. Hang on, so who's the player who's off for 4 minutes? It's one of the secret weapons that are available. Obviously you draw it by luck. Both of the secret weapons being used right at the start of this second half.
I'm assuming the shootout is going to be for Exbuyer, I think.
Yeah, to get him right back into it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you wouldn't be surprised, and we aren't surprised who's been elected to take it.
No. We're also going to have presidential. We're also going to have president penalties as well.
Well, we love that, don't we? I mean, I can't wait to see Llanos come down and have a swing.
He doesn't hit it badly, and obviously the Buyer brother scored last week.
Oh, the percentages. I love the percentages.
Well done. He stood up well there, Briones, but he just skipped past him, didn't he? So 4-3.
I mean, this is a guy, I don't know if you heard the referee, but he was having to explain how the shootout works because he's so new to this competition, he's so new to this league, and he steps up, he pucks it home, and hands Porcinos their first goal that they've conceded in the last match and a half over that. What a player.
Yeah. And I think, is he the player who's then been suspended? Is he then the sanctioned player? I think he is. It would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you want to keep him off as long as you can.
Yeah. So he's allowed to take the penalty shootout, but then off you go. 4 minutes without El Amrani. And just to remind you, in this second half we will have presidential penalties as well, which means, well, chance of another change in the score. It's a wise move of that shootout, just to bring Exbuyer right back into it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, when spirits are low, especially giving up 2 goals right in those 2 minutes after the dice is rolled, you want to get back into it. You want to keep your spirits high. And especially with how emotional things have been for Exbouyer over the last couple of weeks and to start this game off.
That's how things stand in the classification at the moment. El Porcinos will go joint leaders. Obviously, everyone else still to play on 17 points. Obviously, without even considering the percentages, it'll shoot up, ramp up their percentages of going to the playoffs and the World Cup. By the way, their World Cup percentage before today was 86%, which is pretty good, but it could be better. And I think if they win today, it'll go into the 90s, high 90s, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I mean, with the 10 teams getting in the direct bids.
Side netting. Yeah, exactly.
That makes it awfully difficult to miss the World Cup, I would say. And then you got the repesca, you've got the playoffs, so you can even try to get there if you don't get into those slots. So there is chances even for the teams like El Barrio, teams like Rayo de Barcelona, who we're going to see next after this match, who you might think they're not playing for anything, but hey.
But indeed there is. Just to let you know, we've got Mario Götze has been named as one of the new World Cup presidents. We've got our King of Kings for the World Cup, which is Zlatan Ibrahimovic, which probably agrees with his own assessment of himself. Götze is also there, and we've also got a French representative whose name I wrote down on a piece of paper that
Amine.
There you go. Yeah, I thought it was a Japanese cartoon character, but yeah. So there you go. We've got Latin American teams, North American teams, we've got Spanish teams, German teams, French teams. Maybe the French teams, and that might not be quite as good. They've not had the experience, but all it is going to be 2 intense weeks in Mexico at the back end of May and the start of June. Ay caramba.
Well, the French team's they're getting dumped on right now, and they're saying, hey, what about the German team? We're the new guys too, but the Germans are the new ones in this competition as well.
Don't pick on us.
Why are you picking on me?
Yeah. Minute left.
But I mean, how about the names? Götze, Zlatan, Neymar's involved with the Brazilian side. It's just it's a fantastic. Every week it seems like there's new news, more exciting news than the next week, and the World Cup's going to be a special event. But obviously, before that, we've got playoffs here at the Wizink Center here in Spain.
Exactly. Hang on a second. Here come the Porcinos again, headed just wide there. Danny Perez able to see it. Out did he go for corner? Pablo Hernandez having a little look there, saying, "Oh, was that a corner?" Might have gone off the defender. It was indeed a corner. So 27 seconds, by the way, before El Amrani can get back on. 3 yellow cards in this match, which shows the intensity of it, because you don't normally get players shown many yellow cards in this.
It's like a Kings League America game, man. Bookings all around in the Kings League America. Those guys go at it.
Oh, Oscar Cole looking to go through for a space that wasn't really there, but the referee's given it.
Well, he does well. It was going to take 1 regate or 2. We were trying to, me and Bruno were trying to translate regate for the fans who maybe don't speak Spanish. And is it a dribble? But it's more than it. It's a dribble plus, isn't it? Because I mean, it's a way to get around somebody. It's a way to look at the Exbouyer guys.
Oh, free header at the far post. Well saved in the end by Romero. Well, we're saying how hard it is to score a header, because if you get the ball up and down, you can't really get that much power on it. All the power has to come from the forward. It's Cole once again.
Even for a strong guy like a guy named Hulk.
Put those neck muscles into action. Offside. 5 minutes gone in the second half.
You won't like him when he's angry.
Oh, no. But that must be, if he is Hulk on the pitch, that is the angry Hulk, I presume. That's not the Bruce Banner. That's the,
That's after the gamma rays.
That's after. Yeah, looking to get back into this.
Oh.
Just poked away there. Pablo Beguer, I say injured last week, so you wonder how his fitness levels are. But he is so important. 6 assists, 7 so far, because I think he had an assist today as well. And of course we've got.
He's been overshadowed by the newbie in the team, but he'll be well welcomed on this side for a guy like Beguer, who is no stranger in passing a goal scoring chance off to set up one of his teammates. 6 assists on this season, on the split already.
Just taking the time, the Porcinos. So believe it or not, Porcinos, although they've been in their own half most of the game, are the teams that have had them before we got going today. Most shots in the split, 171, of which 107
and a large portion
were on target.
A large portion is their number 19 right there, who creates a lot of shots, not just on his own, but moving without the ball as well. Such an intelligent player. And then when he does get those chances to tuck one home, he's pretty efficient in when he has those chances. 7 goals for Pablo Hernandez, 2 from the spot. He's had 3 shootout goals. So that's.
Let's have a look at this. Does he just clip his heel there as he's turning? The referee once again has a good view, and there's no doubts, and it'll be that man, Pablo Hernandez, but who'd had, by the way, 43 shots before the start of today, to take the free kick. Referee telling the keeper to get a move on. Pretty sure the keeper, his side, are losing. He's as interested as anyone. Pablo going for that near post, but not getting it right.
What was he trying to curl? He was looking for a little Roberto Carlos curl, but that's an awfully tall task to ask for yourself.
I think he was looking for a little space where the wall maybe wasn't fully put in the right place. And here's Beguer once again.
Yeah, you just see the left knee wrapped right there, and Yastari is also out. He had a nasty ankle injury last week. It's no surprise to see him out this week, because that was a bad roll of the ankle, and he went down.
This does put the strain on your joint, because you're turning and you're stopping possibly a bit quicker than normal 11-a-side. It does need that little close control. Nice overlap here. Can they put a ball across, driven in, and in the end it's deflected wide. Does even Romero stick out a hand there?
Yeah, I think he needed to. I think he was headed on target.
Yeah.
That was like Mike going in the World Cup.
Oh, that was a good chance. That was a great chance there for Nadir, and that far post. Nobody picked out his run, and he put his shot into the roof. Quick penalty, presidential penalties.
Oh, baby, here we go. Well,
I presume Ibai's going to take it. If he doesn't want to take it, Ibai, of course, it's a shootout. So next time the ball goes out, we'll find out. Good save once again from Briones.
But yeah, he's grown more into the match in this second half. I think he just needed some time to just feel how that knee's treating him, and in this second half looks more confident, looks more comfortable on the ball.
Yeah. And free kick, says the referee. So we should get that presidential penalty.
Bring the boys down from the box. Let's get this going, man.
That's great close control there from Pablo Beguer. Is it going to be Ibai?
Skillful. Let's see. Ibai's staying in the box, it seems. And so you can see in that
in that case, Ibai's not taking. It's going to be shootout for his side, which Nadir will take. It's the rule. If one president wants to take it and the other doesn't, the other team takes a shootout. So once again, 5 seconds. Nadir, chance to put his team back 2 goals in front. Is it Nadir or is it Nico says Nico Santos, sorry, not Nadir. Well put in, really, really well finished.
It's the same exact shootout he had last week. I mean, he does the same thing. He takes it up 2 or 3 touches, very slow, very kind of considerate about the time, and then boom, makes his move around one defender, a regate, a dribble as you call it, and then tucks it home with the left foot. Very easy, very simple. When you calculate the time well, it doesn't become as difficult as we've seen a lot of players who've struggled with those shootouts.
Yeah, so that's going to put the pressure on when the Bouyer boys take their penalty. Once again, 2 falling, once again 2 goals behind. They'll need to take it to get within 1 goal, within touching distance. Woof, Bayek. Well, a bit of commitment in those challenges, I think it's fair to say. I've given the first one, says the referee. Let's calm down.
Pins flying everywhere. It was David Soriano who came through on that sliding challenge that took about 3 players. He got back up, went into another challenge.
Wow, that's a dangerous challenge for me from Soriano. And then he gets a bit of a push, goes from Iker Alcazano, but I think the first challenge from Soriano is a bit wild and a bit dangerous, isn't it?
Well, yeah, for Exquier and one of his own teammates too, he almost took out. Soriano went down on the touchline and he was holding his shoulder. Let's see if he's back up. I mean, obviously a shoulder injury, it's not gonna, if you can tough it out, it's not gonna affect you when you're running around the park. Should you fall, should you bump into each other, sure, it's going to hurt a bit more, but you can still play on, and it looks like he's going to continue to carry on. Let's see if this guy gets back into the match in the next 9 minutes or so, because he's been a bit quiet since starting off this second half with the Castigo card.
He's just broken his rhythm, hasn't it? But remember, this is 40 minutes flat out. You don't get any chance, any moments really when you can pace yourself. Castigo's 155 passes to 100, so when they've had the ball, they've had a lot more control. Effort there from Velillas was blocked. Oof. Yes, it does hit the ceiling. I was just going to say, that didn't quite hit the ceiling, but it does. Got under that one, Pablo. Gives away a throw-in.
Unusual to see him with a missed touch like that, especially in the back. So steady with his touch, so steady with possession, and giving it away right there.
Once again, Nadir. Didn't have much of an angle there for the pass, but nearly found his man.
Well, it's the wrong choice and much too slow. It took much too long to get that pass over to the right side. He had someone overlapping, and I think it was Hernandez overlapping on the left side, but just didn't allow that play to develop, or maybe allowed it to develop too much and too long.
Down bravely there, Alex Romero again. Still really well balanced, this, because we know in the last couple of minutes games can also change drastically with the double value of goals scored from the 38th minute.
Yeah, and we just saw how quickly the pace changed at the end of that second half, and you can probably assume that it's going to be like that here in the next couple, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, once again, comfortable though for Briones. Took a bit of a risk there, Roger de la Villa.
You understand that he wants to just have a word with the referee. May not be urging him to blow the whistle, but just a quick word.
Good solid shoulder charge. Sunday League in the park. There he is again. De la Villa making his debut today. Still having a little complaint there, Pablo. just over 6 minutes left.
Seems like the steam's been taken a bit out of this match right now. The pace, Expouillières don't look. I mean, they're only down by 2, so they know that they do have that last 2 minutes. But you figure they want to push a little bit the pace and just try to get one goal back before the 38th minute.
And then another yellow card, this time for Iker Alcaraz.
And that's not going to help
just when they want to up the pace, just when they want to start pressuring, Iker gets himself a yellow card, and the referee saying, I don't want any more. Yeah, I think all these decisions they've had, or especially last week, has just sort of got a little bit of a complex, hasn't it, for the Expouillières team? You can see that they just get this feeling that the world's against them right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it starts from the head and trickles its way down. I mean, the coaches, the players, the presidents, obviously, and well,
yeah, they're not the most relaxed, the presidents. At the best of times. That's a good cross, and that is a massive goal. 6-3. Once again, though, that marking on the far post wasn't particularly good, and it allows David Cardenas to volley home at the far post.
Cardenas, he had a goal very similar to that last week, where it came in on a cross. The finish was a bit tougher last week. This one was put on a platter for him, and he was all alone as that ball came in, perfectly weighted from Hernandez.
Yeah, great pass from Pablo. You by there, he's 40 years old, the SOB. Great volley, great volley. And. Well, we're going to get our presidential penalty. Absolutely vital. Scored last week.
They do need it, don't they? I mean, this is.
Yeah, he certainly does,
this is Portino's side. I think in there they had, what was it? 3 or 4 at halftime, Portino's, and they all came when there was not 7-on-7. It wasn't full side for each one. And then in the second half, it came one from the shootout. Now they've got one with Iker on the sideline with a yellow card.
Yep.
Expouillières needs something positive to happen right now, going into the final 4 minutes.
They play some nice football, but when it's all 7 against 7, they don't turn chances into goals.
Yeah.
Last time he put it to the keeper's right. No, the keeper's left, okay? The left hand of the keeper is where he put it last time.
Ooh, that's a big walk up right there.
Yeah, plenty of time to think about it. Oh, but well finished. Good finish. Great penalty. Turned it the other way to last week. And they're right back in it.
To say for Briones as well. Usually you see the president go and hug it out or give a little tap to the keeper. Eric has something to say.
I think Briones said something to Eric there when he was on his run-up, when he was preparing it. Oh, he got a hand on it as well. Uy, 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 they all count. That's for talking a little bit dirty on the pitch.
Well, you can talk like that, but it helps a little bit more when you're winning these games, not losing these games. So he's leaving a lot of work to be done for his team that's still left on the pitch. That's down 2 goals to Portino's at the moment with just 3 and some change left.
Whoa, once again hacked away, but they're at a stage now if they do score. Hang on, referee, nah. Fouling attack. But they're at a stage now, if they do score in the last 2 minutes, it'll be all square. We could go to a shootout. They are back in touching distance. That's the big thing. Given, let's see if it was offside or handball the referee gave that. So if I was, he right.
One of the 3 teams that haven't gone to a shootout this year, this split.
Well, there's a chance here. They've got another minute. Then they'll say those last 2 minutes plus injury time.
Oh.
Wasn't a bad idea there from Ivan Dionisio, but Doesn't work out, and that's
Just a bit
lovely
too
work once
tight,
again.
Just a bit too tight. Those soft little touches, they've got to be so delicate.
Pablo, can he curl it in? He can't there. Took the ball there from Jacobo. Very clear what he was looking to do, Pablo Hernandez there.
The layoff, I mean, the layoff was beautiful from Jacobo, who did so much of the dirty work and just needed that open up, that far corner opened up for Hernandez, and you know exactly where he wanted to put it, just couldn't keep it down.
Free kick. Pablo Beguer wants to take it quickly. Referee saying, give you, hurry. Get back.
Oh. It's disappointing there from Beguer.
Yeah. He was in a hurry though, because he knew that clock was ticking down. Gonzalez. Well, I say his team, as so often, you get to these last 2 minutes and everything is still up in the air. We're going to draw with a goal from the ex-Buyer, and we would go to a penalty shootout. Not a bad way to start off our weekend. Not weekend.
I mean,
our
you just got to
weekend
look
matches.
You just got to look at the last few losses, the 4 losses in a row for ex-Buyer. They've lost each one by 1 goal. So 3-4 to Troco, 4-5 to Bio, 2-3 Gigantes, and 3-4 to 1 KFC last week. They got to figure one of these close decisions is going to go their way.
So here we go. Everything to play for.
That wasn't the smoothest of starts from anybody. Ex-Buyer just got the ball because I think it was a false start from Porcinos.
By the way, if you look on the app on the Twitch side, you can vote for your player of the match. Fuad El Amrani, so far top of the running. And penalty.
Oh, this is huge. Hold up on those MVP votes for now.
We're going to have a look at it, says the referee. If I've got it wrong, we can correct it. But great chance here. Elias is ready. Hits a hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Is it in the area or out of the area? On the lines, I reckon that's in.
Everybody just keep your eyes on the ex-Buyer president's box with this decision right now, because if it doesn't go the way they're hoping, it's going to be historic.
It is a penalty. It is a penalty.
Dionis has saved 3 penalties this season in this split.
Well, it's just been beaten, hasn't he, by Eric, by the president, Elias. Can he draw it? Can he tie it up? Can he make it 6-4? He can indeed.
Well, they'll be thinking they were owed this penalty, even though it was a clear penalty, but definitely a very timely penalty. And finally, something works out in the favor of ex-Buyer and the boys in blue and yellow. And you can see the fans here at Cupra Arena, they're pumped up. They're finally starting to sniff a bit of victory. Can they get 3 points here in the final couple minutes of the 40 in this round 9 here in the Kings League Spain?
A minute plus injury time, which will be what, 2, maybe 3 minutes. Everything still at play for. And here they come again on the break. Beguer this time doesn't get past. Touch. Doesn't get past Cadenas. I tell you what, how cool was Villiers from that penalty spot? Everything resting on that.
Yeah, you can see the maturity, you can see the poise right there in pressure situations. Stepped up, knew where he was putting it, didn't worry about where the keeper was going. And boom, we're tied up here with 2.5 to go. Shootouts to come if we're level at 6 at the end of the 3 minutes of stoppage time.
Beguer goes into trouble. Once again, Pablo Hernandez looking to set up. That was Oscar Coll, well defended though. I think this game's got another story before we get to the shootout. Not sure what, but something. Then there's going to be a yellow card, a red card, a bit more controversy, or another goal. But I can't
Well,
see
it's been
this
a game
one
packed with emotion, packed with goals from the very first minute, really. And it's been good for all 40 minutes. Back and forth we go.
It's not going to go tamely to the shootout, this. That's one gone out, though. Just a minute and a half left, 95 seconds. Have we got another moment of magic here from El Amrani?
You'd figure that's what they want with the ball at their feet. Although they went with Velillas in the moment of pressure at the penalty spot. Ah, that's wasteful.
Given away a bit tamely, isn't it? You could just see they're trying to make sure they get that one of the, like the last chance of the match. But maybe it's going to be Los Porcinos who are going to have that now.
Yeah, it's smart play, isn't it? Because you don't want to give up.
Bit of a hamstring stretching chance there. This should be the last chance of the game, eh? Just over 30 seconds. Can they at least get a shot in? So what are we going to get? Oh, that was so close. From Beguer, Velillas couldn't get the touch. Just teased that ball across the area, doesn't he?
Velillas wouldn't have paid for a drink or dinner tonight in Barcelona if he made that, because a goal in the penalty shootout at the penalty spot, which counts for 2, and then a game winner right there.
Last chance of the game, hang on. Last moment. Oh, clear. I think that is it. There was a chance there, wasn't there, for the Porcinos? Right at the death, it's Velillas who clears it. That means we will go to a shootout. Drama, high drama to get us going at the start of this Sunday.
Let's listen to these guys. Ooh, the yellow card that was gifted to Porcinos.
Doesn't win the shootout, it's 2 points.
Aquí sin que nos regalen nada, ni amarillas ni goles, vamos.
We don't get gifted anything. Yellow card, goals, anything.
Tendría que sancionarlo. Que le habla Velillas, que es un jugador que tiene 100 años en
punish,
la carrera, un chaval de 22 años.
You gotta punish the referee.
Y lo hago por la gente tirar un penalti, presidente. Por porteros como él no tiran más penaltis, presidente. Por porteros como él.
Meanwhile, showing the sort of the zen calm of Kung Fu Panda, isn't he?
Arnalot, un señor, ya lo he dicho, y el gallo también. Ahora los shootouts y a tomar por culo, va.
So remember, shootout, the winner of the shootout gets 2 points, the loser of the shootout gets 1. So at least they will get a point today, ex-Buller.
Error brutal, el penalti es penalti. Podemos haber ganado el partido, nos vamos con un empate. Entiendo que no es un resultado malo para ninguno de los dos, porque al final esta es una situación que quieres sumar, sea como sea, pero bueno.
Saying it's not a bad result for either, because we could have won.
¿Qué le vamos a hacer?
But we could have won.
Somos gilipollas. ¿Sabes lo que hay? No te puedo decir nada más. Somos tontos, somos cortos.
We're dummies. We'll clean that up. He's not happy with the way his team ended that match and gave up a penalty. In the end, it's Pablo Hernandez. It's one of his best guys. So I don't think he's just specifically naming Pablo Hernandez a dummy right there. But the way and the fashion they couldn't close out the game has Ibai a bit bent out of shape, but he's not going to be too upset. Both teams going to get points out of this match. The winner of the shootout, 2 points. The loser gets 1 point. And it's going to be Nadir starting us off here.
So same as in a normal. Ooh, you could see when they're going to miss, can't you? It is Regate. It is dribble a little bit too early there. Good save from Alex Romero.
Yeah, he didn't look convinced of himself at all. Has a peek up and just that extra step or two that just lets Romero close down that space and guess where he's going to go.
Well, Velillas against Briones now. Ah, good finish. Good finish. Sent it the wrong way.
if you're gonna have a quick take, that one touch that gets you going and lets you run onto it, that heavy touch that just lets you run on, it's important. But if you want to keep it close to you, you got to be calm, you got to be cool. Cardenas, he's had a beautiful goal so far today. Can he put another one on the board?
Big one. Oh, his touch has gone a bit long there, but he's got the angle and he puts it in. Well finished from David Cardenas.
I thought it wasn't one bad touch, but two bad touches, but he recovered from both of them and tucks it home. One on the clock.
Es impresionante, tío.
And Ibai going, are you taking the mickey out of me? Anyhow, El Amrani, once again, we fancy him to finish. He took his own, he scored one in this match. Chance to put his team back ahead. And the same as the last time. Did it in so little different distance.
Do you think they're happy with their new signing or what?
Just that ability to change direction and then get that yard away, isn't it? Spectacular.
And not for nothing, but with a second and a half on the clock that was left, because that was cool. He had very little space, very little time, and did so well.
Oscar Coyle. Once again, pressure's on.
Oh.
Driven wide and wide. 3-1. Two misses now for the Porcinos. Does a good job there, Alex Romero.
Yeah, just a couple too many touches. 1, 2, and then if you don't get it right there.
Yeah, gets down well, the keeper as well. Just gets down well, makes him take that extra step.
No. He's been one of the best players for the last couple of weeks. But Iona's got to come up big again.
Did he get the touch on it? He does. He got the touch before the whistle went. 3-1.
I mean, these are some buzzer-beating shootout goals for Exfouillé. It's perfect. Perfectly timed.
Yeah. Not one for the nervous disposition. So if this doesn't go in, game over.
Are they calling their shots right there?
I think there's a little bit of mind play going on there. And there it is, game over. Exfouillé win the shootout. They end a run of 4 consecutive defeats, and they'll take 2 big points in their efforts to qualify for the World Cup.
Look at how much it means to these guys. Eric Ruiz down there, the Exfouillé bros. Finally tasting victory again after 4 match days of heartbreak. The one-time leaders back in the Win Cup.
Yeah, they really needed that, didn't they? That is a massive win. Game that's lasted a long time, hasn't it? You know, we've had changes, we've had penalties, we've had... Oof. Yeah, that is a huge win. I was saying, I tell you what, just looking ahead, I mean, next week, they've got to play the Aniquiladores. I mean, they're the leaders at the moment, so, you know, if they hadn't won today, they'd have been in real trouble. And say in the last round of matches, they got Science. So, you know, 2 massive points there for Exfouillé. 2 massive points there. The number that... Looking at it, you'd say...
Tough way to end the season, isn't it? And they needed it.
Yeah. Just about deserved it, but my word. They did it the hard way. Takes them on to 14 points.
Let's see what, first of all, Eric Ruiz has to say. The Bayer Bros.
Ya no en sí por el partido que es, que creo que siempre es uno de los más bonitos de todos los splits. Felicitar a Ibai por el equipo que tiene, se va a clasificar 100%, igual que espero que también lo hagamos nosotros, porque somos 2 equipos que jugamos muy bien y creo que nos merecemos estar ahí.
Play very well, and we deserve to be in the playoffs.
La fortuna que no hemos tenido durante el partido lo hemos tenido en el penalti que ha llegado en el gol doble. Eso es
the goal double, the double goal from the penalty. It was
felicitar al equipo sobre todo que se ha sabido levantar con un 6-3
vital, wasn't it? Because otherwise,
y qué decir, número 80 fue Adel Amrani, vaya
they wouldn't have got back into
lo
it.
pones a jugar fútbol aire y es el mejor
What a
igual.
beast, number 80.
Chavales, queda muchos lesionados, pero vamos a salir de esta y vamos a ganar esta puta liga. ¡Vamos!
Mid-split signing here. The next
Man of the match,
boys,
definitely.
they're back. Absolutely.
Giving themselves still got plenty to do, but
Ha sido un partido muy igualado. Creo que hemos tenido un error muy
grotesco
de salir en el gol doble, que es verdad que una posesión parece una tontería, pero mira, la tontería se ha convertido en penalti. Y una cosa es que te ganen la carrera y otra cosa es que el balón sea suyo porque estamos 6 en vez de 7, ¿no? Bueno, errores de concentración, no le puedo decir nada al equipo, pero hemos competido muy bien. Nos han empatado con 2 penaltis, el presidente más el penalti, que encima es un penalti con gol doble, manda cojones. Pero bueno, sumamos un puntito, ojalá que fuesen 2.
Yeah, not very happy about that penalty, which has
necesitamos yo
double
creo que
value,
una victoria, un empate
So-
más, así que habrá que ir contra Cuni la semana que viene.
So we have to beat Cunny boys next week.
Chao.
Cunny
Buenas
Sports.
tardes, chao.
Yeah, well, no surprise. No,
Igual,
want to hear
debut
from
con
me.
X Buyer Team, hat-trick, victoria. La gente de Buyer querrá saber si vas a volver de nuevo.
Sí, esperamos que sí, a ver cómo va la semana y todo, pero
That's
sí,
what we're
esperamos
hoping is
volver
that
y ir a
I
por el
come
Mundial y
back
a por
here.
todo.
That's the plan
Te veremos, a
for
disfrutarlo.
not just the split, but for the World Cup and everything. So that will be a
Great
very,
news for the
comforting news. Exactly, Paul.
I think so, yeah. They've got 2 massive games ahead. I'll tell you what, we'll leave you with the highlights. You'll see the Mao bar. We'll just take a 2-minute break and we'll be back for the next game. Massive match as well, down at the other end of the classification. Rayo Barcelona against El Barrio. Their last chances of making the playoffs and their slim options of the World Cup all on the line in the next hour.
¿Qué pasa, familia? Ya estamos por aquí, por el bar de Mau, Pedro, y ahora tenemos probablemente la primera final de este split. Un todo o nada, Barrio contra Rayo de Barcelona.
Se viene un partidazo, ambos equipos necesitan ganar. Si no recuerdo mal, creo que a Rayo tiene que depender de lo que haga Pío, ¿no?
Los dos dependen para lo que haga Pío. Van último y penúltimo. Quien pierda,
ganar, sí o sí.
exacto.
La noticia buena es que uno de los dos va a ganar.
Va a ganar. Rayo puede conseguir su primera victoria y el Barrio estaría un poquito más cerca de entrar en esos playoffs al Mundial. Aún así, ambos lo tienen muy complicado y hoy es un partido vital. ¿Qué porcentaje le das a ambos, Pedro?
60-40, 60 para Barrio, 40 para Rayo. A ver qué pasa.
Venga, va, pues yo voy a darle un poquito más a Rayo. 55 Barrio, 45 Barrio. 55 Barrio, 45 Rayo.
Barrio? Te he pillado.
Sí. Tengo predicción por el Barrio, pero el Rayo también se lo merece. Ojalá consiga su primera victoria.
Bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa. Nosotros nos vemos en el bar de Mau después del partido.
Leemos en el chat, a ver quién apostáis.
Welcome back to the Cupra Arena match 2 of round 9 here, and it's desperation time for both these teams. El Barrio and Rayo de Barcelona coming in with just 1 win between the two of them, and playoff chances dwindling as we go into deeper and deeper stages of this split. This is Rayo Barcelona's team, Eric Yorka and command, and it'll be all up to Maldonado and Frankie Purti.
Con Eric Jiménez vuelves a perderte el partido por lesión. Queremos saber cómo te
Yeah, we're just hearing from Eric Jiménez, who's missing out once again.
Al final son 5 semanas que
pues que es complicado, nunca me había jodido el recto y bueno, al final recuperándome.
Dijo el otro día el Morán
weeks that have been complicated. You never really pulled that muscle before.
No sé si quieres lanzarle un mensaje desde aquí.
Sí, él al final yo soy amigo de él de toda la vida y nada.
At the end of the day,
mañana queda con él para tomarnos un café y ahora verá el partido.
I'm a friend, one of the Barrio players. Next week, tomorrow we're going to have a coffee together, but today we have to think about the game.
Yeah, we listened to Maldonado last week. He was a bit defeated sounding in his post-game interview, and it's time to try to bounce back for Rayo de Barcelona, looking for their first win, their first 3 points
bien.
Of the season.
Yo por... Es que se me llega tarde el audio, perdonad si hablo raro y tal, pero es que me...
Vale, ahora creo que sí.
Que bien, yo la verdad es que no estoy muy nervioso, o sea, seamos realistas. Ninguno de los dos equipos tiene, creo, ya posibilidades de ir al Mundial. Nos estamos jugando entrar en playoff. Entonces, bueno, es un partido que es bonito, es chulo y tal, pero sí que es verdad que los nervios yo creo que ya los estamos reservando ambos para el partido de la repesca. Pero hoy yo la verdad es que creo que no había estado tampoco nervioso en el Cupra nunca.
But we haven't won in the Cupra. See what Adri Contreras says.
Boada jodido, creo que tiene rotura de isquio, o sea que le queda.
Boada's, has got done his meniscus, so he's out for a while.
Y bueno, yo como Spursito estoy bastante tranquilo, ya hace una semana dije con normalidad.
Yeah, I'm reasonably relaxed about things.
Porque por fin va a ganar uno de los dos equipos. Pero bueno, eso
Porcinos are going to beat one of us, but we just have to enjoy this game with our fans, and hopefully, we'll finally get our win. So, dramatic time. Yeah, both of these are looking really for the, what would you call it in English? In English, it's the repechage. At least it is in rowing. I'm not quite sure what you'd call it in the second chance, basically.
We just call it a little consolation, is what they're looking for. Just a little bit of good vibes. Get back into the win column and remember what it's like. Recover some of those sensations that have eluded them for the large majority of this split. And for Adri Contreras, but just to see him smiling and kind of up, because a couple of weeks ago I commentated the match between El Barrio and Anquiladores, and man, it was hard just to drag a smile out of him for 40 minutes. But was still in the match, he looked defeated, and well, there's something to be said in accepting defeat as well. And they're still not out of the hunt for the World Cup, but it's going to be through the long route, the long road, windy and curvy and difficult, to say the least.
The numbers I've got say the direct options are going to the World Cup are 0.02%. You've got more chance of winning the lottery, Dane. And Rayo, they've got no chance, absolutely zero, because they have no chance of catching Pio, who are obviously 10th in the classification. Just the one win for the two teams in this whole split, and that was for El Barrio.
3 points for El Barrio, 2 points for Rayo. Somebody's got to come out of this the winner, and we'll figure out who indeed it is. But here we are, El Barrio with the ball to begin the match, and it is a chance for, that is Vives, isn't it? Giel Vives, who is one of the most skilled, one of the most tricky dribblers in this competition. Gets dispossessed right there.
Roman Allegri on for Rayo. So the ball goes out early on, it's a goal kick. Yeah, one of the big problems
for two teams that are...
Fire away, sir.
The two teams that are just very short of goals this season. 19 for El Barrio, 21 for Rayo de Barcelona. And these moments where you get those open looks like this Diaz has right now, sending his defender to the ground, still holding on to possession. He's going to wait till another teammate comes onto the pitch as we go into the second minute. And a bit more, at first chance there, and a brilliant save. Nicely done by Paul Lechuga, who's one of the best in the game.
Qué bien, Polete, por favor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's cruel being a goalkeeper, but as you were saying, the big problem is El Barrio, 19 goals, Rayo Barcelona, 21 goals. They've also conceded a frightening 37. Rayo, despite Paul normally impressing in goal, let's be honest.
Fraile dumped it off to Lechuga. Lechuga took a chance at goal and was well off his line, well off any sort of last man salvation, but it was a fantastic save by Gerard Vacas.
Just
one leg out and
just looking at it as well, you know, we're talking about the chances of qualifying for something. Rayo after this, they've got to play Troncos, you know, and you wouldn't fancy them against Troncos, and then they've got to play Iker Casillas 1K, who are in great form. So it's really a vicious end to the season for Rayo. So this is their big chance to at least salvage something. El Barrio, they've got 1K, and then Pio, which might, you know, depending on what happens, you know, Pio have got a tough old game later on today, but this is something that could be, you know, this is, if they win today, they might just go into that last match with something at stake. Pio play Gigantes, last match of our session today.
It could just be the start of something. That's very optimistic from you, Paul Giblin, but I love the optimism on a Sunday afternoon between two teams that are fighting to keep their heads above water. Santiago out wide looking for Roman Alegre. Alegre lost it in possession. Will take the quick throw in, hoping to find Fraile in the box, but couldn't take that off his hip. And El Barrio with 5-on-5 now, 5v5 into the 4th minute, looking to get something going on the attacking end into the attacking third.
Yeah, I tell you what, just say something that we know we're 5 against 5 and we haven't had a goal. Normally we have a goal at this sort of stage, don't we? We've had one.
Yeah, that's what each of these sides will be hoping for. Perhaps regretting that they didn't make the most of it in the early parts, but that one spanked across the face of goal. Noya there tracking down, finds Ruiz, Zizi Ruiz, all the way across the pitch into the other side of the box. Vidal now, Gil Vidal, who is full of magic in those boots. A guy definitely to keep an eye on over the next 40 minutes because he is one of the funner guys despite the record of this team. Him and Alvaro Arce, two very talented players who haven't been able to raise their team.
Yeah, don't get mixed up between Gilles and Gabriel Vidal. Number 7, Gabriel Vidal for Ex-Buyer.
Gilles Vidal. Are they brothers? I don't know. I didn't get the scouting report on those two.
I have no idea. No, I haven't.
They don't play too similarly. Here is Ruiz looking on the back post with a, and look at the pace by Fraile. Fraile going right at goal. Frankie Purti, excuse me, and he goes down after a clash with Gerard Vacas.
No, aguantamos un poquito.
Hang on a second.
Parar el tiempo, que está el portero también. Parar el tiempo.
Have a look. He just down and
just can't.
Y Maldonado también lesionado, chicos. Lesionados los dos, tanto Maldonado como José.
Well, Vacas wasn't happy with the way that Purti came in, and after there was much he could do about it.
I don't think there was a foul in on that pitch. You know, the thing is, he's trying to stop. He's made sure he's kept his studs down, hasn't he? Which I think is always important.
Well, as a keeper, you see somebody coming in, charging at you like that, and you're always going to give him a dirty glance or two. Yeah, exactly. So here is Vacas looking to make amends after, or at least punish Rayo de Barcelona after a questionable challenge from Frankie Purti.
So both of these teams come into this match after painful games last week. So Barrio lost 6-0 to Porcinos. But they lost 6-0, but they were all goals. They were all single value goals. There was no goals from a double value there. It was, 6-0. It was absolutely as the scoreline would tell you.
And they all came after the 17th minute, so very rapid-fire goals, too. So there was a lot more heartbreak, I think. But a ball sent into the box, and Marc Valiente coming up, pushing forward from his central defensive role and looking to put one on target. Good ball in from Vives.
Might have done a little bit better there. By the way, last week Rayo lost 9-5 to Cuni Sports, which is, once again, it was another one of those that was basically maybe not as bad as you'd think, because there were sort of double value goals in there. So they were getting close, but it just isn't happening to them, for them.
Yeah, when you got 2 points at this part into this, those matches, those double goals don't go your way; they go against you usually, and that's exactly what happened to Sporcito's side. But he looks optimistic. He seemed optimistic, although he knows the chances of getting to anywhere other than this split is very, very limited. Purti picks up the ball after a beautiful touch on the far touchline over there. Got around one defender. Will keep possession all the way back now. This is por Lechuga. Roman Alegre all the way back. Contreras looks it wide and just keeping their defensive shape, El Barrio. This is two teams that have to put the focus on the defensive side of things because they have really struggled. Obviously, they struggle attacking. Purti with the turnover, with the takeover in the middle, and laces one on the goal of Gerard Vacas, who was waiting for it. Didn't have to move much as that came right down the pipe.
Yeah, nice work from Frankie, but just couldn't provide the finish. Unfortunately for him and his team. 7.5 minutes gone, still no score here in the Cupra Arena. So two teams bottom against second from bottom.
4 goals for Frankie Purti this year, 1 assist, 20 shots. So he's at a decent rate, decent return. Come on over the last few weeks or so, and now Santiago with the ball, dissecting ball on that far touchline. Dribbling into the box, it's Contreras, lost control, but still with Rayo de Barcelona. Spanked that goal now again by Contreras, who had a massive bodies in front of him that he couldn't work through. And now, El Barrio gonna take their time after defending for the last few minutes. Here is Zizi Ruiz. I guess you guys would call that ZZ Ruiz, Paul?
I suppose we should use the Spanish. We've had that debate, you know, for Iker Casillas' time. Is it 1K? Now we've got to call it Uno-K. I've got him down as Pau. So I've got him down as Pau on my list. So Pau ZZ. Is ZZ top or not?
Ruiz, that's a lovely takedown by Arce. There you go, Zed. That's more your side of the pond. Your side of the channel.
I say, old chap. ZZ. So neither team really able to get past. Neither team really able to get past their rivals' defence so far, are they? Sort of highlighting maybe the issues that they've had scoring goals. You know, they've had possession, there's been passing, but so far nothing that really has asked a big question of either of the keepers.
But Paul, I don't think we were expecting 4th of July type fireworks or New Year's Eve type fireworks here between these two teams that are very shy in front of the face of goal. Purti's had a chance, and hey, why not wind one up from around midfield? Ruiz goes down as a trail of bodies is left in his wake, and a whistle will blow that play back, and we'll take a look at the replay. Which one is going to be called for the foul? Fraile was in there, so too was Contreras.
So 10 minutes gone. I say this is a game, isn't it? This is definitely sort of match where these last 2 minutes could be vital when we get the dice thrown in again.
Arce is always prone for a go from long distance. He's got a rocket on that right foot. Contreras with the win of possession in the midfield, taking over, but slowly played back, and just not much purpose in possession right now for Rayo de Barcelona.
Yeah, I say that as well. I say that as well. So used to saying Rayo Vallecano.
Last week I had the troncos against the porcinos, and I said torreznos about 4 or 5 times. So that was definitely.
Torreznos, if you don't know, are very delicious pieces of fried pig skin. They're not good for the old cholesterol.
No, they're not. I think in the States we call them chicharrones. Chicharrones, of course, obviously an imported product from south of the border. But for those of you tuning in from that side of the world, welcome, thank you, and hopefully you're enjoying this match with, well, probably not at the Mao Bar, because that doesn't get so distributed that far away, but maybe some torreznos, some chicharrones might be a perfect company for a Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon, I guess Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. It's perfect for Sunday
breakfast, football
isn't
here.
It?
Yeah, exactly. Little legs on it. There you go.
So far, not that much action on the pitch, though. No, the fireworks are still on a slow burn. Both of these teams testing each other out, but not being able to break past their rivals' defense so far.
Neuer had a go-ahead goal, and really that's all we've been able to see are deflected chances from long range so far. Baile playing it back all the way to Roman Alegre. The anchor on defense. Alegre.
Missing Maldonado a wee bit, aren't they? Rayo, that's not a bad little ball in there.
Turning and firing it. Contreras. Contreras had plenty of space for a shot on goal, and he just didn't hit it right.
Just that sort of chance that maybe if it's going in for you on a regular basis, maybe you hit that with more confidence. He's just looking to make sure he got it on target, but just didn't have the power.
Yeah, after the turn, he seemed to just have lost his balance a little bit, which took some sting out of the shot. Here now, Vidal with another regate around one defender. Valiente plays over to Bauferd. Bauferd in the corner. And a quick throw in to come, perhaps, after some good defending by Frankie Portillo. We've seen more in the attacking third than the defensive third.
Look how deep they're sitting, though, Rayo.
Yeah.
It's a line of 4, 2 in front. Not many angles there for the Barrio boys to break down.
I thought maybe they'd just come and throw caution into the wind a little bit and want to play a bit more of an open game, see how things go. Of course, they're playing for their World Cup lives, I suppose, but has that door already shut? Has it just...
Whoa, hang on a second.
That's much better there. It's Gabriel Vidal. Perfect ball played right to the penalty spot, and he tucks it in off the post. Just when it looked like this game was lacking in a bit of excitement, Vidal brings us our first goal of this second match here in round 9.
Yeah, nicely tucked in at that post, wasn't he? Just finds that bit of space. They don't pick him up after marking well in most of the game, but there just caresses that one in, and their luck goes their way off the inside of the post. 1-0 to El Barrio.
He didn't have a lot of space to put that one in, and perfectly placed one time off a wonderful ball through the heart of the box. Contreras, not sure if that was a pass or he wanted to wind one up for Frankie Purti. Vacas goes to ground.
Just saw there how it affects the standings. It doesn't really change Rayo's desperate situation, but what it might do is just put a few nerves among Rivas and her Pio crew. They're just 2 points ahead now, so they will need to get something in their remaining matches, otherwise El Barrio have still got a chance, albeit a slight chance, of overhauling them, and especially because the last game will be El Barrio Pio, so it all depend on that on the 7th of April.
Well, the neutral fans will be certainly hoping that this 6-hour round of matches concludes with a game that still matters, as Pio looks to fend off El Barrio in a game between 8th and 9th, I believe, Gigantes and Pio. But if El Barrio can't win this game, then that really won't mean too much for El Pio. Obviously, they'll want to climb up the standings. Obviously, they'll want to get a win against Gigantes. But El Barrio would be eliminated in all sense if they can't come up with 3 points here tonight.
See what happens between Pio and Gigantes today. Pio lost last week, but they were improving. They have been improving a little bit. Meanwhile, time ticks away here. Only a couple of minutes away from those dice.
Finding Joan Poch, and that will be a throw-in quickly taken, or perhaps not, after it bounces away from the number 9 in yellow. We've seen a lot of these throw-ins from here, and it just seems like the strategy for them, if you fancy your chances, is have a little flick on from the front post and just see where it goes, see who it lands, see if there's anybody waiting to knock it in on the back post. And instead, the Rayo de Barcelona awfully uninventive in the attacking field.
Quick piece of info for you, Dane, everyone listening. With that point, with the 2 points today in that opening game, Ex-Buyeur have assured that they will be in the playoffs for the league in the Wizink. Oh, that's not a bad effort,
look
is
at
it?
that. It's a rocket off the crossbar from Gabriel Vidal, looking for his brace in the first half. Came out of nowhere and shook the post.
Wow, it was dipping, it was curling. I think if he'd been another yard out, another meter further back, that might have gone in. So close.
Lechuga was caught in shock and all right there as that came screaming in off the right foot of Gabriel Vidal. We've talked about the other Vidal for most of this match, but it's been Gabriel Vidal who's been the MVP 18 minutes through, and we are just winding out on the 18th minute, which means it's about to be do or die time for both of these teams here in the end of this first half at Cúpula Arena.
Okay,
and I don't think we're going to have a quick restart here.
Nope, our dice is going to be thrown on by Polotelli.
Is that right? All right then.
There
We're used to seeing him in the Mao bar.
Well, you got to make use of them, haven't you? And oh, thank you very much.
Big one right here. Always
game-changing
when we
stuff.
get the Joker. So in the final 2 minutes of the first half, 1v1 to come here.
I always get mixed up. Is this 1v1 without a keeper?
I think those gloves at the top of the
with the keeper. I always get it mixed up when it's 1v1 with the keeper, 1v1 without the keeper. I love it
when
without
it's
the keeper.
Just the one. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I mean, that's when you see some of the skills, some of the technique. And of course, if you haven't seen it, that's when they've got to strike it from the center circle against a defender in goal who cannot use its hands. It could be the keeper, could be anybody else. But here we are, 1v1, and a quick win from Zizi Ruiz, who
great tactics
quickly.
Great, yeah, exactly. You put your sprinter on, don't you, to win the ball, and then you put on Gilles Vidal to score the goals.
Well, he had his chances in the first half in the opening couple minutes. Gilles Vidal's just taking that from a bit too far away. He's been frustrated, I think, and now will run off as the defender comes back into the match.
That's Gabriel who's come on, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's Gabriel.
Is it Gabriel? He should be taking when the ball's on the attacking side. Here he is, though, on the defense, and this is Poch. Poch off his line. Beautiful by Vacas. Can he spare it from possession, from going out into touch? Well done by Gabriel, looking for his hat trick. Just held up enough from Joan Poch.
He's looking for hat trick, but he's got to score his second first.
Oh, that's right, exactly. I'm already
he hit the bar, he hit the bar, he hit the bar.
He did hit the bar. It was more spectacular than the goal, I think. That's why I think I was just giving him the brace already. But no, good on you, Paul, for correcting me right there. And now Poch tinks it over the top of Vacas.
Spursito. This is why we're bottom, he's saying. He's done everything, hasn't he? He clips it over, and it drifts away.
Here is Noya, who is also not on a hat trick tonight.
In fact, I'm going to put my money on the line and say nobody is going to get a hat trick tonight. But
Roman Alegre with his defender down, Vacas off his line. Here's Alegre trying a chance from an acute angle. And that was just a bit too high as it goes crashing into the Grefusa sign.
Is that half-time? It is indeed. So there you go, 1 against 1, and it fails to produce a goal, which is very rare indeed. There you see the numbers. Pretty tight. Barrio, more chances, but 4 shots on target from Rayo. I can't remember any of them really forcing Bacchus to a full stretch save, though. Everything pretty tight there, pretty even. Just that 1 goal separated them. We're going to have presidential penalties in the second half, though, so maybe that and our secret weapons are going to change things considerably.
The teaser just creating all sorts of excitement here for us, Paul Giblin.
Exacto. O sea, estás de punta y viene Frankie a punta, tú fuera. 100%. Ahora.
So, you're playing up front. If Frankie comes forward, then you go out. We need 1 player in every little bit of space. See what old Spursito's thinking.
Pues lo mejor de la primera parte del resultado, yo creo. Hay mucha gente quejándose en mi chat, pero bueno, yo lo que les digo es el partido último contra penúltimo y es el partido que
it's the last bottom two.
Son 2 equipos que no están haciendo muy bien este split.
What we're trying to do is 2 teams to 1 having a good season.
Bueno, creo que el Rayo también ha tenido ocasiones claras.
Rayo have had a couple of chances as well.
Más abultado, quiero decir, más goles en la primera parte.
So maybe we'll have some more goals in the second half. Best thing about the first half for me is the score.
Sí, bueno, lo ha hecho bien. Yo creo que el partido está siendo literal el penúltimo contra el último. Está siendo el partido. Somos mierda, Adri, pero mierda somos. En fin, que esta segunda parte haya goles, por lo menos. Si no, ya saldré yo a chutar el penalti y fallarlo, tranquilos.
But if we get a penalty, it's going to get missed, isn't it?
Well, maybe it's going to take the president to give a little bit of a goal-scoring prowess on this pitch.
Get the feeling that Rayo's penalty is going to be a shootout rather than the president taking it, though. Looking at the way Spursito is dressed, though, up there. I feel it. Anyhow, we'll already go for the second half. Nobody seems to have used a secret weapon yet, so that tends to tell us that we haven't got a star player.
The cage opens and we are underway in the second half of match 2 here in round 9 of the Kings League Spain. And, well, if the presidents haven't got you excited in their halftime interviews for this second half, Paul Giblin and me, Danar Lucas, will try our best too.
They haven't sold it to us, really, have they? They didn't really
they didn't do any favors for us for selling us this second half, and it seems like as
what we need is something special.
They are. So here we go. Let's see if we can get just a bit more creativity, a bit more ingenuity in the attacking thirds for both sides here. Baufer with the ball, trying his luck on a diagonal ball towards the back post. All the way back now, it is Gonzalez, Iker Gonzalez, finding Gerard Vacas.
Yeah, the thing is, at the moment, they're both having a horrible time. But if they get into the repesca, as we call it, then maybe you sign a different player, number 11 and number 12, and it can completely rejuvenate your team. We saw that, didn't we, with Ex-Buyer today?
Yeah, El Marrani, who was just fantastic, and I'm sure Adri Contreras and Spursito were thinking, where was he hiding out? Why couldn't we put him on our books? It's what each of these two teams needs, don't they? And Iker Gonzalez just tripped up right there.
And we've got the presidential penalty for El Barrio.
Well, we got to think Adri Contreras, but I don't think he's coming down. It doesn't seem like it. We might get a shootout right here instead. Gil Vidal. I'm willing to bet we may not get the hat trick, but between the two Vidals, we might see 3 goals. The optimistic
We might
swarm
get.
from.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see if it's big one. If he puts this one away. 5 seconds.
Here he is. 1 touch, 2 touch. Keeper's off his line and just going with the rhythm of this match. A disappointing effort in front of the face of goal. Well off his line, Paul Lechuga. And Vidal will be disappointed he didn't do a bit better with that right there on the shootout.
Yeah, just lacking a bit of confidence, wasn't he? I think what you got to do is you just got to know what you're doing from the start. And I think his first opinion was, I'm going to try and go around the keeper's right-hand side. Then halfway through, he thinks, well, no, I'm going to have a shot. And that is basically fatal.
He is the regates leader, the dribble leader here in the league. So you would have expected a bit more flair, a bit more flash from the number 9 for El Barrio, but a bit disappointing there.
30 dribbles before. He dribbled 30 times before today. I think that means he's beaten his man 30 times. That's rather than
exactly. Pau Fer plays it square. Here's a chance. This is Vidal, the other Vidal, Gabriel, who can have a go from just about anywhere he steps out of the locker room.
That's what we need, isn't it? A couple of shots from couple of shots from distance.
Well, nothing's happening inside the area, inside the box, and right now Neuer trying to get it, work his way in, gets around 1-2 defenders, and his shot is blocked eventually. Continuing with the possession, El Barrio, no, just making a meal of it a bit right there.
Danny Quesada with the number 49 shirt. It was originally going to have the number 17, but it was changed at the last moment to make a mess of our team sheets.
Yeah, that does make sense of why I may not have him on my team sheet. So I'll mark that down now. Thank you, Paul.
My pleasure.
You're always in the know, man. You know a lot more about this stuff than I do, and I don't know what group chat you're in and what group chat I'm getting kept out of. But
we keep you on the sidelines just to make myself look better.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all Machiavellian. It's all Machiavellian of me. Then Marc Valiente gets the ball back.
And I mean, the crowd is just absolutely lit, aren't they? This is really spurring on the fans who have shown up at Cupra Arena today.
Yeah, Cupra Arena, by the way, it's down near the port in Barcelona, but not the sort of the port with the yachts. It's the port with the container ships. It's not quite as glamorous.
It's not the port that you always hang out at with those glamorous
not the one I get invited to sip champagne with debutantes. No, it's the one because I'm there like every second week. Come and drink some champagne. Oh, go on, you talk me into it. Oh, caviar. I don't mind if I do. Actually, I don't like caviar, fortunately, because I can't afford it.
I don't think there's any caviar in the Mao bar, but there's probably a few snacks up there that they might.
No, obviously there's our sponsors, the sponsors behind the goal. There you go.
Some Grefusa seeds, some sunflower seeds, some other sort of snacks like that. Iker Casillas always has a pile of snacks in front of him when he's when the Uno KFC squad is playing. So that'll be sure to make me hungry, as I haven't eaten lunch just yet.
Played in the Veterans game. Played in the Veterans game at Anfield yesterday, Iker, with Fernando Torres. Not a bad effort there from Quesada, but once again easy for the keeper. Sven-Goran Eriksson, salute to him, was coaching it. Fernando Torres, as we say, back at Anfield. I think Iker played. In fact, no, that was the game for Real Madrid. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I've seen a few bits of it. Oh, no, tell you what, there's two matches. There was one at Anfield and there was Real Madrid Porto, wasn't there, in the Corazon match.
That is Gerard Neuer down after taking a shot while he wound up for that long-range effort from the center circle, and back to his feet now. Not much to talk about. They aren't giving us a whole lot here in the first 5 minutes of the second half.
Just got caught in his ankle there, didn't he? which will have hurt him.
Just a little nip that's not going to keep him off. But remember, Rayo de Barcelona, they do have that penalty, Presi penalty in hand, in their pocket. Should they want to use it, they might be waiting for the right time to use it. No one's used their secret weapons yet. And I think as neutral fans, all of us are hoping that something happens here in terms of...
The longer it goes on, the more you think it's likely that the secret weapons are going to be a penalty and maybe a shootout again.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a double goal card, then you're gonna wait for the right time to do it. Maybe when there's a yellow card or something like that. If it's a player castigo,
penalty.
Speaking of penalties, Noah goes down in the box after getting tripped up by Lechuga. He left that right arm out just a bit as he came off, and
I think Paul. I'm going to say Neuer here. Neuer here is going to be saying, I'm really happy you've come out for this one, Paul, because I don't think he needed to go for that, the keeper.
Yeah, the angle was awfully acute,
it's already gone quite wide,
He does him a favor. He does him a favor, and now who's it going to be to step up and try to take this one? Neuer is the top scorer with 6 goals for El Barrio, but it is Valiente.
He's a brave man.
1 goal to his name already, and he tucked it home top corner. Like he's been doing it all his life, and like El Barrio have been scoring goals all split.
Great penalties, using his former La Liga experience there, isn't the former Valladolid man. Great finish. Great, I mean, it's a good penalty, you know. You see sometimes people going absolutely crazy about penalties, but that was a really well taken penalty. 2-0 to El Barrio.
And just how much is a 2-goal advantage going to be the death of Rayo de Barcelona?
Just having a look to see if there's been any encroaching here. Just seeing if there's encroaching. Yeah, there's a player in there from El Barrios in the D.
Oh.
Where
with as hard as it is to get goals this split this season, and for us in this match, they want to take it off the board for us.
I mean, unfortunately, it's the rule. I don't think it has any effect at all on what Valiente did, but they have to take it again, obviously. I mean, it's very clear there, isn't it? It's very, very clear.
It could take too long.
Yeah. In the D, in the semicircle, it's there, it's clear. We can all see it. Why can't you see it?
That's very clear. Look at me, Paul. I was looking at the guy down low. I think that's the dog. But the guy in the semicircle is very clearly in the D, and that one, understandably is going to be ruled back, but Spursito doesn't even care. He's like, what does it even matter?
Yeah. Sorry, lads,
that's the kind of team spirit we like, Spursito.
Yeah. So do it again, Mark.
No, Mark's got to be a little disappointed after. If he puts it in the same spot, I'll be awfully impressed, because that was a perfect penalty, almost unsavable.
Yeah. Is it bluff or double bluff now? Do you put it in the same place? Do you put it in the opposite direction? Whoa. I think he's going to put it in the same place.
Game really starts to come. Valiente again, and he goes to the right side once again. Tucks it home side netting, and he's got a word with the referee.
Hang on.
After scoring.
To be fair, it's, the referee's only doing his job, isn't he?
And it's not Valiente. It's not like Valiente is strong or couldn't judge if they were encroaching, false start or not, unless he was watching on the replay, which that was all too clear that his teammates had stepped in a place where they weren't supposed to. He had to take the penalty again.
Secret weapon for El Barrio.
So at the next,
tell you what,
out of bounds, we get an secret arma. We're going into Spotify's box, not Pandora's box.
Free kick there. Calm down. Free kick.
Well,
nothing on.
You may say this match doesn't mean anything to the two teams who are well out of World Cup position, but it's certainly been a bit picante, a bit spicy with some of the challenges.
You certainly it's your best chance of winning, isn't it? It's a 4-minute sanction. 4. Who's it going to be? Probably not the card
good enough on Rayo de Barcelona that you say, I don't want them on the pitch.
I'm going to say, well, I think I'd take off Paul Lechuga. It's gonna be Danny Santiago. Take the keeper off if you can. I don't know if you can.
Taking off a defender, so not a terrible call right there. That might just open up some space.
It's probably not the card you'd have wanted, though, is it? That the 4-minute suspension. I think you want something a bit more. Well, I was going to double goal, but if you're not scoring many goals yourselves, it's
Exactly, and here now you can just hold on to possession a bit, although they wasted it right there. But for the next 4 minutes, you should have the majority of the possession, which might take you into.
I think you've got to go for it because Rayo've still got a presidential penalty. There you go. And we saw in the last game, you want to go into those last 2 minutes with more than a 2-goal lead. As it is, we're going to have a presidential penalty.
Let's see if he's coming down. Let's see if Sporcito wants to do it or if we're getting a shootout right here. It's Sporcito.
There he is, fine figure. Every match, every inch an athlete. Every inch an athlete. All he has to do is jump around there.
Big moment right now. And he's been a bit apathetic towards his team. Let's see if he can come out of the president's box and spur on some emotion, spur on the rally cap.
Yeah, I did get it. Spur on. Yeah. Thanks for that one.
Ooh, happy coincidence there, isn't it? Oh, and it's saved. He went low and to the left, and it was stuffed by Vacas.
Gives him a bit of a hug, sort of thing you can do when you perhaps you've given up hope.
That wasn't terrible. I mean, good contact.
I think the thing is, he hits it hard, he hits it low, he hits it reasonably hard, but he telegraphs a bit where he's sending it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think that's there you go. You can hit it hard, you can hit it well, but when you're a pro, you just have the ability, don't you, to sort of make them wait until the last second.
Yeah, and maybe you're just more used to it as well. Your nerves aren't quite as buzzing as much. So anyhow, a bit of a let-off there for the Barrio. Keeps that 2-goal advantage, but we'll still have to see what the Rayo Barcelona secret weapon is. I mean, they could well have another penalty, which a player would take.
More and more time that wastes off it, you think it is more, like you said, a penalty, a shootout, something like that, just to snatch one back before the double goal session in the last couple minutes. But there you go. Have you got your Rayo de Barcelona kits yet from KingsLeague.pro?
I actually like the Rayo kit. They haven't got the Rayo on today. I do. It's a bit of a shame.
I mean, I know you're a big kit man. I saw you the other day. I saw you on Tuesday looking good in your old school vintage kit. Oh, that's over the top. And coming in bravely, Gerard Noya to knock it away on the through ball from the back.
Just gone out for a throw in. I tend not to wear football shirts in the street very often, but now and then. It's on the way to match you.
Well, you can get yourself into trouble depending on what barrio you're in and what colors you're representing. It's not the Crips and the Bloods per se, but I'll
be all right in Vallecas in my shirt, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, well, anyhow, we're going to get this secret weapon, so all will be revealed.
That is Valiente making a run into the box, and Pau Fer to Noya. Noya patiently waiting. Vidal still with it. Vidal finds Arche. Arche's been incredibly quiet today.
Leans back there, doesn't he? And just gets his body shape all wrong. Horrible shot. Let's see what they expect. What the weapon is. Shootout.
There you go. It's not a sure shot, is it, Paul? But we've been seeing more and more going today.
Question of confidence, isn't it?
And who's it going to be? It looks like it is Frankie Purti. Frankie Purti, 1 for 2 in shootouts this season, this split. 4 goals to his name. Can he make it 5? It would be big for Rayo de Barcelona. Takes a touch to the right hand.
He does.
That's Vacas. There you go. Look at the emotion. Look at the excitement from Sporcitos, who knows just how important that goal is.
To be fair, he says that he's really good. That's a very good finish. I thought he'd just taken a bit too long. I thought he'd well done it. Back of the net though, 2-1.
Did Vacas get a touch? I don't know if Vacas got
I think he did get a little.
It. Yeah.
He just got a little touch. And the thing is, you're within 1 goal, aren't you? So when you get to these last 2 minutes, a goal for for Rayo would give him a win.
Rayo de Barcelona, a goal closer to their first win than they were just a few moments ago. And now here's a chance for Quesada.
Oof, that's poor.
Up the touchline, and that's wasteful right now when you want to just hold down possession a bit with Daniel Santiago on the touchline after they used their secret weapon to put the defender back, and now a chance. Oh, and he smacks it off the post. That was a chance. Zizi Ruiz with the captain's band had a chance to put the El Barrio up 2-1 in the waning moments of the 40.
Yeah, that was just the first time that one of the teams has been carved open at pace, hasn't it? Wasn't it? I decided, let's just get ball upfield quickly, send it long.
Contreras now. Rayo de Barcelona looking to equalize before the 38th minute, but instead taking over. El Barrio, Valiente, finding Vidal. Vidal 1v1. Oh, that's beautiful. Vidal with a couple regates.
Oh, that's a bit clever.
Poch. Joan Poch continuing, carrying on his run. Just couldn't hold off 2 defenders after getting into the attacking third. Will play on, says the referee. Contreras drops it back, gets it back now in the center circle. Stepping on the logo of Cupra here at the Cupra Arena. Purti with the goal to his name from the penalty spot, from the shootout, I should say. He's in the middle now looking to get a touch. It was spanked across the goal.
That goal has just given Rayo a new lease of life, hasn't it? They were looking a bit, we're a bit out for the count here, but since Frankie scored that goal from the shootout, they've been the ones carrying the weight of the football. They've been the ones doing the attacking, and said we're going to go into those last 2 minutes. Just a goal behind, but obviously with a goal double, everything can change.
Just let's have a look at this. 1-2 around one defender, and just needed that little bit up to the touch to get around the second one, but both as well here as well. Before,
well defended, actually.
Losing possession. Yeah, it was. I think they were just a bit fed up of him carrying on that run from the defensive half of the pitch into a dangerous area, and now we've got 2 minutes to go here. El Barrio trying to hold on to what would be their second win of the split. Looking for some late game dramatics, and it would earn them their first 3 points after 9 match days of winless football.
Tell you what, if you were Rivas, president of Pio, you'd be well up for Rayo right now.
Absolutely. They know they have destiny in their own hands, but they'd like to just have it done and dusted by the time the 6th match comes around.
By the way, just to let people know what a game.
Moments.
We talk about nerves now. Next game we've got Aniquiladores leaders against Saiyans second. That's next up.
Oh, that's huge.
That is the biggie, isn't it? That is the big, big match. And El Gref has said that he will take a penalty, the Saiyans president. Gets out, he'll have to get out of his chair first, but...
Braille. Push. A minute to go. I'm assuming there might be a few just added minutes of stoppage time as we
had
a couple stoppage in plays. There you can look and log into the Twitch page here on Kings League. Vote for your MVP. It's been a tough struggle to name an MVP. We still might have one that's waiting to earn that nomination, that award here in the last few minutes. Gabriel Vidal.
I'd say I'm going to go for Valiente if his team wins, because for the way he kept cool with those penalties.
So you got the 2 goal scorers, Vidal and Valientes right there, getting some love. Purti having his fair share as well. He is the MVP at the moment. You could just tell the fans watching at home might be a bit biased towards Rayo de Barcelona right now, as they are winning the numbers game. And good for them, you know. Their team's winless in the split, but they're still watching. They're still voting.
4 minutes. Well, that's quite generous, I think, for injury time. I think I've certainly seen games with more stoppages and less injury time.
They got to go quickly, Rayo de Barcelona. They're running out of time, and like you said, up next they've got Los Troncos next week, so that's going to be another tough match for Rayo de Barcelona.
And then Uno K, you know.
And then Uno K, so it doesn't get much easier from here. If they're looking to get a win in the column here, this split, they've got to kind of take care of business in the next 3 minutes. Vacas easily taken for Lechuga.
To be fair, since we reached the 38th minute, I think El Barrio will be quite happy that they've kept it pretty tight, haven't they? You know, that's hacked away there by Valiente. Just the inertia, the nerves.
Roman Alegre right there, just trying to nod it across the face of goal.
Yeah, sometimes I think just nerves. Just nerves force you deeper back, you know, even if you've been in control for the last minute. Don't shout at me, it's a foul. Don't shout. The referee will be thinking 2 minutes, and that.
Zil knows it's coming, and he goes and he hits it, and he covers his face. It came nowhere near his face, I don't think.
It's not that high, is it?
It's really not. Once again, so you understand the protest that chillas un poquito, a little bit of screaming at the referee that in frustration, but of course, when you're facing defeat for a 9th straight round, well, that does tend to seep out from time to time. Will we have a bit of a change in the run of play, or will it be much of the same as we head towards
I tell you what,
finish? Maybe not. This is Giles sprays it wide as he had the mouth of goal open on that far post.
Lechuga does pretty well making himself as big as possible, but should have scored it, and that would have been game over.
Now turning, shooting, and a very tame effort. Delgado Vacas to the ground and in no rush to get up. Long pass down the touchline on the far side. And that's a great ball into the middle. A chance here. And oh, that was absolutely fluffed by Iker Gonzalez.
I mean, they did everything. They've had 2 chances to win this game, haven't they? To not just win it, to absolutely nail on the victory. And there Iker, and there before that, Gilles Vidal. mean, this is a lovely move as well. It just puts him through, and so again, keeper makes the angles narrow, but should score.
Well, if you don't score, you should hit the target at least, and that's very disappointed from Iker right there. If they end up losing this game, that will be the play that ends up costing El Barrio a chance to move on to the World Cup. And of course, directly, their very slim chances would shut should Rayo de Barcelona, but it doesn't look like that after Contreras.
That for me, that last shot there is from Oscar.
Very goal.
That's a game over shot, isn't it? Really, that's that's it. You know, I'm afraid if they are just intelligent here, El Barrio should be able to just see out these closing seconds.
That's a let's go home shot from Contreras as El Barrio with a win here in the bottom of the table. Somebody had to win it, and it's El Barrio and Adri Contreras taking the 3 points here from Cupra Arena. It is only their second win of the season, and you see the stats right there. They were not thrilling stats in any way or any means, but you can tell Spursito, he is a bit fed up with how this split has gone.
Yeah, let's end it now. I think he's thinking. See what he says.
Que creemos, estamos ahí. Sabemos que el resurgir del Barrio empezaba con ganar hoy.
In there, you know, we knew that if we wanted to improve, we had to win today.
Bueno, muy feliz. Lo primero, mucho ánimo.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Chapó también porque hayas tirado el penalti presidente, que lo ha hecho de puta madre, tío.
Congratulations for the, you know, for taking the presidential penalty. I'm happy because we won. I think they've been working well.
Así que nada, victoria hoy ya por el siguiente partido y eso.
So we won today, and let's see what happens after our next match.
No, tranqui, lo primero que quiero decir, sinceramente no estoy hoy tan triste como otras veces y tal. Hemos perdido, pero ya dije que desde hace 2-3 partidos ganar o perder es un poco, bueno, está ahí, pero el tema es estar preparados para la repesca. Ahora mismo no lo estamos, por eso es lo que más me preocupa, pero ganar o perder hoy la verdad es que daba un poco igual, o sea, hasta que estábamos fuera de todo era muy difícil que entráramos ya en playoff, entonces a ver si conseguimos ganar algún partido para plantarnos a la repesca con alguna victoria, pero como tal, de verdad que no es perder hoy, no es como otras veces que he estado muy jodido. Hoy, bueno, quizás también porque ya estoy acostumbrado, también puede ser por eso.
After other games. So just to remind you, our next match is Sayans against Los Troncos. Sorry, second against third. Thank you very much, very quickly.
Sí, Frankie, Prime MVP, parece que este split no acaban de salir las cosas, pero imagino que estáis con la mente puesta en intentar llegar al Mundial.
So I suppose now your mentality is in the playoffs to try and get to the playoffs. Sorry to the fans. Yeah, they always support us. So I'm really sorry to them. Sorry to the Prezi. You know, he's given everything for us.
Hoy se nos acaban las posibilidades de clasificarnos al playoff de Liga.
Qualify for the playoffs of the league.
Ahora toca pensar más que nada en el playoff mundial.
We've got to think for the playoff for the World Cup. You know, it's all or nothing on basically one shot.
Lo mejor posible para ese partido, para
so hopefully we can get into that game the best way possible for the World Cup. So there you go, we'll leave you the highlights again, and we'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Second against third, Sayans against Troncos. Whoever wins that game will go, at least for one of our group.
¿Qué pasa, familia? Ya estamos de vuelta en el bar de Mau y esta vez con Capi, portero y capitán del XWeird Team.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien, contento de haber ganado hoy ya.
Capi, en agradecimiento a que estés aquí, tenemos un regalito para ti.
Tenemos algo por aquí, con los guantecitos.
Un muñecazo de estos, un cabezón. ¿Qué te parece? ¿Sí? A ver, enséñalo a cámara, Capi.
¡Ole!
Chat, ¿se parece a Capi o no?
Sí, yo creo
es cabezón,
que sí,
¿no? Es cabezón.
como
Es
yo.
cabezón. Bueno, venimos de una final de la parte baja de la tabla entre Rayo y Barrio y ahora vamos a una final de la parte alta de la tabla, Troncos contra Science. ¿Cómo lo ves, Capi?
Yo lo veo un partido muy difícil y creo que de aquí salta el líder.
Están empatados a 17 puntos, entonces quien gane hoy, a la espera de que haga aniquiladores, se pondrá líder. Partido interesante, ¿no, Pedro?
Bueno, a ver lo que hacen y sobre todo creo recordar que Carlas Planas se casa el mismo día que el Mundial, ¿no?
Sí, no sé
¿Tú
si
qué
Carlas…
harías, Zambrana?
Pues yo soy un
¿Mundial
entregado
o…
al amor, yo me casaría. ¿Tú?
Mi amor es el fútbol.
No puedo, tengo fútbol.
No puedo, tengo fútbol. Pues bueno, a ver quién gana. No sé si Carlas Planas estará interesada en ganar hoy porque su boda está en juego, pero a ver qué haríais vosotros, chat. Os lo preguntamos en comentarios y os leemos, ¿eh? ¿Boda o fútbol? ¿Qué escogéis? Nos vemos en la próxima previa.
Chao, chao, chao.
Hello everybody, welcome back for our third match of the session. Big game now. Science against Los Troncos. Science second in our classification, 17 points coming into this after 3-1 win over Pio. Los
Hay penalti,
Troncos.
presidente doble. Hoy nos animamos.
There
Grande.
we go.
Again.
Putting us ready for the Prezi penalties right there. Bershita and the Graf. Who's ready for it? These two seem
bueno,
ready
yo creo que
for
es
it.
un
I
partido
hope
muy
everybody
importante
at
porque
home
también
is
los de
ready
abajo
for it.
están apretando y se está complicando la liga, que desde la primera posición hasta la séptima, octava está todo muy apretado. Así que creo que el que gane hoy pues ya podrá descansar un poco más tranquilo. Yo que de Troncos sigo pensando que nuestro objetivo es meternos en el Mundial y para eso hay que ganar hoy. Y nada, pues queremos hacer feliz.
Give you some of the numbers. Science, they've got basically 100% assured top 10, 75% top 4. Troncos, once again, 100% and 75% again, and they're both 99% assured of the World Cup. So what they're both aiming for is top spot and direct qualification for the semi-finals of the playoffs. Obviously making life a lot easier for them here in Madrid.
Pero que te estás riendo del nombre del Tuercas, Perchas.
Me ha hecho gracia, tío.
Bueno, es
¿Por
que
qué
es
se llama
mecánico
Tuercas?
y se llama el Tuercas.
Ah, por mecánico. Yo
ahora te va a marcar otro.
So the Graf has a buddy of his, the Tuercas, which would be, I guess, the screws. Would be his nickname, because he's a mechanic. But he usually has his dad in. It's his dad's birthday, and his dad's not invited to the president box. I'm sure he was invited. I'm not gonna make any assumptions there. Maybe the dad just had some dinner plans, some lunch plans, some beach plans.
I'm having a Sunday off. I'm having a Sunday off. The family have invited me to dinner, and
very
I'm missing out this
understandable.
time.
He's a big fan of his son's side, and you know, I'm sure he's watching from wherever he is. If he's watching in English, we'd like to say hi to him. Although, you know, I'm sure he's got his own son's stream while he's watching the game, so he's listening to him more than us. But oh, this is a huge one, man. I've been excited for this one all week.
Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? I'm looking forward to it too. Two teams in form. Well, Los Troncos in form. Lost two games, lost the last two matches, eh? So, in a little bit of pressure. You know, they were basically unstoppable to begin with, you know. So we'll see how they go.
What you got to remember too is they were well on their way to beating Los Portinos 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
But they allowed a double goal in the 4th minute of stoppage time to lose that game 5-4. Then got shut out they got blanked against Ultimate Móstoles. And so here they are needing a win to get back at the top of the table.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Ultimate Móstoles last week. They defended tremendously, really well, you know, and to sort of play a Kings League match and not score and not score, you know, that is a real... doesn't happen very often. Anyhow, got some great players here. Players I'm a big fan of. Obviously, Carles Planes, Joan Verdú. We're going to see Dani Linares, who's on the pitch now, number 10 for Cyan's, top scorer in the tournament. And one of the top 10 goals he's got.
Exactly. Him and Edgar Alvaro, or they call him Roble on this Troncos team.
Yeah, Hero as well for Cyan's. He's quick. But here's Dani. Can he score? He doesn't miss, does he? He doesn't miss. Dani Linares.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're more of an X's and O's strategy kind of guy, but Rana's thought out on the defensive end more than anything.
It's just a great finish. Yeah, I mean, you went a bit quiet on me there for a moment, Dame, but yeah, I mean, that was just great finish. That was a really good finish, wasn't it, from Linares there?
Let me see if you can hear me again, my man. Can hopefully I'm back in the fray, back in your ears, back bothering you.
Yeah, you're in the back. You're back in my head.
There we go, as it should be.
Oh, chance here! Wow, brilliant block! What an offside flag! It wouldn't have counted anyhow, but it was still a fantastic block.
Yeah, I think Science was just counting on that offsides as they continue to play, but just an offside right there. Almost losing it was the keeper for Science, or for those Troncos, Corderas.
Brilliant block straight away at the other end. Oh, inside of the post there for Alberto Garcia. By the way, new signing Alberto Garcia, number 23. Has played in the cup. So off to a flying start here. It's 4 against 4 already.
Yeah, both keepers pushing up, but that was a perfect chance for Alberto Garcia to make his mark early in this match, like we saw from ex-Boyer's newest signing.
He's out of his ground here, Dani Perez, the Cyan's keeper. They couldn't work the shooting chance, though. Troncos and Dani Perez has scuttled back into his area.
It's just one of those things. After last match day, after last round, we saw a lot of keepers scoring, but you do take a chance when you want your keeper to take a long-distance effort, because you waste possession, and when you just keep on to hold to the ball, that allows you to push things up a little slower, make the defense face you a little more, tire them out perhaps, and so you do see keepers wanting to try those long-range efforts from deep in their own half. But it does come at a price. It does come at a cost.
No, exactly. I think there's a moment as well when it gets to sort of 4 against 4 that maybe the best place for the keeper is back in their area. But we're certainly off to a high-octane start in this match.
Well, it's what we've expected, and it's what we were needing after the last game we just witnessed. So Science and Troncos doing us all a favor, I believe, right now.
Yeah, definitely living up to expectations so far. Say number 23, new arrival Alberto Garcia. Giving a bit more bite to what is already an excellent Cyan's attack, I have to say.
Yeah, it's not just Linares, is it? It's Martin as well, who's got 7 goals on the split. Linares, obviously, he's an assist man too. Ferino.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just a team that just is in good form and getting better. Little off the ball there, which the referee's played on.
Give up just over two goals a match, and really, while you get a lot of praise and to that man right there, Roble, to Linares, you can't forget about how sound they are defensively. Their shape as well. They're very disciplined, and they don't allow too much space for their opponents to get in and test the keeper as often as maybe their opponents might like.
Yeah, Tronco's conceding just 20 goals so far, and Cyan's just the 21. So both teams liking to keep it tight. As I say, big surprise was perhaps that Tronco's didn't score against Ultimate Móstoles last week.
Yeah, it's like you said, DJ Mario whipping those guys into shape over the last when it counts, really, because you can be a good team, but you have to be a good team when it counts, when it matters. Starting the season doesn't going to do you any favors if you rattle off 3 or 4 wins in a row. It's when you finish strong, that's when you really start striking fear into teams as you come closer to the playoffs.
So anyhow, Tronco's looking to break down this well-organized Cyan's defense. They've certainly got the players who can do it. Like players like Joan Verdú. We all remember playing for Deportivo, Betis.
Verdú's one of my favorite players in this league. I mean, he's just such a joy to watch. He makes it all look so simple as well. And you got to love the black boots.
Well, yeah, tradition above everything.
The black boots, man, that's just classic right there. No need for flash, no need for flair. I'll let my play do it, speaking for itself. And that's always been the way Verdú goes about his business. Now, me, on the other hand, I had the gold cleats, I had the white cleats, I had anything that was going to, you know, call to attention the fact that I was just a terrible player.
She'd never do that. Never call attention to it. I just did that every time I played.
Here in the commentary booth, though, I pass the baton on to you, man. I know you're the star here. I'm just here for support. I'm just here to build you up.
No. We're a collective here.
There we go.
We're a cooperative. There's Roble. Well, yeah, hang on a second. Roble, has he dyed his hair after he threw the dice on? He looks to be sort of.
It looked kind of with how dark it was when he was rolling the die. I think he may not have dyed his hair.
Is it just the lights? Is it just the lights? Who knows?
I think the lights are playing tricks on us, I think. And after that many dyes of the hair, I think, you know, the ultraviolet rays in the Cupra arena might just be taking their effect.
Not a bad effort there, flicked on. And difficult, as we say, to get the power of the header in that sort of situation. Plus the goals obviously aren't as big as in 11-a-side. There's Eric Bartra, the Tronco's coach.
Oof, look at that.
Flicked over, and Sergi Gesti involved.
Let's see this.
Oh, I say.
Oh, yeah. Try and tell me he doesn't know anything about what he's doing right there. He knew everything about that. If he scores that, then that's the goal of the season. That's the goal of the year. That's the goal of the Kings League history.
It's a shame, and here's the big diss, that it went out for a throw-in.
Nowhere even near the in the goal, but hey, man, it was no Puskás sort of award winner. Now, if we get a fantastic goal like that, would it enter in the Puskás award?
Not yet. Not yet, but I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure Ibai will start working on something though.
Exactly. I mean, these guys are getting all sorts of stars.
Looking comfy at the moment, aren't they, Cyan? It's only 1-0, but they're doing a decent defensive job. Tronco's not quite breaking them down yet. Is Ian? It's down Ian, but I presume it's Ian. And corner for Los Troncos.
You can just never be too comfortable, even with a couple goal lead, even though it's just 1 goal. But with quality guys like Verdú, like Roble, like Planas, you just always have to be minding your P's and Q's on the back line. And there's one of my favorite players right there. Just a big, solid rock in the back for Cyan's.
Mantovani. He's got to be careful, otherwise if he gets another booking, he would miss next week, which is against Gigantes. We're going to get our first presidential penalty, so Tronco's looking for the chance to get back on level terms. Let's see how Pechita does.
Pechita, he's accounted for a handful of goals in Los Troncos season so far. Never scared or shy to step to the spot and try to tuck one home. Be very well welcomed right now.
Put his boots where his money is. It's his side controlling possession, but not breaking down a really solid Cyan's defence. Are we going to get that penalty now? We are indeed. Here he is. Striding purposely down, looking serious. Chance to make it 1-1, obviously. Gref still has a penalty to take.
He can make them. Don't put it past him. I mean, he looks like the footballer with his dyed hair and with his low socks. A little bit of a nicer relationship between keeper and president than we saw in the ex-Gruyere.
So where's he going to put it? A few nerves.
What's going on here?
Very strange, very strange run up here. Whoa!
Oh wow! Is Pechita just giving us a clinic on how to take penalties these days? I mean, he's getting so confident he went sideways.
I have never seen a run up like that for a penalty in my life. I hope never to see one again, but he puts it away tremendously well.
It was beautiful. I mean, for me, when you start like that, it can only go one way, but he fooled the keeper right off his shoes. Perez had no idea where he was going, and well done from Pechita. Was pumped up.
All done with the mind,
with the mind. He's the Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah, and all of a sudden then, 1-1. Is that going to change the dynamic of the game? They were looking comfy, Cyan, so good use of the penalty there by Troncos. Obviously, Gref's still got a penalty to take, but you've got to score them, haven't you? That's the big thing. And yes, I think
it's an important thing for coaches, for presidents, to know when to use those cards, their secret weapons, the Prezi penalty, because just like you said, Paul, I mean, those Troncos had possession, but when you control possession, but nothing comes out of it, you can start to kind of get down on yourself a bit, and Pechita comes to the rescue, equalizes at 1-1 here 10 minutes in.
You know, and to be fair, he's not the sort of president who will have a go at his players, who criticises openly his players, is he? But, you know, he's come in and done what is absolutely needed of him. And all of a sudden, great save. Don't know if there was an offside flag. Yeah, it was up again. Sergio.
It's unfortunate for Verdú, who just made that one little touch inside. That opened up the space to dink it into the middle between two defenders. The offside flag stays up, but I don't think that was Verdú's fault in one bit.
No, it was going. To be fair, it was a good save as well. Great work from Dani Perez again. Tavani, does he do much there?
He's got to be careful.
As we say, he's one booking off suspension there is Martin Mantavani. He's just dodged one there, I think, Mantavani.
That was a wonderful back heel from Roble to spring on the counter-attack. And
that was brilliant stuff. That was brilliant from both sides. Great save from Dani Perez, and a thundering shot there from Carlos Planes. Look at that. That is like an absolute Exocet missile, that, isn't it? That went low, flat, hard. Gets across brilliantly.
He left a jet stream behind that ball. That was absolutely rocketed home there.
And again,
another good save.
Starts to get frustrating, doesn't it, when you're creating chances, and they are creating chances now, but Carlos Perez Dani Perez twice denying them.
No, what they can't do is they can't get down on themselves right now, because the more and more you attack the goal, the more and more you're going to make it difficult for Dani Perez to keep all these shots up. Remember, they're coming off a match and they got shut out, blanked by Ultimate Mosteles. So they're creating chances, which is the good news, but they've got to be a bit more polished in front of the face of goal. Especially if they're going to be Perez, who's shown us in these first quarter of an hour that he is going to be a tough man to beat between the sticks.
Chance. Wow. Alberto. Augusto Fernandez. Hang on, there's another chance on the break for the Troncos. Great defending from Sergi Gesti there to deny Roble.
Oh, it's hard to criticize right there. It was a beautiful break, and Perez just picks it the wrong option right there. You got the Roble, the goal scorer. He's the one you want in front of goal, but look who's on the other side. It's Verdú. You give him that ball, serve him that in all sorts of space, and he knows exactly what to do with it. And I just think maybe he picks wrong right there. Ferrez, the number 19 for Los Troncos.
Could be. Game's opening up though, isn't it? Game is definitely opening up as we've got just over 5 minutes left in this first half. Little breakdown in communications there. Slightly off the ball. Not quite sure what happens there.
This little shot to the Adams apple right there, and yeah, we're going to have a stoppage of play, I think, because just coming in on a diagonal run into the box, and he took a shot, little high forearm.
The referee, we've heard the referee say he didn't see it. Let's see if...
Oh, Montovani again, my boy.
Has the VAR decided anything?
He's knocking on the door.
I think he's used his arm really well to shut him out there. I think maybe made a little bit of a meal of that. So the referee's clearly listening to the VAR though to see if there's anything. And this is going to give a drop ball. If the foul's outside the area.
A good defender, isn't it? When you can, I don't want to say take those shots, because it wasn't a shot. He's just he's defending, he's protecting their space, but he does just take a little bump, and dishes out some punishment in the meantime.
What I liked about Mantovani is he ended up playing in the Primera Liga, but most of his career he was playing down in the third tier in the old Segunda B. It used to be the old third division, basically, or third category, but was able to basically come up with his team from that to the second division and then play several years in the top flight and do a decent job there.
Leganés, right?
Leganés, he was also at Espanyol, but I wasn't sure if he went to Espanyol after Leganés were relegated. It could well be.
Opa.
Pablo Fernandez there helping Sergio Sanchez to his feet.
I thought he was doing the right thing, the nice thing, in helping.
Yeah, there was a little bit of spice in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was just a yank instead of a help up more than anything. But
oof, still Troncos looking for it. No space there to pull it back. Soroche, isn't it? Just slips there, and he'll take the corner. Well, I'll take the corner. We'll say I'll have that corner. He leaves it for Verdú. That's good defending. And getting a little intense, getting a little scrappy. Let's see what happens in 30 seconds when we get our third roll of the dice of the day.
I'll tell you what, Science don't want to see that 1v1 knowing that Verdú's on the other side, because we've seen Verdú a couple times now from that center circle pick his spots and bury some absolute golazos.
Okay, it's going to be Chini from El Barrio who will throw our dice in. Obviously, this can change everything. El Barrio women's team, I should bet.
There you go. That's what we want to see as well.
Yeah, 5. Ooh. Sorry.
She's not happy with it, is she?
That's a little bit... Try to say that's a bit disappointing.
In the Kings League America last week, I don't know if it was a weighted dice or what was going on, but the logo, which was this main sponsor, Bimbo, it came up in all 6 of the rounds of dice. I was like, what's going on here? Is this a joke or what?
Sort of dice that in the Wild West, you know, people would have been reaching for the pistols.
Yeah, exactly.
Want to see those dice, boy. Well run there, good speed, wasn't it, from Bibes? So 5 against 5 for the next 2 minutes plus injury time.
This is one where you don't really want to bring your keeper out. There's a lot of bodies there already, and it's really kind of a disadvantage when you're on the attacking end because you got to move a lot, you got to run a lot and try to find those empty spaces.
Probably just takes that little touch there, doesn't he? But in the end, this shot was comfy for Dani Perez. I wonder if, have a look at that, I just wonder if Vidal might just try a little bit more luck. A few more shots from outside of the area. We know he can hit the ball well.
Yeah.
There's no prisoners taking
got
that
some
clearance.
Clinical finishers around the area, but you've got some players too who've got the fire in their foot that can really test a keeper from long range.
Is Greff going to take his penalty? Will he take it in now, or will he take it at the end of the half?
Looking like he's going to take it at the end of the half, and we've already got one Prezi penalty on the board. Is it going to be a second one now? On his dad's birthday, you know he's going to dedicate it to him if he scores it, that is.
If
he scores it.
Augusto Fernandez looking to advance there. Free kick, not play on, says the referee. Or not. I think he's tried to give an advantage and then just pulled it back, hasn't he, for a bit of shirt pulling there. Augusto Fernandez, former Atletico Madrid, Celta Vigo player. Closing seconds of the first half. Find out if there's any injury time.
Isn't he? He's kept himself in the gym quite a bit since hanging up the La Liga boots, at least.
Well, that's half time. So will we get ref's penalty now, or will we get it at the start of the second half?
It's looking like they're walking off. So yeah, we'll take a look at the stats in the meantime, and there you see shots. The Troncos have the lion's share of their shots, especially on target as well.
Says a lot about Dani Perez, doesn't it?
Exactly. He's had a lot of work to do today, and now his president might just try to alleviate some of that pressure and put his team back on the lead with the Greff. But in the meantime, we're going to have a listen to the president.
¿Que lo tengo que tirar aunque nos hayamos equivocado?
Oh, he made a mistake.
Did they make a mistake? Okay, so they might have pushed the button.
No, es que Dani Romo es un chico muy imprevisible. O sea, nunca te puedes imaginar.
Danny's the coach.
No sé, lo mismo le da el 37-59 que se le olvida, que yo qué sé. O sea, es que me puedo esperar cualquier cosa. He visto que Troncos parece que tiene el jugador estrella o... Así que sí, pero cuando el Mister quiera, yo preparado. Perchita, si me puedes dar algún consejo, ya que he visto que...
lo tires fuera, tío.
That's pretty interesting. I didn't know it was the coach.
Y con mucha seguridad, tío. Fuera con mucha seguridad.
Intentaré ponerme así de ladito. Vamos allá.
What's he got in the background? Is that a hot dog in the background? He'd already taken his penalty, so we didn't get to hear too much from him because he's already very content about how things are going.
Just relax. By the way, Troncos have brought on a star. I've got called for star player as their secret weapon in the second half, which we'll find out who that is.
But you gotta think it's either Verdu or Alvaro, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd think so. Obviously, star player. You've got all half, haven't you, to score? So
exactly. Let's see when they come out of the halftime break. It'll be next to the scoreboard, next to the team name. Oof. Bodies going down everywhere, and a bit of a roar around the crowd in the Cultura.
It's Verdu, very quickly, just to confirm, is the star player. No. Another one looks to have been caught high up, needs a bit of treatment. Runs.
Well, it's a bit needless right there from Ian.
Straight into him, doesn't he? Right in the chest.
Yeah, Liñata is just trying to run after the ball, and don't think that one of the best goal scorers in this league isn't going to just remember that when he sees the number 3 in front of him. May not be looking to dish out a little bit of revenge in terms of physical revenge, but goal scoring revenge for sure.
Yeah, well, the referee hasn't given anything, so just a drop ball, which Verdu collects, our star player for the Troncos.
I like that call. I like Verdu as a star player. I mean, he's so versatile.
Well, we're saying though in the first half, in the first half, will he, should he be shooting a little bit more from distance? Well, now he's a star player. He definitely should be shooting a little bit more from distance.
If he didn't already have the green light, he's got double green lights now. He's on the Autobahn right now.
Fun on the Autobahn. So we saw in that half that Troncos had more of the possession, had more of the chances, but with just one shot on target, Sayans took the lead. Here is Alberto Garcia. Losing out there to Mantavani, pulling the strings there. And that's good effort for all. And it's well saved as well.
Great strike there from a guy that doesn't get much playing time. Well, playing time and much action in front of goal. Mark Soroche. Excuse me, that's Pablo Fernandez, isn't it? Just making the keeper work a bit harder than he might like in these first couple minutes of the second half. Corderas, we haven't really called his name too often here in the first half of this match.
No, he's not really had much to do, has he? Once again, there's Agosto really all over the place, isn't he? In a good way, the number 24, the Argentinian. And here's a chance, is there? Ooh, well blocked at the near post then, because that was a chance.
Yeah, I think those Troncos were expecting the flag to go up and the whistle to be called, but the deflection came off of Los Troncos defender last, and then waiting on the end line again after making that pass into the middle.
Play to the whistle.
Everybody
play the whistle. We're talking about the chances. Los Troncos are the teams who have the most shots. 147 shots they had before today, 90 of which on target, which basically means if you're the rival keeper, you have to work. You know you're going to have to work in every game. And so far, it has to be said that Dani Perez has done a great job. Foul and
really good job. Great save so far. He knows he's got some more to come. Roble was down on the ground, nursing what injury he was trying to sell to the referee, and then as soon as he went against him, the referee goes, yeah, of course, you're going to get up to argue the call, but not really that injured, are you? Montavani, though, he's not a guy who is going to limp around for show. If he takes a knock, it's because he's actually received quite a nice blow, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, referee telling Roble there that now you were late getting to that. I'm not sure about that, but anyhow, here they are again. Good save, another save, and here, what a great save from Dani Perez. Double save, launching himself across goal there to frustrate Roble. Brilliant
Perez
block.
Not once but twice saving the butt of Alphonse Sierra, who made a terrible pass at the back line, and then another clearance that was half-hearted that went right to Roble. And Roble, you'd expect him to do a bit better in front of the face of goal, one-on-one with the keeper. Perez, we warned him. He had to be ready for a big, busy night today. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, got to say, big shout out there to the goalkeepers union. I mean, I don't think Roble did anything particularly wrong there. It was just a great reflex, great save from Dani Perez. Handball.
With these smaller goals and the acute angles, I mean, you get it. If the keeper does his job right, and we'll see it right here, watch him just shut down the angle because Roble, he's got nowhere to go, does he? He's got nowhere to go. I mean, you can try some. The only way you're going to get around him is if you try something cheeky, something ingenious.
Just hit it a little bit higher, but I mean, it's not easy.
Yeah.
Not easy. So once again, Troncos on top, doing the pushing, having the shots saved time after time, which has happened to them before, happened to them last week as well. So, looking at the numbers. Total shots, 11 shots, 9 of which have been on target, and yet just the one goal, which came from a presidential penalty. Yeah. Crazy.
No, I mean, without Pershita's goal, this would be winding up to be a very frustrating afternoon for Los Troncos, who have done nothing but line up.
Late challenge that from Soroche. Maybe a little bit lucky there to escape a yellow card. There was challenge on Linares. It's hooked away. Mantovani up to Augusto and claimed comfortably by Sep Cordenas.
Paul, while we've been talking about this match, and obviously for good reason, it is a battle at the top of the table between two teams split at 17 points apiece. But the next game coming up is going to be a juicy one as well, as Unoca FC taking on Aniquiladores, and that's a battle at the top of the table with Aniquiladores joining the party, the three-way party at 17 points. 1K FC.
Just over there from Vincento Rimi. No, exactly.
Because I was just going to say, they're starting to play really good football and really looking like one of the stronger teams at the moment at this point of the split.
Well, they're keeping the pressure on, aren't they? Cyan's doing a really good defensive job, but marshalled by Mantovani. Bit careless. Gifting a throw in there.
Didn't do his keeper any favors right there. I think it was Planas, wasn't it, who just played a sloppy ball back. And this is a chance now, Science. We got that early goal, but they got to take advantage a bit more of getting into those positions that,
bringing the house down.
Falling down. Not the sponsors. Please, not the sponsors.
We're getting an extra bit of publicity there.
Cage. I think that hit the cage right there.
Yeah,
there you go.
Just by the way, let's remember that Cyan still have their presidential penalty and the secret weapon to use. Factors we'll have to bear in mind. You know, I tell you, a goal from Verdu would be just what the doctor ordered now for Troncos, but he's still the player doing the providing rather than the finishing, isn't he?
Right. It made me wonder why Roble wasn't going to be called upon to be the guy.
Another save this time to deny Vives from Dani Perez. I think he's earning a lot of points, isn't he, to be considered man of the match or the MVP. Corner for Los Troncos, which Verdu is taking.
And there's another thing I think why maybe it was Verdu who was chosen for the secret weapon is he's on the pitch all the time.
Well, there is that.
Paul.
There is that.
Yeah, he is.
Sergio Sanchez gets in there. He just has this ability, doesn't he, to measure his efforts, to keep going at a high level but not burning himself out. Look at that, 10 shots on target, 3.
You really would have expected Planas to do a bit better on that header. It was a perfect ball, delicious ball sent over the top, and disappointing effort there from the captain.
There's Augusto. Doing really well there, Augusto Fernandez, well defended. So a chance now to open it up on the break. There might be. There's Vives. And great defending again by Mantovani, who certainly got caught.
Well, he's paying the price again, and
when the referee says to the defender, you know, you're really hard, and he means it. That's not supposed to, oh, you're hard. It's like, yeah, you're really hard.
Nah, you're a tough dude, and I don't think he's surprising anybody there, but he takes it right in the chops. A knee right there from Vives, and he's so brave, but you know he's going to do it, and a lot of times that's what kind of backs away an attacker from making those sort of challenges.
That's good block.
Or taking those risks. Oh, does he want it? Well, it was.
I think it's trying for the overhead kick. I think you're always you're in risk there, a dangerous play, aren't you? Once again, the ball hitting that ceiling. And Verduz not really had a chance yet since he was nominated as a star player.
You're especially in risk of a dangerous play when it takes you 4 touches to pop the ball up and then try it, because that gives the defense time to settle and gather around you.
When there's 3 of them around you, you know, you might just be pulled up for it. There's Mantovani recovered.
Oh, that's a bad giveaway again.
It's a good steal, well robbed, but just couldn't quite keep it in.
Science, they're getting so lucky right now, and you got to think all the chances that they've had, that they've given up, that they've allowed for Los Troncos, but then they've got these weapons in their back pocket.
Exactly,
they're really in an advantage right now.
They tell you know, if Greff scores his penalty, then they have the lead, you know, and then who knows what the secret weapon is. I mean, when it gets to this stage in the match, you think it's likely to be a shootout or a penalty. So, you know, so they could have 2 really good goal-scoring chances.
And with
just
how
around
difficult
the corner.
It's been to beat Perez today.
Exactly.
I mean, you wouldn't put it past Science one bit.
No, here's Roble once again. Well intercepted by Mantovani. Battling away that. There's Linares. Heinzman had a good view with that challenge from Vives. The referee saying, well, he's got to jump over you, otherwise you'd have gone down. But it's not dangerous.
And if we see it, again, I think I get where he's a bit upset with it, because he does just drag that right foot. He lets it lag a bit, and the contact is there, but it's very easily avoidable.
But as the referee says, but the fact is, he did have to jump over him to avoid him. So
exactly,
just that little extra pace outdoes him. Augusto Fernandez with the free kick. He's going to go for goal. He is indeed. Great response. Great save from Corderas, who's also made 2 or 3 good stops tonight,
hasn't been called on upon as much as maybe Perez has, but Corderas, that had to be very quick. There was plenty of bodies in front of him, and he makes a really good save. The rebound could have been punched in, but quickly away by the Troncos defenders, and well done there from Corderas.
There's Mantovani battling away with Sanchez.
Not exactly the guy you want doing regates in the middle of the park. That's a bit better.
Once again, Linares. Ooh, he's caught right on the edge of the area there, isn't he? It's incredible, says Verde. It looks like a foul from
players seem to be losing more and more faith in the referees as each of these rounds keep going on, and Verdu is one of the most vocal ones. Planas is in there as well. This one was a foul on Ian, and we'll just see it right here.
Well, it looks like a foul to me.
I mean, does he tap the ball? Maybe. Does he go through the player to get there? Probably. Not an easy angle to get the penalty on frame right here. Here's where you see it usually laid off to one side or the other. You got Mantovani right there on the left side just waiting.
Linares, what a save. Brilliant save.
And that
once again, we'll just say
the boarding flying behind the goal. I mean, this Paul, for those that are kind of just joining us here, between the game last week, the last game, and this one, which has been much more exciting, even though it's 1-1. This isn't usually how things go.
No, but this is the only reason this is 1-1. It's because the keepers have basically stopped everything.
Everything. It's been amazing. The only one that Perez hasn't done has been the penalty from the president. And Graf knows he's got his chance coming up pretty soon too.
Can they finally get a chance right across the face of goal? Well shepherded out there.
Was that Roble? He was just a bit too late making that run to the back post, and
Verdú blocked. First time it's really looked like it might open up for Joan Verdú, but blocked. Now it's a corner as Troncos continue with the pressure. Incessant pressure from Los Troncos.
Just starting to pick up right now. And oh, he went for the gol olímpico. Very cheeky stuff.
Well, you got to, haven't you? Gref's going for his penalty. Big moment in the game.
On his dad's birthday, he's coming down to try to give his team the lead in the final 4 minutes.
Yeah, he had to give the lead, and with a secret weapon still remaining.
Big moment in
good
the
all
match,
of
not just
Yanni Perez.
Big moment in the split right here. Is he wearing Crocs? Oh, he's taking the Shrek Crocs off.
And he's doing it barefooted.
No, I think he's going to leave them on. Oh, this is history in the making right here in the Kings League with the Crocs.
Well, they are so multi-purpose, aren't they?
Oh! You wouldn't know first place is on the line in this matchup right here with the Croc penalty being taken in the 36th minute. But the Grave coming big, coming clutch, and putting his team up top, courtesy of the Crocs.
Just hits it straight down the middle, doesn't he? And Corderas out of the way. Frustrating for the keeper. I don't think it's the greatest of penalty, but
I think Corderas had a chance at it, and with all the saves he's made today, it's hard to blame the keeper for not stopping a penalty, but there you go.
Oh, the Shrek Crocs as well, blimey. I hadn't realised they've got sort of Shrek on them. There is a new Shrek film out apparently soon, isn't there? That would put, look where that... Yeah. So there you go, 20 points if it stays like this, and they still have their secret weapon.
Yeah, but you got to think they're going to take in the next couple minutes. Yeah, they have to, or else they're not going to waste it. Just remember, if Verdú gets one before the 38th, it's a double goal, so they might want to keep it for him. Oh.
Body sliding in, appeals for handball.
Tovani's shaking up again. That's the third time now he's going to get some.
¿Estás bien, Manto? Dígame.
He's got a little finger in the face there.
Es pecho, me confirman.
No, this thing, the handball wasn't handball, it was chest. So anyhow, just in the last minute, time is escaping from Cyanzas. Is that Ian or Roble? Yep, he's all right.
Yeah. Roble knows he doesn't have much time to waste and sit and sulk on the ground. He needs to get this corner kick taken quickly.
Well, there is the penalty. There's the secret weapon announced.
Well, some of these crosses have just been laced in, and you got to have a bit of luck on your side too, because these deflections can really go anywhere. And so far for Science, they haven't wound up in the back of the net. And
yeah,
that's
I tell you what, I'm not sure about that one. That's a big call, eh? That is very unlucky against Alberto Garcia. So here's the penalty. It's going to be a penalty, isn't it, or a shootout? It is indeed a penalty. There you go.
Look at Pershita. Pershita's nervous right there. Pershita's nervous after seeing that.
Put this one away. It's 3-1.
Yeah. And this is on the verge of losing 3 straight at the wrong time of year for Los Troncos. Obviously, we're a long way from that right now, but
we're going to change the
penalty. Oh, wow.
But who's going to be in goal?
Manuel Martin. Manuel Martin, I believe it is. Going up against the best penalty kick taker in the league.
Yeah, Manuel Martin brought on specially for this penalty. And doesn't save it. 3-1 thumping penalty.
I mean, it's time for everybody to start wearing Croc shoes on Science after that penalty, after the Linares penalty. That makes him now 6 for 9 at penalties here in this split. And Linares, when he takes it like that, nobody's saving him.
Absolutely unstoppable. So 3-1, that's what we're saying. They've used their penalties, they've used their secret weapon, and they've used their presidential penalty to absolutely lethal effect. I still think it's a bit harsh on Troncos for what we've seen in this game, but at the moment they're staring another defeat in the face.
Show you what happens when you don't capitalize, when you get the chances in front of goal. Obviously, Perez has been fantastic, but when you get those chances, and it didn't matter if Martin was in, if Corderas was in, or if they were both in goal right there for the Linares penalty, no one was stopping that.
And it's vital for Troncos to get the ball here, and they don't. Ball cannoning around there. Free kick, says the referee there.
This is going to be an intense last couple of minutes. Both these two teams playing for first place.
Obviously, the double goal for Verdú's not valid anymore in these last 2 minutes, but a goal would still be worth 2, so it would take them, and it would give us an option of another shootout. That's well saved again. Roble, and again.
Does he just look a bit skittish in front of the face of goal? I mean, he had a chance to take it off the one touch, had a chance to take it a second time, but just a little too cute with it right there. And I think it's the way Perez has been saving everything that just makes him second guess himself a bit.
You just try that little bit harder, don't you? Just to put it in the corner, just to put it out of reach. Wow, it's driven in. That was a pretty good effort there from Ian, but over the bar, and we're voting for you. Got against once again on the website, on the Twitch, chance to vote for the MVP. I think for me it's Dani Perez. It's got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah,
surely.
I mean, you wouldn't. 1%. Come on, what are we doing, people?
Although people are, the Verdú factor is still pretty strong, though.
It is. I've seen a bunch of Verdú games, and I can't say this is probably one of his best games that I've seen. He's been good. He's been active. He's been involved. But this is a clear MVP performance from Dani Perez.
Yeah, from Dani.
There we go. You just got to give it time sometimes.
Listen to us. So, closing seconds of normal time. How much injury time will we have? 2 or 3 minutes at least, I'd have thought. 3.
Yeah. There you go. Still plenty of time.
Another throw in, just tries to lob that one into the box to cannonball it in there. which is what you've got to do. Well done. You know, that sort of throwing is probably more effective than a cross.
I would definitely say so. If you can get somebody in front to just get a little flick on it, just imbalances the defense.
Because you can get the angle, you can get the power and the angle, which you can't really get from a corner when you've got to just clip it up. Well defended, brave defending there. And again there from Yam. First minute's nearly gone though in injury time. And I've got to say credit to Science for their defending as another save from Dani Perez.
That percentage, that 84 better go up.
Yeah, this is a problem for Troncos because against Ultimate Móstoles they struggle to break down a really well-organised defence, and it's happened to them again today, hasn't it? You know, their only goal, I mean, they didn't score last week, and their only goal this week has been the presidential penalty.
And I think you got to give a lot of credit, obviously, to Dani Perez, but Montovani and the rest of the defense. In their last 3 wins, if they hold this one off, they've given up just 3 goals. Science, so that's incredible.
In Kings League, that is amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
still time.
Once you break down the back line, then you gotta, get through the final course, which is Dani Perez.
Here comes Linares. Just hacked away. Kept in, so there's still one, maybe 2 chances for Los Troncos. An appeal there for hands. Nobody really from the Troncos team. Just for another throw-in. Time it's with Planis again. Well defended.
Disappointing day for Roble. Disappointing day. Came in as the matchup between him and Linares has won it by leaps and bounds.
Verdu. Bit of a nothing, but Mantovani gets ahead on that. Last chance. Got to be the last chance now. And that's easy to defend. That's it, I think. That's got to be it.
Oh.
Indeed it is there. Our third match finishes. Lions beating Los Troncos by 3 goals to 1. A game where it's got to be said the secret weapons and the presidential penalties were absolutely decisive. Good performance from Los Troncos, but they just couldn't score. They could not beat Dani Perez in the Science goal. There's the numbers, look at those. 12 shots on target for Los Troncos. 18 overall, but just the 1 goal, and that was from a penalty. Amazing.
Brilliant stuff there from Dani Perez, from Science, who've just been on fire lately, as their logo would suggest. And when you're playing your best football at the right time, that's where how things kind of work out.
Contento con el equipo. Esto es la King League. Puedes ganar un partido con 2 penaltis de carta y un gol en el primer minuto. Y no haciendo nada durante los otros 40, tío. Pues es lo que es esto. Es que esto es la King League, ya está. Si sabes jugar tus cartas, si sabes jugar el momento clave, lo ganas. Aunque luego pues eso, no tengas ocasiones, ni tengas el dominio, ni tengas nada más. Y nada, otro partido donde ellos tienen un portero de la hostia, nosotros no estamos acertados de cara a gol, estamos muy fallones en el gol y ya está. Entonces, eso, si no metes los goles no puedes ganar. Yo creo que es un partido que creo que tal vez merecíamos un empate, aunque fuera, y ir a shotouts, y una lástima, ¿no? Pero bueno, aún quedan 2 semanas más, y a confiar en el equipo. Ya os digo, el objetivo es meternos en el Mundial, y después el split es a un partido, son los playoffs, y ya está. Así que confianza con este equipo, que son la hostia. Creo que si seguimos así, el día que entren, nos golearemos, y ya está, pues eso, contento. Es decir, dentro de lo que cabe, pues ya te digo, buen partido del equipo, lo que pasa es que no metemos gol.
Yeah, the problem there is that they just don't score goals. Well, let's see what the Gref has to say.
Bueno, si no me equivoco, ahora mismo estamos líderes, clasificados al Mundial de México, así que ya podéis imaginar la emoción. Ha sido un partido muy duro porque Troncos son un equipazo, aguantándoles hasta el final, aprovechando el inicio, el escalado, luego mi penalti, el penalti de la carta, partido súper luchado. La verdad que los chavales se lo merecen un montón después de todo lo que decían de nosotros al principio del split. Nada, falta de 2 jornadas, ahí estamos arriba y clasificados a México. Así que ¡vamos, Sayas! Y gracias a todos. ¡Vamos!
This is everybody. So there you have it. The battle at the top of the table has been determined, and it's science. The last man standing as the Gref helps out his team with a pressing penalty.
Estoy clasificado, no me lo saques. ¡No me lo saques! ¡Me vuelvo loco!
In my mind, I am qualified for the World Cup, and that's exactly.
Ayer, después del partido de las chicas, me quedé aquí. De hecho, fue a esta portería, tirando un poco con esto. Le he dicho al chat que llevaba un calzado un poquito espectacular, pero bueno, es que no sé si se dice Shrek o Shrek, que lo digan en el chat.
Shrek, I'll let you know, Gref. Yeah, exactly. You come to the English chat for how to say that word. Any other word you want to say, me and Paul will let you know. And of course, the MVP.
Dice, pero sí que sé que el Prime MVP se dice Dani Liñares, partidazo, liderato y posiblemente hoy os quedéis clasificados matemáticamente para el Mundial.
Sí, la verdad es que era un partido muy importante para nosotros, seguramente el más importante desde que empezamos, porque está todo muy apretado, pierdes un partido y caes muchísimo, y además este puede servir para afianzar el tema del Mundial, entonces estamos súper contentos, trabajamos mucho y creo que es la recompensa a tanto trabajo.
Pues enhorabuena y a disfrutarlo.
All the hard work is paid off, so there we have it.
There you go, quick interview. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Another cracking match on just around the corner. Aniquiladores against Uno Cap. And if you thought there was a good goalie in this game, just wait till you see Alberto Arnalot, the Uno Cap keeper. We'll be back in as much time as it takes me to go and wash my hands.
¿Qué pasa, familia? Ya estamos de nuevo por el bar de Mau. Ya ha llegado el día, Pedro. Aniquiladores contra 1K. Me gustaría que aprovecharas este espacio de Mau para dirigirles unas palabras tanto a la afición de Aniquiladores como la de 1K, porque merecen una explicación.
Es complicado, ¿verdad? Bueno, tengo que decir fríamente, a ver, el corazón me dice que vaya con Aniquiladores, la cabeza con 1K. Pero te tengo que decir una cosa, Anto, y es que Aniquiladores tiene 17 puntos.
Vale.
Si perdiesen en shootout, consiguen un punto.
Vale.
Se colocan con 18. Y 1K conseguirían 2 puntos, también con 18 empatados a punto.
Vaya lío me
Yo
está
creo
haciendo.
que es la mejor forma que 1K gane en shootouts y así pues estarían empatados a punto y veríamos en la próxima jornada.
Así están contentos todos, ¿no?
Mi situación es bastante delicada ahora, ¿vale, Anto? O sea que, por favor, pido respeto.
Venga, va, pues una porra ya, para terminar. Venga, va, Pedro. Todos estábamos esperando este día.
3-3, van a shootouts y gana 1K.
Venga, va, pues yo apuesto por Aniquiladores, que ganen mejor. Y mañana, quedaos en el programa, porque hay muchas novedades sobre las finales en el Withing. Así que estad atentos. Nos vemos en la próxima previa, familia. Chao.
¿Qué tal, Mai? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien.
¿Qué tal, Juan?
¿Cómo estás,
Hola,
Josi?
Iker. Hola, Mai.
Hola, Juan.
¿Cómo están? ¿Todo bien? Todo bien. Qué bueno, me alegra.
Both presidents just getting a bit cordial before the match. This is another one of those matches that is a mouth-watering tie here in round 9 as Iker Casillas is 1K FC.
La verdad no lo pone jodido, sino muy jodido siempre. Y vamos a ver,
it's going to be another massive game in the battle to finish top of the group. And Icaladores were top of the table until that win then. Just we just saw from Lions and Unoca just a point behind.
Tú te lo llevaste. Mira lo que le duele dar la porra. Pobrecito. Pobrecito.
Just listening to Aniquiladores president Juan Garnizo.
¿Eres Mayichu?
¿Cómo? No, yo no me voy.
No queremos ni en broma decir eso. Mike se queda con nosotros muchísimo tiempo.
And there's, you know, one is first, one is fourth, but there's only 1 point that separates them because it's a three-way tire and there was coming in, like Iker's telling us right here. He knows exactly how to preview a match. He was,
yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, coming into this, Aniquiladores 99.73%. Once again, start buying your tickets, chance for qualifying for the World Cup. Already issued top 10, 77% likely to get top 4 finish. And Unoca, they're also 99% sure of getting to that World Cup. And top 4, you know, they've got a bit more work to do, 62% chance of a top 4 finish. So plenty of work maybe a bit more work for Unoca to do today, but they've got a couple of players, haven't they, that we really have to keep an eye on.
Certainly do. When you see how tight we think that this game is going to be down on the bottom with the percentages. No one is splitting hairs right there between, but like you were saying, Paul, top scorer in the league. You think he's the best player in the league?
Marc Granero, I don't know. Yeah. He doesn't waste his time when he has a shot, though, does he? You've got Marc Granero 12 goals before today. Javier Espinosa from Aniquiladores has 10. I don't know. It's hard to say who is the best player in the league. If I say best, I'm going to say not including the sort of the star players. But I'm a big Dani Linares fan. I think he would possibly be my choice. But
I gotta tell you, I'm a big Granero fan. I love what he does, and I love how he gets back on defense and he helps out his teammates on the back line as well. Such an interesting guy. But this Aniquiladores team, they've got tons and tons of talent. You look at, like you said, Espinosa, but Ortega is also good. Casi Ruiz had a hat trick in his MVP last week. So we've got star power, firepower, and all sorts of power coming into this matchup, and 40 minutes to decide a winner here from Cupra Arena. We are officially underway, and they get it off with the one-on-one as Aniquiladores and Alejandro Ortega starting off with possession here in the white and red stripes. Is that Marc Granero on the defense here? And of course it is. There's two studs with the balls at their feet going 1v1 to start this matchup with Ortega.
Ortega's also quick as heck. I mean, I can't believe we'll get past 2 minutes without a goal scored in this match.
Well, the challenge has been set by you, Mr. Giblin. Ortega on the second chance off the rebound. There he is. One quick step to the right. And Granero, like I said, doing his defensive work, doing his dirty work, goes to the ground right there. Deflection, and that is going to be drifting out of bounds for a corner kick. So it will go back
for goal. Goal kick, yeah, at this stage.
Yes, of course. So the defense
Great defending. Great defending from Granero.
Perhaps for maybe just a time limit there, because you can't fool around with it too much at the top of the box. And now it's going to be a 2v2 as the keeper pushes up for Aniquiladores. It's Paul Zapata. Here's Espinosa, so creative, so wondrous with the ball at his feet, passing in front of goal, putting the ball in the back of the net. He can do it all here for Aniquiladores, and it's really been why they've resurged up the top of the table. Zapata going for a little curving shot towards that top corner, and showing a bit of class there, a bit of skill, but just blew it over the top.
What? Not a bad effort. That'd have been a goal. That'd have been a goal, wouldn't it, in proper football, in 11-a-side football. But yeah, so 90 seconds, first minute and a half, and basically all played in the Uno half. But now Arnalot and compagnia. This time Arnalot has a go.
Yeah, well, you know, he's out there for one thing, and that's saving shots more than he is for putting shots on goal, as you can see from that effort from the top of the box right there.
No, anyhow, quote, I'll be very surprised if there's no goal in the first 2 minutes. Yeah, right, well, scratch that one. Thank you very much.
That was a long time ago, man. We don't remember that.
90 seconds ago, you know. Time flies in the Kings League InfoJobs.
Really it really
not had a chance yet.
Not on our fourth match.
Yeah, not had a chance yet, Granero, in attack.
Yeah, he'll be waiting like a lion in the tall grass for his chance, and when he gets it, he does not forgive. Abraham Gonzalez just kind of waiting for his keeper, Aronot, to push up, and oh, there it is, Granero with his first laser towards goal off the left foot. Zapata had to be ready, and even in slow motion, that is an absolute fireball.
Player with the most shots on target in the tournament, Granero, 31 with that effort.
And if you've got that ability that we just saw, why wouldn't you take shots on goal? Here's Ortega trying to get around one defender, Ibrahim Gonzalez. Perfect takeaway. And oh, Gonzalez almost turning defense into offense as he laces that one. Both
another great defense.
Busy here in the last couple of minutes.
Two great saves from Zapata. Really good save there at full stretch. But just shows the value of having a little bit of a shot from outside the area. Something Troncos didn't do in that last game, really.
Yeah, and in the end, it might be what undid them, because they were getting plenty of chances in the area, and they were just getting stuffed and stoned and stopped all the time. But instead, we see one KFC, and they were probably watching the match a little bit as they were getting ready for this primetime matchup. Oh, that's lovely stuff around one defender and tucked home from Samuel Rodriguez. What a move it was on the defender, and he had one-on-one with the keeper, saw the whites of his eyes and slid it past. Good pass, Marc Vázquez.
Muy bien, eh?
Nice goal from Rodriguez. Really nice. Dribble, beats his man, takes his time, puts it exactly where the keeper can't get to it. It's been coming, hasn't it, when they've been on the attack, Unoka?
Yeah, absolutely. We could sort of sense it here, and in your eyes, it's 2.5 minutes overdue, but it does finally come on what's been a very low-scoring round here in the Kings League as we get deeper and deeper into the split, closer towards the playoffs. Things tightening up a little bit on each end.
Yeah, Mario Reyes, not great there. That shot from the number 22, and now we are 7 against 7. Ortega.
Ortega right there. He looked like he was in between two minds, whether to have it or play it across the face of goal, and in the end, he didn't do either.
I'm going to be kind to say that's more of a cross than a shot. There it is. That was how things would be if this ended now. Unoka up to second. Long way to go.
Obviously, there is a long way to go, as you say, but with the Troncos failing to win their third straight match, that does open the door for one KFC to sneak into the top 3, and De La Cruz couldn't take it down. He did, but he just spilt it a little bit, showed too much to Paul Zapata, and Zapata off his line takes a bit of a bump, maybe a bruise tomorrow, but he'll shake it off for now. Yeah.
It's a little foot in the bread basket, doesn't he? A little foot in the bread basket.
There is Blue Beans. Blue Beans on as the 7-on-7 portion of the first half is upon us. And, oh, while we were in the midst of a replay, Grepusa golazo. Iker doesn't even know what happened. I'm waiting for the replay. It's Abraham Gonzalez.
Hang on, let's have a look. Takes it from, wow, he's not far, heck. I mean, he's not that far off his line. That is a brilliant goal.
Gonzalez I think he caught everybody off guard. Everybody was waiting for the short free kick by Blue Beans, and Gonzalez just steps up and says, no, I'll take this and I'll make this.
That's amazing.
Gonzalez.
I mean, that is from absolutely nowhere, and it's so hard. I mean, it's hard to do at the best of times, but on a 7-a-side goal, I mean, you know, the keeper, the area is not as big, the keeper's not as far out, and he's still put it over his head and into the back of the net. Great goal.
From the replay we saw, we couldn't see just exactly how far off his line he was, but Paul, like you said, it wasn't an extraordinary amount. He didn't have much space to sneak it in, and just like that, 1KFC double their lead, but Aniquiladores, they know how to come back from an early 2-goal lead. They did it last week, and they can do it again today.
Exactly. So last week they came back, the keeper scored twice against them, and if I'm remembering correctly, it was a week ago. There was lots of goals. Her memory's fading. But yeah, they've shown that they have a team that have got that ability, haven't they? They've got the players as well. But a great start for Unoca. As I say, you know, you've got 2-goal lead and you've got Arnalot in goal. That is intimidating for your rivals.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is a guy who's saved, how many saves does he have? 69 saves to top the charts in the goalkeeper statistics in the Kings League this split. Just 18
69.
goals around. Pretty good return. 1-2 played along the far touchline. Granero has to retrack his steps. It drags David Alba to the ground. Quickly retaken by Alba, the brother of Jordi Alba. Alba with a quick touch towards the corner, and it will be called back. A foul call. Gonzalez can't believe it. Let's listen in.
Referee says there, Abraham Gonzalez, I've given 10 fouls against you in this competition, and you have questioned every one of them. I don't think there was a lot to question there.
To see to give an applause for a referee for a good call after tripping up a player, but that's all in the name of fair play, I suppose. There's a chance and no cuteness about it, just going right for power there from Victor Monjil, and Monjil leaving a mark on the wall as Gonzalez continues to plead his case.
If in doubt, into the commentators box, into the Spanish commentators box. All that expensive equipment.
Oh, poked away by De La Cruz. Here is Granero again. He already had one laser towards goal earlier in the game, but that was a disappointing cross as he had just one man in the box.
Yeah, he's been a bit quiet so far, hasn't he, Granero? It has to be said.
Gonzalez again, not happy with the foul called by the referee. Make it 11 fouls that he's been unhappy with.
None of them were fouls. None of them were fouls.
Monjil. This is Casi Ruiz, the MVP from last week.
Proper name's Jose. His nickname is Almost. I presume that's because he's very close to scoring lots of goals. Casi, well, almost.
Right on target last week, and he'll hope not to be Casi this week, as he knows how important this match is in terms of the standings at the top of the table. Throw-in to come from the far side. 10 minutes in, just 10 and some change. As we've had a nice pace to this game so far, 2-0. Granero is still yet to come alive.
That's the thing, isn't it? That's another piece of good news for Unoca. You know, they're 2-0 up, and Granero hasn't really been on fire yet.
Exactly. And then when he's not on fire, when the defense might just let somebody down, like they might right here, they got Arnalot in goal between the pipes. Casi again, almost sneaking it in on that near post, but Arnalot living over 70 saves on the season.
Yeah, easy for the keeper that. And you say time quickly slipping away. 11 minutes in our fourth match of this session, match day 9. Next 2 weekends, and then we go into the playoffs. The playoffs for the for the Kings League in Spain. Then we start thinking about the World Cup.
Of course. It surprised me a little bit because we've had some conversations, obviously, with the presidents and things like that, and they're already looking towards the World Cup. But guys, the playoffs is coming up. This is still big. It's the Wizink. It's going to be sold out. This is a big tournament.
It is sold out. It already is sold out, and there's other events. There's karting. I think they're going to have Jorge Lorenzo. I think the former, the former motorcycle MotoGP world champion. I think he's one of the pilots for the go-karts. So it's just going to be a big, busy weekend of events.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible and a great preview to the World Cup. But let's not just overlook the playoffs because we've got the World Cup coming. Ortega now into the box. Blueveen's holding off the youngster and now on the break. Here is on the break. It's a chance for Albert Dalmau, and just like that, 3-0, 1 KFC all over on Aniquiladores, blanketing the one-time league leaders.
Straight down the middle. Opened up for him, didn't it? Perfectly. Committing players forward, Aniquiladores, and keeps calm Dalmau. And thank you very much, 3-0.
The traveling fans, are they from Madrid or are they Barcelona-based fans here that support Iker Casillas?
Well, that's
one of a few here, one of very few. But even Iker is in the comforts of his own home right now. The one question I did have, Paul, is...
I wouldn't say Iker was ever unpopular in Barcelona. Really, even as a Madrid player, he wasn't unpopular, was he?
No, he wasn't. I mean, he did have the selection, the World Cup win, the captain as well. So he was never one of the public enemies #1.
He wasn't Figo. He wasn't Luis Figo.
No, he wasn't at all. I don't think Figo would be welcomed in the Cupra Arena as well as Casillas maybe. But what I was wondering is if, let's say, Aniquiladores, they want a penalty shootout, they want a Prezi penalty, and Juan Garnizo takes the penalty. Could Iker come down? Oh, that's a lovely takedown in Arnado right there, sending that back like cold soup. Beautiful.
Offside, I think.
Save and a beauty.
Offside, though. No.
Was the flag up?
I think so, yeah. Referee puts his arm up. Great save, though.
Great touch to take that down and set up a shot, but Arnaud.
That's a good question. You have a presidential penalty? Could you have a presidential? I suppose the problem is your keeper would have to be there, wouldn't he? Ready in his kit, sat there.
I suppose so. I mean, he was dressed pretty casually to watch the match. I mean, he could come down and try to sprawl out and save a penalty or two.
Put some Crocs on, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure Juanjo Moreno, the coach of 1KFC, wouldn't mind one bit.
I'm not sure. I don't think Arnaud will be over chuffed, over happy. I think, yeah.
But it is by no coincidence that Arnaud was drafted by Iker Casillas because he obviously saw something that he liked. And Arnaud, of course, that's a big confidence boost when you get taken by Iker Casillas. And you better perform when you're between the sticks.
No pressure, no pressure.
What we weren't expecting was Granero to be the Pichichi as well. So not only does 1KFC have the best keeper, but they also have the best goal scorer with 12 goals.
And let's not forget last week, who did they play? Just let me quickly flick back.
Turning and once again, right in front of the face of goal. Casi Ruiz, this time you called it, Paul, living up to his name, getting close, but no cigar for Casi Ruiz.
Yeah, just to remind you, Granero, last split was with Ex-Boyer, didn't score for them. Didn't manage to score for them. Scored against them last week, mind. Which made him popular with the brothers.
Espinosa,
you can imagine how the brothers.
Absolutely, absolutely. You could only imagine. Espinosa for me has been a bit too quiet for Aniquiladores, and that's a great sliding challenge from behind. Sprawling out was Raul Ledo, and we've got a corner kick to come. Espinosa to take it. Will he try to put it into the bunch or play it short? Arnaud weighing all his options. barking out orders. Ortega almost lost it. Espinosa caught him by surprise a bit. Arnala, there's Ortega jumping in before a defender. Ortega, it was deflected again, and another corner kick to come as we approach the 18th minute in the first half of this fourth match here.
Well defended, living a little bit dangerously there, but hanging in there.
Ortega calls for it at the top of the box. Getting around one defender, muscling his way past another, and Arnalat again. There's Ortega.
Ortega following up there, putting that one in the net as Dane falls off his chair in excitement there for a moment.
I got a monitor behind my computer, and it just crashed down. Everything went flying away. So I'm back. I watched the goal. I saw the goal, and I hope everybody enjoyed the goal at home because it was great. You could see it kind of coming, wasn't it?
Whoa! We got a VAR check to see if there's offside.
Oh wow, this could be
That'd
it.
be harsh.
My low light might just be wiped out of the history of Kings League right now.
So who's close?
It's close right there.
Player on the wing who gets it. Does he come back from
It's Ledo who might just be playing him onside, but it's hard to tell.
Vale, es evidente que es la misma jugada, que no hay cambio de posesión, perfecto.
Same, okay, referee's saying it's the same move, it's all part of the same move. The question is whether it's offside or not. It's really tight because the defender's there. You reckon it's just? I reckon it just is. That white stripe on his boot doesn't help him, does it? That white.
No, it doesn't.
I think it's.
And the fact that he's stretched out, he's in full stride, that just makes me think that he's one little step behind Ledo.
I think the ref's going to give it. Yeah, that's really unlucky.
The goal has been taken off the board. It is an offside, and one KFC. You can see the stunned look by Juan Guarnizo right before the moment.
It's one of those, isn't it? If there wasn't a VAR, nobody would have even complained. Mini Bartu, the PO striker, who was a big fan of Japanese cartoons, by the way. The ones with.
There we go, God bless you. What we were looking for.
I tell you what, well done, Mini Bartu. But if I was Ika, I would not want to see this. Because it can change the game very quickly. So 1 against 1, no keeper.
Well, you know who's going to be out there first. It's going to be Granero for 1 KFC. It's got to be.
Well, the thing is, the good news is that Granero, you fancy him. Remember, the players can't use their hands when they're in goal against Guillaume.
Right.
So you know you'd.
It's going to be a sprint to the center circle, and there will be plenty of chances on both sides. Let's see who gets the opening chance here as the horn is sound, and it is a clash in the middle. Guillem with possession, takes a chance, rolls it in.
Well in.
To start this match, and another one for Aniquiladores, and this time it's going to count for the league leaders. The current league leaders, will they stay league leaders?
Tell you what, that was brave of Guillem, wasn't it? You know, taking it first time rather than waiting, and
right.
So now it's basically like takes you back to school days, doesn't it? 1 against 1 in the park.
Here we go. So is it going to be Gonzalez? Gonzalez already has 1 wonder strike from his own half. Now he's going to get it a bit closer to goal.
Sí, el saque inicial, sí, va para atrás.
They're just seeing if the first kickoff was legal, so that's not.
I'd say yes. I think he does take a touch behind. Ooh, it's close.
No te preocupes. ¿Te imaginas? Que te lo
Yeah, I mean, it'd be harsh, wouldn't it?
It's gonna be harsh, but it's the lay of the land. It's the lay of the rule right there. That first touch looks like it was going forward, and Granero kind of pushes it back.
Claro, y a mí me había parecido que era Granero el que tiraba la bola Oscar.
There you go.
Dime. Vamos a más descuento, ahora lo digo,
Yeah, he's giving it though.
All right, so the goal stands. Gonzalez now with a chance to put his team back up ahead by 3. A disappointing worm burner that is easily taken by Guillem. Guillem lays it out and strikes it, almost ripping the net. Guillem and Aniquiladores in the last few minutes of the first half, making a comeback charge.
This 1-against-1 absolutely murdering 1K, isn't it, at the moment? Just checking, I wonder if that ball went out with it, was still in the circle when he hit it.
Yeah, they always do. They always play it a bit too close, don't they?
You always make you wonder.
Gonzalez be told to take it back, but here he is, Abraham Gonzalez.
Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant. That is brave stuff right there. Sacrificing himself for the team. It was, excuse me, not Guillem, but it was Monjil. So Monjil putting his body on the line.
Can they draw level?
Here's Monjil. That one was over, I will say. Paul, that one did take just a bit too heavy of a touch right there. We've still got a minute to go.
Over the bar and out over the line. Keeping faith with Abraham Gonzalez.
I think that's Mateo now, and a very disappointing effort there from Ivan Mateo. He has seen enough, has Monjil, and he's going to ask for some relief in the form of Casi Ruiz, who has been knocking on the door but has yet to put his name on the score sheet. Here he is. Casi, oh, well, he went for the inside of the foot, and I don't think that's the way to beat the keeper from midfield, is it? I mean, you can't go too much for finesse.
I think you've got to go. The problem is you've got to keep the ball down, but maybe not along the ground. Right. And then if you're defending it, the problem is not just keeping it out; it's keeping control of it.
So that's
3-all.
That was very tight to the body of Mateo, but Mateo just looked to just kind of ink inside, and he wasn't willing. That was about belly button high, and he wasn't willing to put the belly on the blind right there. As Aniquiladores Granero, he's got a bit of a shitty side to him too. Aniquiladores,
that just shows, doesn't it, how it's amazing how these last 2 minutes can absolutely change a game. Unocal looking great, looking in control, and those 3 minutes, 4 minutes, absolutely holding the ship. Juan Granizo, well, I mean, let's be honest, he's laughing like Muttley. I'm not surprised. Well, you hear that sound? That means we're going to have somebody start with a secret weapon.
La verdad es que siempre cuando nos juega el uno contra uno de este tipo, pues parece que no.
The 1-against-1, it always seems to be that we don't really, things don't work out for us. So it's been a different game overall until then.
Partido era del lado y otra vez a volver a empezar.
You know, but now we've got to start again. It's got to start over. So anyhow, we're going to start off with a secret weapon, 4 minutes sanction for Granero. So Granero won't be able to play for the first 4 minutes for Uno Cat.
Yeah, why not? Why not have a go at Granero right now after getting back into this match and continuing that momentum into the second half with Granero on the bench. So you got to think though. I mean, it's been Uno Cat who have been much better in the run of play. Just those last couple of minutes that they let this game, and by really no fault of their own. I mean, and obviously you've got the dice round, which hurts. But knowing coming into this second half that you're 3-3 and you've played the better game.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder why they didn't Just use his arm a little bit there. I just wonder why they didn't use Granero to try and shoot from the circle. You know, they used him for the race for the ball. Why didn't they keep him on for the shooting?
Now you figure a guy with this quality, or what they saw. I mean, Gonzalez, you understand why he would have had a shot, but that doesn't mean that Granero doesn't get his shot. And so now what can Aniquiladores do now that they've got the wind in their sails? And they have equalized here at 3-3 heading into the final match. A chance to take the out-and-out lead.
And against the team, of course, with a suspension, are down to six men for the first 4 minutes. So they're really looking to build on it.
A chance for Ortega at the top of the box, and that is deflected up and into the rafters here at Cupra Arena. So it will be a throw-in here for Guillem. Guillem to David Alba. Alba's been a bit quiet here lately. Ortega, Espinoza. Back to Ortega now on the right side of the box. That's Guillem, excuse me. Sprawling out and saving the corner, perhaps? No, Raul Ledo couldn't quite get there in time as it trickled over the end line. And now a chance. Sliding challenge that sends David Alba all the way back into his own area. Quickly taken up and spread wide for Guillem. Guillem wanting to put it back to David Alba, who switches the play of field on the far side, dragging it. His defender, that was Pluvins on the far side, Ortega. Touched back and nice little back heel that is going to spare possession here in the opening minutes of the second half. David Alba. Alba flips it over the top, off the chest. There's Casi Ruiz. Casi Ruiz trying the overhead kick, and, well, it just hasn't been his day, has it? Used up all that luck last week in the hat-trick round against Gigantes.
Minute and a half still without Granero, doing okay. Uno Cabin on the back foot.
Yeah, they're bending but not breaking just yet.
Well, we're looking for a VAR check here.
Well, if I'm Aniquiladores, I'm a little upset because there's time wasting from Granero being on the touchline. And you can see Espinosa right there.
We've got to look at it, lads.
Let's see what happened.
Oh, hits his arm.
It's tucked in, isn't it?
It's tucked in, though, for my opinion. I wouldn't say that's an unnatural position.
Either way, I think Uno K is going to come out of this. No, they are going to go to
have a look at it.
A review. So they will stop the Granero 54 seconds. But it's like what we said, Paul. I don't think this should take too long because what else can he do? Gonzalez right there in that situation.
I mean, unless it hits his. For me, that is it left? Is it no? It's his, tell you what. It's his left hand it hits. It's not his right arm, which is the one we can see. It's his left hand on the far side. So that is a little bit further away from the body, isn't it? Although, once again, what would you be doing? Well, there's also saying there could be offside in the ball into the area originally.
All right, so there's a couple of things to check on that last play.
The thing is, if it's offside, if it's offside, then everything else is irrelevant.
Exactly.
I mean, this is,
and honestly, it's hard to say that left hand isn't tucked in as well. I mean, it might be a little farther out, but he's getting it into his body. If it's not under his shirt, how much more tucked in do you want it?
So does he come in from... that's off. The thing is, it's offside, isn't it? It's offside.
That's it. So really the debate between the penalty is no. But yeah.
If it's offside, everything afterwards is... Thank you very much, but it doesn't really matter.
There you go. There's the offside call. So
the referee took us, yeah, sorry.
Just as you predicted, Paul. Very nicely done. Nice call on your end.
I think I should get a job in the bars.
Working double duty, man.
I'll tell you what, the amount of stick the VAR gets and the mistakes they sometimes make, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, somebody completely unbiased.
They could get a hot dog vendor on the streets of New York to do a better job. Here's a chance now, pushing up, trying to just got back into the groove, back into the mix after the VAR might have just thrown off a bit of momentum for Aniquiladores over the last couple of minutes. But Granero's time winding down on the touchline, they'll be eager to get him back in and hold off Aniquiladores from taking the lead here in the next half minute or so. Quarter minute now. Espinosa. Ortega around one defender into the middle, drifting it back to David Alba, who took a heavy touch and was fortunate.
Yeah, his second touch was nearly a foul, wasn't it? His second touch was very nearly a foul.
Or worse.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think if it had been a foul, we'd have been looking at some colour on the card.
So here we go. Granero is, I can only imagine, back in play. And there he is on the bottom right of your screen. Arnalot, he hasn't had a lot to do since really the one goal that went in. That he did come up with a perfect save on it, but just the rebound was put back in.
No, but that was ruled out, wasn't it? So he hasn't actually conceded a goal, Arnalot. You know, the 3 goals were when it was just 1 against 1.
Great call there, Paul, and then he's been perfect, honestly, and it's got to hurt to come back onto the pitch in the second half and see 3 goals put up on you.
You'd be so unhappy about that, wouldn't you? You would be.
Giving away again. David Alba's having a tough day at the office, and a chance there rocketed by Gonzalez again. He's in the mood, isn't he?
See, once again, why wasn't Gonzalez? You know, I don't understand quite the people who were taking the shots for one kind of one-on-one. You know, we didn't see. You know, Gonzalez was there for 1, wasn't it? But then it was Ivan Mateo forcing a corner there. Alba.
Well, you don't have to be diplomatic. I'm not quite sure. By the looks of it, the hair kind of is a bit tricky because you can't tell if he's.
I mean, he's certainly taller, but is he older? You know. One moment. Google was invented for a reason, wasn't it?
There you go. So Espinosa again. Unoka just a bit out of sorts to start this second half, and let's see if Arnalot now can find. Oh, it's a chance. It's a great chance. Alcina, he's going to walk it in. Alcina with the easiest goal you'll ever see in the Kings League. Alcina going, what? How did that happen? He broke through. He broke free away from a challenge by David Alba, who's having a nightmare of a game. And then he sends the keeper for Zapata chasing after Ghost.
Well, you say it's easy, but it's brilliant. Because the way he's done Zapata is absolutely outstanding. Just that little shimmy, little wriggle of the hips, and the keeper absolutely fooled. Absolutely fooled. Brilliant. It looks so easy, but actually, you've got to be brilliant to do it.
Well, Zapata was a caza fantasmas right there. He was a ghost hunter, a ghost buster, I should say, as he was
busted by the ghost.
Exactly. He was waiting for a pass that never came. And Alcina with a fantastic effort right there. So Unoka kind of out of nowhere, a bit out of the run of play here in the first 8 minutes of the second half, because we didn't really see anything after they had given up those 3 late goals in the first half. Chasing after it. This is a chance for Rovira. Rovira bothering Ivan Mateo, who's just going to shepherd it out of play on the far touchline. Touched by De La Cruz and unable to keep it in play, Fran Rodriguez. Was it Rodriguez who put in the first goal? If my memory serves you right, we're going to have a competition of whose memory is worse. Yours or mine? If Fran Rodriguez, if he was the goal scorer for the first one,
he was indeed.
First goal of the game.
He was indeed.
There we go. My memory is still holding as strong as it was about 5 minutes ago.
There you go.
So here we go. Ortega, Rovira with a heavy touch that just gives away possession. And now on the break again, it's a chance for the opening goal scorer, Fran Rodríguez, excuse me.
Rodríguez.
Zapata. That's a hospital ball sent through the middle of the park, and Gonzalez sends Casi Ruiz to ground.
Yeah, just catches his right foot, doesn't he? Twice.
Yeah, asking a lot from Casi Ruiz there, Mario Reyes. It's one you'll have words for him after the match, but
Unoca still got the secret weapon to use. Just to remind people, if there's no blue line up there at the top where the teams are, nobody is asked for a presidential penalty.
The layoff, and Ortega bashes it off the crossbar. It hit the bottom part of the crossbar too, so you figured it might have had a chance. And Granero just trying a cheeky little poke towards the back post. And have a look again, Ortega. That was rifled over the top. Nothing Arnalot could have done about that.
Yeah, I don't think he got a touch on it this time.
That's one of those where you just look back and pray it doesn't go in. You get a little bit of help from your woodwork, and that's exactly what happened right there. The crossbar holding strong for Unoca and for Arnalot, who has still not conceded a goal here in this match.
Yeah, if you just plugged it, if you just turned on and you say, well, hang on, but they've got 3 goals against them. Those 3 goals all came in the last 2 minutes of the first half when it was 1 against 1, courtesy of the dice. 8 minutes left. Still really up in the air.
We've had a couple of really good matches since a bit of a stink fest in the second match of the day. Ortega again!
Oh!
Alejandro Ortega, he was knocking on the door. He's shown us the skill, and now he buries it home from outside the area. 4-4, going into the final 7.5 minutes.
Well, he's just rattled the crossbar, hasn't he, Ortega? And that is an absolute pearl of a shot. Unstoppable. If Arnalot doesn't get a hand on it, then nobody's going to get a hand on it. Brilliant goal.
Well, in the run of play for Aniquiladores, he has been the man who has been the danger trigger man, sort of, if Unoca had anybody to worry about, and he proves to be exactly that as he equalizes here with just minutes to go in the 40. Granero going to have his chance. From
he certainly got hold of it.
Why not? Oh,
he got hold of it brilliantly, didn't he, there, Granero?
You got a feel for the scoreboards or the teleprompters behind the goal, because they've taken a beating over the last couple of halves.
Made out of clearly a good advert for the maker, though, because as you say, they do get a few shots against them every week, and they've held up really well. Oh, he takes a deflection.
Got to figure out who makes those TVs, man. I wouldn't mind ripping a few shots in the living room at the house with a very durable TV, especially depending on, you know, when I'm watching my team win or lose. Across the face of goal again, it was Jimenez hoping to find Guillem on the other side, and quick touch towards the end line, puts it through.
Just a little nudge, doesn't he, as he takes it? But not enough, I think, for a referee's decision.
Well, maybe if he just takes a bit of pace off of that, Guillem has a bit better chance to put a goal-scoring touch on it. De La Cruz now to the far side. Dancing with it, and it's a chance, but altogether a very uninviting chance for Fran Rodríguez, who was underwhelming in his strike that he tried to put on target.
It's absolutely end-to-end now, isn't it? Midfield's not really existing. It's just going straight to one area to the next. Box to box.
In behind the defenders, and that was an easily taken one from our night. Got to come up with something a bit more special than that if you're going to be one of the top keepers, the top keeper, in fact, in the Kings League. Oh, given away cheaply, Espinosa. Here's Jimenez, Mar Jimenez. Aniquiladores trying to get back the momentum after giving a goal to Unoka. Sliced through as he threaded the needle for Guillem, who had a loose touch, and Arnalot off his line. Having words with Gonzalez, you can see that perhaps just a bit of fatigue entering for Gonzalez, who's been everywhere for Unoka. De la Cruz calling for it. Instead, it's out wide. Pluvians was in the middle, so too was Dalmau.
Just a little bit too clinical there, trying to walk it in, but we've seen that shots from distance here can be really effective.
Granero, will he wake up? Will he have the determining goal, the determining touch? Here's De La Cruz, and De La Cruz maybe catching Paul Zapata a bit by surprise there. Don't know if De La Cruz meant to do what he did.
And Zapata's right near his shoulder, isn't it? I don't know if he actually gets a hand on that, if it goes off his shoulder. Place where keeper basically can't get your hand up too quickly.
It's the place that it takes the longest to get up there, that hand. So unless you're going to put your face in danger's way, then it's going to take you a little while to get that arm up there. But De La Cruz, like I said, I'm not sure how much he knew about exactly where that shot went.
No.
He was trying to fend off the defender, and
just over a minute day until we get double goal. Oh no! I tell you what, of course we haven't had it. We hardly ever get it. But of course, if it stays 4-4, 38 minutes, we get golden goal, don't we? Not double goal value, golden goal.
But don't forget, Unoka have the secret weapon still in their back pocket with a minute left. Arnalot wrapping things up and looking to spark the break on the other end. Here it comes as the 38th minute approaches. We've got Unoka FC trying to perhaps take the lead. Is it a shootout? Is it a penalty? You can only imagine
one of the two, hasn't it?
Across again and just unable to steer it downward was Casi Ruiz. It was a great ball in from Guillem.
Could be the Joker, of course. Could be the Joker, but of course then you can just choose whichever you want, and you'd take a penalty, wouldn't you, at this stage?
Absolutely.
What penalty it is.
There it is. That's a big card, a timely card in a game that has been back and forth.
They'll just have time to take it. Well, it doesn't matter if we get to 38 minutes, he'll still take it, and then we'll just go on to the last 2 minutes.
What that does do is perhaps the golden goal will be, you can't put that sign up there just yet. You got to see what happens with the penalty, and you know it's who it's going to be, Paul.
It is Marc Granero, though, isn't it? So, you know.
It's someone you wouldn't bet against, even though it hasn't particularly been his day. 12 goals on the split. The number 23, just one penalty kick taken this season, and he's buried the second one. He's 2 for 2 from the spot, and Unoka take the lead here in the 38th minute, heading into the final moments against the league leaders, Aniquiladores.
Maniche making mouse noises to celebrate there, but that's an absolutely massive goal. So once again, that golden goal evades us. We go into the last 2 minutes with the game still hugely in the balance, although just slightly tipped in the way of Unoka.
Well, we're going to have the ball dropped from the cage again, from the heavens. And if Aniquiladores want it, they're going to have to outraise. There is our Pichichi of the split here in the Kings League España. Marc Granero, 13 goals. Lucky number 13 for Marc Granero.
But unlucky for Aniquiladores. And just to let you know, they've won 3 out of the last 5 matches, Unoka. The other 2 have gone into shootouts, which they'd lost. But I don't think that can't happen this time. They either win or they lose.
The chase is on for the top spot, and now the race is on for the ball in the center circle as Unoka try to protect their lead for the final minutes here from Cupra Arena. Here we go. It's an all-out sprint, and that is Ledo putting his body on the line and taking the brunt of the punishment, but earning possession? No, he didn't earn possession.
No,
Instead,
I think the ball went, I think it went, well, I think it went just forward. So.
Okay, there you go then. So the league leaders coming into today trying to hold on to their place at the top. Oh, that's beautiful work. Oh, the pass back from Espinosa was just lacking in pace. It was Casi Ruiz who was waiting to tap it in.
Hang on, and
it's beautiful stuff. The layoff from Casi Ruiz, Espinosa, and the defenders just back in time. It was Mark Plubins.
So once again, you got the chance to vote on the
Espinosa again off the rebound, off the top of the crossbar, and diving header from Zizi Guillem.
Unbelievable.
Espinosa, a couple of clear chances in the face of Arnalot. It was Plubins coming to the rescue once and the crossbar the next time. Aniquiladores can't believe they've been kept off the scoreboard here in the final 2 minutes.
That's twice that they've hit the crossbar, isn't it, in this second half?
Oh, Ortega got the first one.
That was so close. Let's have a look again. Just sits up for him, he does nearly everything right. So unlucky.
He gets a bit fortunate in where that rebound does end after the deflection, but he takes it well. And again, like you said, just unlucky there for Espinosa, who's waited a little too long to get into this match, if you ask me. I mean, he is one of the stars of the show here, and just as the 38-minute mark passed, he has stepped up.
4 more minutes. Once again, generous injury time.
That's a lot of time for both of these two sides who know how to score the ball. They know how to score when it matters as well. And Ortega wants it at the top of the area. Ortega around one defender. He takes it on and to the ground, wrapping it up and not spilling it.
Doesn't quite get enough on it, does he?
So what do Unoca do right here? Do they take it to the corner? Do they try to add to their lead? Or surely another goal would end it for Aniquiladores.
Yeah, I think you've got to keep on looking, keep on attacking. You can't just sit back and defend in this sort of competition. So many bodies in the box that the ball can cannon anywhere.
Oh, and the fingertip save from Arnalot. It was Casi Ruiz again who has been denied time and time again. Arnalot with an MVP performance. What are those percentages about? Put it up to 100%. There's nobody else who deserves this MVP award in this match.
It's a save and a half, that, isn't it? Which just shows that you can't sit back. Well,
exactly. Unoca FC, they need to continue pressing. They need to keep possession more than anything. But that's 3 chances for Aniquiladores in the last 4 minutes.
And again, is he going to line up the shot? No, pass to push it wide.
Jimenez, David Alba into the middle. Loose touch there, but it's recovered by Ortega. Ortega, it's a bit of a lazy back pass, but Alba's going to recover it right outside the area. Espinosa now working on Gonzalez. Dinks it over the top, going down in the box. Ortega asking for a foul, asking for some help. Referee says play on.
Referee had a perfect view of that, and he decided straight away that there was no foul.
Final couple of minutes. Arnalot. Well,
he's just giving they're just giving the ball away, aren't they? Just looking for one player, looking for Granero on his own up front, and not a lot he can do to control it, to keep possession.
Espinosa around a couple of defenders to the end line. Espinosa still with it, and does the flag go up? It will be a goal kick, which will allow Unoca just the ability to...
No. Arnalot who saved it.
The referee, and Aniquiladores from long range. Incredible, wondrous.
Arnalot's complaining the ball should have gone out of play, or had gone out of play.
It's Victor Montiel, the defender, who tucks it top corner. Stuns Arnalot, stuns Unoca FC. And even Iker Casillas has to tip his cap to an unstoppable strike from Montiel.
What a brilliant goal. Still not over this game though. Still got a minute left. I think Arnault was complaining that the ball had gone out prior to that move. But obviously we've played on. It's too late.
Guarnizo can't believe it. Neither can Iker Casillas.
Well, I mean, that means Aniquiladores will stay top of the league. Takes them back over Science.
Just extended the stoppage time to 5 minutes, so it's not completely over yet for Uno KFC, but they've got to hurry. They had this game in the palm of their hands going into the 38th minute, but they were bending, not breaking, in the stoppage time period as Espinoza and company continued to knock on the door. Here comes Granero, the Pichichi, with a goal to his name, gets taken off the ball. David Alaba now. Alba off to Casi Ruiz, and Ruiz stunned again by Arnault. Ruiz to the end line. Nice defending there.
Aniquiladores are doing the right thing because they're looking for another. Well, maybe been caught a bit there, but they were looking for another goal. I think Uno K was sitting back. They were sitting deep. They were trying to defend. They were losing the ball really quickly, trying to just play it long, and and in the end they just invited too much pressure. And against a team like Aniquiladores, sooner or later that pressure will tell.
Ortega goes down. He's holding at that knee. There's 30.
Vale, cuando la pelota sale fuera, no puedo dejar sacar, seguir jugando el suelo, ya está. Y a la bola ha salido a saque de puerta. Es eso.
The referee saying, like, I can't allow you to take it if there's a player down on the ground. So if the ball hadn't gone off, you'd be all right. But the ball had gone off, so I have to stop it and bring you back.
Si es en la cabeza, paro. Pero la pelota ha salido, no puedo dejar sacar. La pelota ha salido.
But the ball went out.
Sí, y yo pararé. Pero si no es cuento.
It's good to hear the chat between the players and the referees. Yeah. It's a bit refreshing because you never know what exactly is being said, what's being argued, and that gives us a bit of insight.
Yep, exactly. No, it's good to know as well why they made this. It's good for the players as well, as opposed to someone just sort of waving an arm around and being, look at this, absolutely unstoppable.
Inside of the post. Arnault, I do think he wasn't quite prepared for it. He didn't seem like he was on his toes as much as it usually is. Of course, there was no stopping that shot, but he did think that something previously had happened. The ball may have just rolled out. Espinoza was at the very nose of that attack, and he was on the end line. If the ball, we still haven't really seen that. And, well, remember, it was Uno KFC who got the offside goal against Ex-Bouillard last week, which was the point of controversy. So,
yeah.
Maybe just a bit of karma, perhaps, is what they might call it. I don't know.
Swings and roundabouts. It's the last chance you'd have thought.
There you go, De La Cruz. Who's he going to fall to? They've got to be a bit quicker about it. Gonzalez. Pluvins.
One chance, perhaps.
Dalmau. Back to Pluvins now. This is last gasp stuff for Uno KFC, and it's all over. A last-minute wonder strike from Victor Montiel is what's going to keep Aniquiladores at the top of the table here through 9 rounds of the Kings League. And what a matchup, what an exhibition we had of Kings League. A perfect advertisement for what this league is all about, from start to finish, action-packed stuff, and it goes right down to the wire.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, wouldn't you, if these teams weren't in at least the semi-finals of the playoff. Great performance from both teams. Let's see what Juan has to say, or Iker.
Sí, la verdad. Yeah. Montiel se pasó de lanza con el 1 versus 1, con el gol decisivo. El gol doble me tuvo más tenso de lo que se imaginan, pero nada, contento por los chicos.
Double value goals have me tenser than ever, but happy for the lads, they deserved it.
Y al final pues se nos dio.
And at the end, well, we went our way.
Pues mira, lo que estamos hablando, a nosotros nos ha matado el dado.
Otra jornada we got absolutely killed by the dice.
Con una ventaja de 3-0 has colocado a 3, eso ha hecho que el partido vuelva a empezar.
Going to 3-3.
Aquí aniquiladores, yo no sé si la tiene tomada con nosotros, pero es que siempre en el último segundo siempre nos marcan los goles que nos matan. Y otra vez
they've always scored against us, and once again it's just absolutely killed us. You know, history's repeated itself again today. So goodbye. We'll see you in Madrid.
Well, you can see how disappointed Iker is with Unoca's loss, but
sick as a parrot.
Sí, Víctor Monjil, golazo para sellar la victoria y esa primera posición.
Sí,
so another win, top of the table again.
Diciendo antes de empezar el partido, nos quedan 3 finales,
esta
era una.
We have 3 finals left.
Seguimos líderes,
this is one of them. We're still leaders, and that's the important thing. Thank you very much, and enjoy it. Once again, we'll leave you with the highlights. We'll be gone for a couple of minutes. You have a look at the Maoba. Imagine you're having one. I am going to imagine I'm having one or two. And we will be back with you in 2 or 3 minutes for our next match, which is another cracker. Ultimate Móstoles against Kuni Sports. Kuni Sports on a roll. Ultimate Móstoles, rock solid in defence. With you in a couple of minutes.
Hablan de Noel, pero muy pocos conocen su historia. ¿Qué tal, Noel, jugador de Kuni Sports? ¿Cómo estás?
Bueno, jugador, de momento...
Para leyenda, diría.
Bien, todo bien. Aquí ido nervioso ya, que va a empezar el partido.
Bueno, se viene un partidazo. Yo quería destacar que estamos haciendo cositas, y es que en la cuenta de Fútbol Mau vamos a seguir muy de cerca los secretos de los jugadores de la Kings League, y vamos a empezar por ti. Vamos a empezar por ti, Noel. Yo quería saber que nos hagas un spoiler, que nos cuentes algo, algún adelanto.
Un pequeño avance, ¿no?
Es historia esto, pero tengo una camiseta firmada por el Kun Agüero y por Messi.
¿Cómo la conseguiste?
Pues contacto directo con el Kun.
Y si quieren saber más, tendrán que estar atentos al Instagram y TikTok de Fútbol Mau, ahí lo tenéis. Próximamente, historias del draft en @FútbolMau. Si queréis saber historias de Noel, Juanma, los hermanos ZZ, pues estad atentos a las cuentas de Fútbol Mau y allí nos veremos, porque todos hablan de Noel,
lo estoy notando,
pero muy pocos conocen su historia. Nos vemos en la próxima previa, familia.
Chao, chao, chao. Abrazo.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our penultimate match of the session. Another game between two teams very much in form. Kun Agüero's Kuni Sports against DJ Mario's Ultimate Móstoles. Kuni Sports coming into this after, where am I with my numbers? After winning 4 consecutive games, although one of them was after a shootout.
Van a sacar los ojos. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Espero que
with the president of the
se viene un
Kun Agüero's, the Kuni Sports, the Kunitas, the
porque nosotros nos jugamos bastante acá.
Female game.
Giovanni Senti, and here she is. A lot of ganas, a lot of excitement to play this game.
En el hombro, que por suerte se descartó todo tipo.
Yeah, just to let you know, Kuni Sports at the moment 8th in the classification. Ultimate Móstoles, well, they're 6th, but as I say, both teams on a bit of a roll. After this, they'll play Porcinos. Tough run for Kuni Sports. They've got Porcinos and Troncos.
Tenemos la posibilidad de quedarnos terceros.
DJ Mario.
O quedarnos en la mierda en ese centro de
la liga que está muy complicado. end the week
siempre que tengo que tirar un penalti, presidente, la verdad que la tensión es máxima porque no quiero fallar a los chicos. Pero también es verdad que siempre que tiro un penalti, presidente, van 8 o 9, hemos ganado el partido. Gane, o sea, marque o no marque. Así que a ver si siguen así los chavales, que yo confío en ellos. No haría falta, pero bueno, voy a intentar ayudar.
So he's going to take his presidential penalty, is he, Old? Here's DJ Mario.
Vámonos.
Who wants to get going? Mosteles going into this ultimate Mosteles with a slight advantage in the expectation. 64% of people fancy them to win this.
Yeah, it's hard to give that much of a percentage to a team against a team that has won 4 straight games. I mean, look at who they've beaten El Rayo, Gigantes, 1K, and Rayo de Barcelona. So the level of competition hasn't quite been the best when you look at those 4 wins that Queen's Sport has rattled off. But ultimately, most of this, right now, that's one of the toughest teams in the league, especially to score on. I mean, in the last 3 games, they've given up 3 goals.
I mean, they've only conceded 13 goals all season, you know, which I think says everything about them. They kept a clean sheet against Los Troncos last week. You know, they are a team that is really well organised, really tough to break down, you know, and has enough up front, you know, has enough attacking power, players such as, well, Kylian, obviously De La Bella, former Real Sociedad, more of a defender, but this in the Kings League, absolutely devastating, the former Real Sociedad and Espanyol.
More defensive to attacking, and what a game that awaits us here for Cooper Arena.
Yeah, so let's get going. Penultimate game of match day 9 in the Kings League.
The timing of
out there
has been a bit disappointing, I think.
Yeah, straight away De La Bella. De La Bella on the ball. Oof. Thumps that shot in. But Victor Cosera, or Sergio Aguilar, it'll be, won't it, in goal, makes the save. Now we'll have to do his defending, De La Bella, but he was pretty good at that as a professional.
Yeah, you figure he's in for this purpose right now.
Jordi Gomez, of course, number 16 for Cooney Sports, another top-flight professional, a player who's maybe not the quickest, Jordi, but he is such a precise player. Used to be a set piece.
Not afraid to take on. Yeah, not a guy who's afraid to take on a shot from anywhere on the pitch, and laces him. He's got a pretty good return in shots to shots on target, 41-24. So he likes to test the keeper at any cost.
Now, say he was a quality player at Swansea, Wigan Athletic, but there is our first goal of the game. Corominas opens the score.
It's a great layoff, and you so often see this type of situation in those 2v2s where the keeper pushes up, you got space on one side or the other, and it just comes down to the definition. How do you beat the keeper from that angle? And Coro did a great job side netting, waited out on that left foot beautifully.
Opted to cut back, didn't he, there, the keeper? Ivan Perez, and there at the far post, it is Victor Cosera in goal at the moment for Cooney Sports.
I always find it a bit troublesome, a bit worrisome when the keeper is the man who isn't running the point at the top of that triangle with the 3 men up top.
Hang on a second. Whoa, what a brilliant save. Brilliant save there. To the right. Feliu, all-action player.
Oh, it's a great shot. He's got the defense moving one way. He cuts into the side, into the middle, another way, and just has everybody off balance. Really great save from the keeper from Cooney Sport.
What a great save.
DJ Mario giving his shedding his praise on Cortera in the president's box, saying "Vaya parada, what a save that was," and he's not wrong after Cortera.
No, he's not wrong, is he? Credit where it's due. All of a sudden, it's 5 against 5.
There you go, wide open goal. You got to keep it down though if you're going to go for goal.
Once again, though, that is a risk you take, isn't it? If you push all that way forward, might just be out of your ground. We've seen it done.
Yeah, and just kind of realizing or witnessing for the first time Kunisport, when they did have Cortera kind of pushing forward, they had one man back, and in basketball you like to do that. Somebody shoots and somebody's always getting back, so nobody can run the break behind you. And Kunisport's adopting a bit of that sort of basketball strategy, which could come out to help in those 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s. You tell how nervy this is for.
Still need a win, don't they? They still need a win, Kunisports, to assure their place in the playoffs. And there's a bit more pressure on them in this match. Mostel is already assured. Obviously, a little bit more work to do.
We've got a big match for Portinos next week, which is not going to make it any easier.
Portinos in decent form. Just very quickly before we got going, Kunisports 72% of possibilities for the World Cup. Not much chance of making the top 4 in the league, but a win today might just make their possibilities a little bit better.
Well, it's just one of those things where you think, I mean, you think you got time, but that 72%, that can change in a very quick minute if you lose this game, and then you're stuck with, 2 games left, and you never know what can happen, especially against teams like Portinos or teams like USC, which Ultimate Mosteles at the moment, you think they've got the easier path to the finish line, to the playoffs.
Yeah, well, Pio and Aniquiladores said have after this, so who knows what might happen in the last round of matches when a lot of things might already be decided. You might be resting a couple of players, who knows?
Yeah, because, I mean, in the end, is it really that much of an advantage, the 1 versus the 2 versus, I mean, obviously the level of competition is going to be pretty good, but I don't think you're gunning absolutely for that top spot. If you don't get it, you're not devastated.
Top spot you want because you're going to the semis, but second, third and fourth, is there an advantage between second and fourth? Don't know. Obviously you want to finish in the top 4 though, because that means you don't have to pay. You miss a round, you go straight into the quarters. Anyhow, Kunisports looking to make something happen. That's gone a long way back. Nico Pareja, another former pro. But once again, Ultimate Mostel is showing that they are such a hard team to break down. Well, creating danger on the break. Played out wide there by Ubon. Another player to keep an eye on. 6 goals for Ubon. De La Bella unleashes one, but it's blocked. Once again, Ubon.
Right, you can see he's the center of everything. He's wearing the number 10 for a reason, Ubon. He kind of starts and finishes everything for this Ultimate Mosteles team, but really the stars of the show are the back line. I mean, you got guys in the back who really make it difficult for teams to break in and test the keeper and Vidal.
Sorry, 9 goals, by the way, for Ubon. I do him a big disservice, and 3 assists.
Yeah.
Also been named MVP 3 times.
Well, Vidal's got 3 assists as well. And you talk about keepers who push up and can provide that support to the attack in those moments of instability in the early part of the game.
I'm just trying to get that ball out quickly there, Vidal. Nice little ball in the channel, but just a bit too much on it, and Vidal once again makes that saved without too many problems. Main man, obviously, for Kuni Sports is Ivan Perez. Obviously, Jordi Gomez as well.
Well, Kuni Sport, how did they respond after taking a beating last week? 9 goals they gave up. They lost 9-5. Or no, they beat Rayo de Barcelona. It's the fifth hour we're getting into. Paul, give me a break.
Yeah, it's when my brain starts to fade a little bit as well. I'm all right in the last match because I see the finish line. It's the fifth one.
Right, exactly. We just got to get over the hill right now. But yeah, no, 9 goals. So I mean, they're coming off of without question, their best match of this split.
And a couple of them were double value goals, but they were good. They were effective. It worked out for them. And they beat Unoca the week before after a shootout. So they're in a good place at the moment. Fact is, they had such an awful start. That's why they're not a little bit higher up.
And it's going to be this guy, Jordi Gomez, for me. Gomez is going to be the one who's going to have to try to unlock the defense with this Ultimate Móstoles side, run by De La Bella. And it's not an easy task. It's not an easy proposition. He can't do it on his own either. He's going to need some help from Perez. But Gomez is the destabilizer.
No, I mean, they've got Jordi, who's, I say, such a precise hitter of the ball. I mean, if you get 1 against 1, you put Jordi on and he'll get you 2 goals. But you got Ivan Perez. The new signing as well, Pau Mané, number 24. I haven't seen him yet, so I'll be looking forward to seeing what he looks like. Joining up this week. Meanwhile, they've not really troubled Vidal yet, have they, though?
Not quite. It's just, like I said, and like we've talked about, this isn't a team that's very easy to break down. And right now, Ultimate Móstoles, when they're in possession, they don't mind it. They're not going to do too much in terms of in the attacking third, getting too adventurous or anything like that, because they always want to have that security in the back, that security play. Unless they get...
Yep, caught there by Carlos Val. Won the ball well, but in the end, just snatched at his shot. And another chance for Victor Vidal to play the ball out. A little bit of pressure. He'd be quite a high line there, Kuni Sports.
That's one way to really break down this Ultimate Móstoles defense is if they make mistakes on their own. Vidal is pretty sure-footed, pretty steady with the ball at his feet, but that was a terrible giveaway that could have led to the early goal for Kuni Sport. What a player on the ball right now. I love watching him.
Great player. Former Sevilla defender, Nico Pareja.
Fantastic player, and obviously when you're pushing forward, but defensively he's just so demanding. Oh, that's terrible again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hospital ball, that, wasn't it? But in the end, say no challenge is being pulled out here. There, De La Bella goes through to win that one.
Couple of trying, solid defender side.
Yeah, a little bit like the big bad wolf at the moment, Kuni Sports, huffing and puffing, but not quite blowing the house down offside there on that far post against Jordi. I think the moment might come.
It's a good thing he doesn't make it right there, because if he nods that header in and the flag goes up, for the very rare occasion that we get a header that leads to a goal, one that was assisted from midfield, that would have been devastating.
Well won there by Val, but once again, just a little bit too intricate. The ball doesn't find Jordi Martinez there.
The ladies are into it. They're loving it, man.
Yeah. The little Cunitas. I think they're doing it. I think the women's team's doing pretty well in the Queen's League. I've had the table with me, but
let me see. I can find it for you. Let me find it for you, my man.
I thank you. Play on the Saturday, the Queen's League, in the same venue.
I'm on it. I'm getting there. Where is it?
Go on.
We've got all our notes for the Kings League. The Queens League notes must have been in the other folder.
Oh, well.
Cooney Sports, 18 points on top. They're at first.
There you go, you see.
Tied on points with Las Troncas, but have the advantage over them. So they are nestled in.
There you go. Another attack there from Móstoles.
But just nothing, no bite to these attacks. On either side, really. There's absolutely nothing of any interest that really makes you think, oh, this team might be, or no. This is going to be another one of those that I think it's going to be decided with weapons, with the dice round, with those couple extra minutes at the end of the 40. But in the run of play,
what happens. Quite intrigued. Just have a look at the numbers. See how many passes there have been, because I'm pretty sure Cooney Sports have probably put together more passes than Móstoles. Hang on a second. As I wait for mine.
It certainly felt that way. I don't know what the stats are going to say, but they've had the majority of possessions.
Just a few more. And here's a chance. And yes, no. Well, it just isn't going to go in, is it? There.
Oh, it was ripped out of the fingertips of Vidal, and you would have thought that maybe it would have been ripped out in an illegal fashion. But look at this. Makes a great sprawling save to deny.
I think in the end, the referee did give the free kick there. But keeper has both hands on it, doesn't he? Has it under control. So, anyhow, a glimmer of hope for Cooney Sports.
Yeah, a bit of excitement. That'll get us going.
They're just having a good little period now. There's Jordi. Maybe just a bit slow moving that one out. Takes a deflection out for a corner.
Yeah. Needed a bit more on there, a bit more oomph to get it out there before the defender. If you have one missed touch, these defenders, they're so good, so disciplined.
That there's not that much space. There's not enough space there. Joan Inés will take this corner. Looking for, I'm not quite sure what he was going for there. And that's good distribution again from Vidal. Alex Martí. Discretion being the better part of valor. Goes back to De La Bella.
I think that's written on the training ground walls at Ultimate Móstoles. If we can't push forward, if it's going to be too much of a chance, oof.
Play on, says the referee.
Well, yeah.
Jordi Gómez says it was down. I've given the advantage, and I'm trying not to stop the move, says the referee.
Wasn't much of an advantage there to be played, but I understand why the referee did want to at least delay the whistle, but once it was time to look back, then it was too late.
Exactly. So anyhow, Cooney Sports still playing most of the game in the Móstoles half, but they see not that massive advantage in passes completed.
Yeah.
Throw in
surprising there.
Inés will take it. Once again, is he going to rifle it in? Does looking for Jordi, who under a bit of pressure, well defended, puts it high over the bar. Goal kick as we close down to the
options. Yeah, when you're strapped for options, I mean, you just kind of think of inventive ways to try to get a shot on goal, and it was never really going to trouble Vidal right there from Gómez, but might as well try it if nothing else has worked so far.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, Carlos Val wins a throw-in. By the way, the person who throws in our dice in a few seconds is going to be, we just saw him play brilliantly not so long ago, Dani Pérez.
Oh, man.
I would say arguably a case for player of the week so far. So just to let you know, if you are a night owl, depending on where you are, obviously if we're in Europe, but if you're in America, then it's not a night owl, but there is the Kings League America. There's also English commentary on that. It's Bruno and Spence on the late shift. So closing in on those seconds, on those last seconds, and the dice. Will it see things change? It did change things drastically in our last match. And I mean drastically, from 3-0 to 3-3. Go on, Danny.
There is the MVP, perhaps.
Un 2, me gustaría un 2, ¿no? Para darle un poco de
He wants
Rare
two.
to see Dani Perez spill something. He never leaves anything out in the middle of the park. Look at
What's he giving us? What's he giving us?
It's a
That's
5?
what it is. It's not a 1. It's a 5. Well done.
It's a 5.
Ah, Danny.
How
Ah,
about that?
Danny. He wasn't happy by that.
We
So
don't
5
want-
against
we don't
5,
want
which
to rap here.
if I was DJ Mario, I'd be quite happy at that.
Se lo he dicho yo a mi chat, tranquilo, se lo he dicho yo a mi chat. Se lo he dicho yo, tranquilo, yo he dicho a mi chat. Un 4. No, yo...
Yeah, anytime you
You're
have the basic makeup of your back line on the pitch in these kind of contentious moments where Cooney Sports might have been a bit more sided with an advantage on a 1-on-1, 2-on-2. Nah, this works in favor of Ultimate Mostoles right now.
Yeah, definitely. If you're leading, you don't want to change things. You just keep it as it is.
Just go ask Iker Casillas.
Yep. And we get that
Drop
mad
them.
sprint.
Oh, there we go.
Whoa! Ow. Carlos Val losing out there. So 5 against 5 for our last 2 minutes of the half. A little bit more space. A little bit more.
Not bad.
A little bit more you have to run.
Yeah, exactly. Look at how much everybody off the ball has to run. That's Corominas.
Oh, sneaks in. I'm not sure the keeper's got a good view of that. Let's have a look at that again. Well, I mean, it's Danny Martí who hits it. I think he sees it a bit late, doesn't he, there? Victor Cosero.
Yeah, he's got two bodies in front of him.
Yeah.
And I don't think the original shot was anywhere on target, but a little deflection off the shin of the defender, and it just steers it wide and puts that sting on it where it curves right out of reach for him. And doubling the lead. But Ultimate Mostoles, we were talking about them just sitting on their lead until the second half.
Oof, Jordi drives that one just wide, but I think the fact is the keeper just didn't see it until it was just a little bit too late. So, once again, these last 2 minutes being, maybe not decisive, but really, really relevant in the way this game's evolved.
Oh.
And half a chance there if that had gone a bit, if that had just been a little bit more care. Could easily have been 3.
It went off the back wall, but from where we're sitting, where it looked like it might have gone off like the top corner of the crossbar.
Another chance is there for Jordi to get his team back into it once again. Great defending. Let's not forget, Ultimate Mostoles have only conceded 13 goals in the whole split in 8.5 games. So if you want to make up 3 goals, you've got a lot of work to do. Half time, Ultimate Mostoles are leading by 2-0. Corro and Danny Martí. There you go.
4 on
5
target,
shots, 4 on target.
Mostoles. There you go. And just 1 for Cooney Sports. That's how difficult it tells you that it is to score on this team. DJ Mario has his defense whipped up, disciplined, and locking down opponents.
Es importante. Ahora este gol de Dani Martí creo que hemos tenido bastante suerte porque ha rebotado en alguien. Cooney ha pulsado botón. Yo ya no sé si es penalti o no, porque la gente ahora está empezando a tirar penaltis desde el descanso y encima ha venido 0, pues eso también viene un penalti. Pero ahora veremos. Nada, el equipo bien, la verdad que... ¿Ves lo que digo? Cooney ha tenido 2 que ha parado Víctor Vidal, una muy buena. Luego esta última de Jordi ha pasado muy cerca, la ha visto aquí la valla, la ha metido un ostión. Y nosotros nada, la parada de Cocea también muy importante. Y nada, pues 0-2 contentos de momento.
Scares, but I'm very content on going into the second half. Up 2-0.
Okay, he's going to let you know we've got a secret weapon. Looks as if it's been called. I think we're also going to have presidential. I think we have president penalties in this game. I'm pretty sure DJ Mario said that there was going to be. Let's see what the secret weapon is for Cooney Sports. Star player.
Pensaba que no. Está bien pulsado.
That's big right there.
Bateo yo. Nah.
Is it going to be Jordi? By the sounds of it.
Para, de nuevo, repetime la pregunta que no te estaba escuchando. De nuevo.
So you've got to, you've got to go and he's got to start shooting, Jordi.
Ah, sí. No, la verdad que dentro de lo que es posesión de juegos, Cunitas para mí tiene mucho más la pelota.
Oh, for the possession, that we're holding pretty possession. I like how we're playing. Cuni Sports has had the ball more, but it's just we're missing that last touch, that last definition where we might just have to improve in the second half.
Nada, creo que el equipo está bien.
I think that pretty much resumes it, doesn't it? They haven't been bad, but they just haven't managed to find the chances.
So here we go. Still a lot to play for, as we saw in the last game. You can always tell that you're going to have a photo finish, especially between two teams playing good defense like that, but they've had their chances both on each end, and here we go into the second half, second 20 here from Cooper Arena.
So Jordi Gomez is the star player for the Cuni Sports, something which doesn't always work. We see the star player used. It doesn't always produce the goal though, does it? And sometimes I just wonder, we've commented, does it actually mean that players change the way they play because they're the star player, or the teammates means they look for them when maybe it'd be better to look for other rivals? Not always working, but it's the card that you've been given. And remember, presidential penalties as well. That could be decisive.
I'm hoping one of the girls comes down and takes a penalty and represents the Cunitas, the league leaders in the Queens League.
Why not? Why not? We're going to get a presidential penalty in a moment or two.
It's not going to take long. Here they come, trying to inspire a bit of attacking prowess into their team from the presidential box coming down. Or is it going to be a shootout?
I think it could be a shootout.
Oh.
And Jordi will take it. Which makes things very, very interesting. Big moment, Jordi here. Really needs to score this.
2 for 2 in shootouts this year.
But not this time. Well, that is a massive, massive save. Never looked like scoring, did he? Just went straight through. Didn't really try to change direction. Didn't look to dribble. And straight at the keeper.
It was disappointing from Jordi, who's got so much talent, but he didn't want to go one way or the other.
Yep. So just look for the other kick. But remember, Jordi is the star player. If he'd have scored,
right? Yeah, we're even.
Yeah.
Big opportunity right there. That's gone to waste.
There's DJ Matt. Look at that. He doesn't. There's not. Like some of them just step down in what they're wearing, don't they? DJ Mario, none of that. He takes it seriously. He gets the kit on, the full kit, with his shorts, with his socks, with his shirt.
He's been waiting for this moment. He's been talking about this moment too.
I've seen him miss one this split. We'll have it saved anyhow. I think what the thing is, you've got to make the keeper work, haven't you?
Yeah.
So if he scores this, however, 3-0. Oh, very cool. Very cool. 3-0, DJ Mario. Spin the disc.
You're winning plenty of fans there at Cooper Arena. With the sleeve. DJ Mario. Tucks it home, and man, Cuni Sports is in trouble right now. How many times do you think Ultimate Mosterless have given up a 3-goal lead?
Oof. As we say, just 13 goals conceded all season. And they've still got their secret weapon.
Right.
Good penalty.
Oh, that's not bad.
Free kick, says the referee. It wasn't that close, but close enough. Okay, want the distance. Good penalty.
Sports, they just have to figure out that this game's not over. They seem a bit dejected right now, and it's unfortunate. But that's just a really good penalty from DJ Mario.
They had the chance for 2-0, didn't they? For 2-2, and it's 3-0. Yeah, which can be.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a huge swing right now, and now. Wow.
It's just not going in for them. Once again, Vidal makes the block, but the following was there. The follow-up was there to be taken.
No, and it's like we saw with Los Troncos. The more and more you have chances and the less they go in, it frustrates you. It takes your spirit away. Yeah, and the belief kind of goes with it.
Yeah, Jordi hit that well. But, I mean, once again, reasonably comfy for Vidal.
You got to think, I mean, in the position they're at right now, Jordi, not only is he not going to come off the pitch, but he's going to be the one that's targeted around, because they don't just need one goal, they need 2 or 3, obviously, but the double goals are going to be awfully important.
Exactly, that's how things would stand at the moment. That's where Ultimate Muscles will go above Troncos. And thinking the last game is Gigantes against Pio, that's where they would stay. Nobody could. Hang on a second. 4-0 as Alex Marti goes all the way. Dribbles it past the keeper, puts it into the back of the net and celebrates with the man who pays his wages. Why not? Why not? Give me a pair.
Are we on our way to another rout? This could get ugly for Cluny Sports right now. We've seen Ultimate Móstoles win 10-2 over Gigantes and 6-0 over Porcinos. Could we be in the making for another historic scoreline here?
Yeah, when they lose big, don't they? I mean, that's one of the problems. It's only 20 goals against. I thought they'd have more, but yeah, they're so far getting a caning. For a great goal from Alex Marti, by the way. Great individual skill. Cuts in, beats one man, gets around the keeper, flicks it home before the other defender gets there. Top stuff. As you say, we talked about the double whammy. It could have been 2-2 and it was 3-0. Now it's 4-0.
Yeah,
no,
it hurts. Good. It hurts. In Cluny Sports, I don't know if there was a button to just end this game right now, if they would press it, because from what we've seen, there's just nothing happening in the attack for them, and there's no way to break down this defense. The back line is held strong, and it's frustrated Gomez, it's frustrated Perez.
No, I mean, that's the thing is, Ultimate Móstoles, they've, thinking about last week, I'm not sure what, off the top of my head, what the score was 2 weeks ago, but they've gone over an hour and 5 minutes without conceding a goal in Kings League. In Kings League, not just not conceding.
6-2 against Science 2 weeks ago. They gave up a couple goals late on, but they were up 6-0. So, I mean, they've been dominating teams over the last couple of weeks.
And the fact is, their defensive record is so good. Their goal difference is plus 22. Staggering.
It's hard to. It's really kind of hard to pick who the best team is right now at this moment. You got Una KFC, you've got Ultimate Móstoles, who have been making late charges, and then you got your Troncos and your Aniquiladores, who have played steady throughout the season.
But it's just not 5-0.
Right there. The offside flag, I do believe, went up.
Hang on. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But it's just, not saying it's one-way traffic, but when they attack, they're just absolutely decisive.
Yeah.
Slicing through them.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, it's quite a long one. Just offside, Don't think even the Bouye brothers would have disputed that one. Well, I don't know. Maybe I exaggerate.
They'd find some way. They're entertaining though. You got to say, they're loud, they're noisy, they're very passionate, but it's fun to watch them. They definitely give. You can't second guess their passion and their emotion that they bring into each and every one of these games.
Bloody glad they don't live in the flat upstairs, that's all I'm saying. Good save from Cocera. Good turn, lovely little turn as well, isn't it, from Coro? Oof. Oof. I think there was an oof moment, as you say. Well, by Jules.
One thing that Ultimate Mostoles also does is they have a way of killing a game, like taking just all of the emotion out of it for the other team. Obviously, they're riding on cloud 9 right now, but they've taken the crowd out of it, they've taken the team out of it, and really they've taken the spirit out of it for Kunisport, it seems.
Yeah, and Kunisport's one of the more popular teams here in Barcelona, obviously because Kun had his brief, unfortunate spell with Barca. There you go, the sponsors getting some of the sponsors there getting a good munching. And yeah, they're just not creating anything, are they? Kunisport, sorry.
You got to think, Kunisport, they're going to need 2 goals in the last couple minutes, 2 double goals, because getting a couple goals in this time frame right now doesn't seem to be like it's going to do much. I mean, when that sense of urgency comes on, when you know you got 2 goals, even 1 goal, obviously, it'll still leave you needing 2 goals. So it's an uphill battle. It's a very steep hill to climb.
I think at the moment, as Killian can't keep that one in, it's looking more, to me, 5-0 looks more likely than 4-3 or 4-2.
Right.
Stranger things have happened, but at the moment, as Parejo sends that one forward, it doesn't look as if it's going to happen. There is Carlos Val. And they're just banging their heads against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, the guys we usually see have just been silenced so far. The guys who have been at the center, the focal point of this 4-game win streak for Kunisports, they've disappeared.
Even Ivan Perez, who's normally such a reliable striker, hasn't really been able to shine today.
Can't remember a single strike he's had on target or even off target, really.
Doing a great job as coach, Alex Marti.
Dani Marti, De La Bella, they all know who these guys that they need to shut down. They've done a good job doing that coming into today. Obviously, there's some strategy, there's some coaching that goes into everything. We know who the good, if we know who the good guys are on the other team, then the other team knows who the other team. You know what I'm saying? So there's no
I'm going to have to think about it. It's been a long afternoon, but yeah, I think I know what you're saying. That was offside there, by the way, as Joan Inés ducked out of the way. As the Móstoles. I wonder if they're from Móstoles, really. It's a long way from Móstoles to Barcelona.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I think if I'd come from Móstoles
Semana
to Barcelona,
Santa, I mean, maybe they're on a little bit of a vacation. We're the only people around here that don't get vacation time.
Holiday, what's that? No. Pilgrimage from Móstoles to Barcelona. I think I'd stay in Barcelona if I'd come from Móstoles, to be honest.
Me and Bruno were talking about how much you love Móstoles.
It's got a hospital on it, and that's about it. It's not, by the way, if you don't know Móstoles, it's basically a sleeper town of about, 400,000 people? But on the outskirts of Madrid, to the south of Madrid, which has sort of sprung up over the last 30 years. It hasn't really got an old part of town. It's not got a historic quarter. It's got a hospital and some wide sort of roads with half-grown trees. I'm not a big fan. So I hope DJ Mario doesn't hear me, because
you want the old school charm, the
Iker Casillas is from there as well.
And, well, there you go. Yeah. There's a reason for you to visit.
I don't think he lives there now.
Most likely not. Most likely not.
Cocera makes that claim.
I'll tell you what, if this is a second straight game where they hold the other opponent scoreless, it's one of the most impressive things we've seen in this split.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And there's a sense of pride there. I mean, Ultimate Monsters, they don't just want the win, they don't just want the 3 points.
Bien partido. Ni una. Las tres que me pedían, ni una era falta. Ni una era falta.
The 3 that you've asked for, not one of them was a foul. Might have been a foul,
pick on him, doesn't he? He set a pick at the top of this, like it was March Madness, like it was EuroLeague basketball.
Just runs out there as Kylian Rato looks to chase it down. And the clock's just ticking away, isn't it? 33 minutes nearly. Keeping it calm, not a lot happening. Kuni Sports just can't break them down.
And you have to assume that a sense of urgency is kind of entering into Kuni Sports. And it's usually visible, but I don't think Ultimate Monsters is allowing them to enter even in that rush sort of urgent state yet, because they just can't do it.
No, I mean, I don't think there's a lack of urgency. I just don't think they're able to do anything with it at the moment.
Exactly. So here comes a secret weapon, and we're going to have to see who exactly. Yeah, Ultimate Monsters around the 34. So could it be a sanction?
Shootout?
I'm thinking right around the 34th. Oh. That was quite the turn, and he had all sorts of space, didn't he? Gorominas, how did he get in so much open space?
Jordi unleashes that one, but once again, we're just seeing that the double. They need Jordi to score, but once again, that double, the star player with the double goal, it's just not working. Once again, on the break, Ubon. And good save. That was great play. De La Bella looking to lift that in at the near post. Well defended, though, by Cocero. Well saved.
Well, he seemed to have the keeper shifting to one side, Cocera, but he just left that lagging foot there, and it was enough to force the corner kick. Great charge through the middle from Ubon. We've seen very little of so far.
Alex Marti, who's got that lovely goal to make it 4-0. Back it goes. That's going to be a throw-in. First lack of concentration there's been there at the back from Kuni Sports. There's Ivan Perez wasn't picked up in there from that throw-in.
And did you see Vidal? Did you see Vidal's tongue lashing? This unforgiving defense, even when they drop their head for a second, Vidal's right there to make sure that they hear about it. They're up 4. There's 4 minutes left in this match, and he's still as demanding as ever.
I'm going to get the secret weapon now, or on the next move we're going to get it now. Let's see what it is. Penalty. Wow, 4-0 up, and you get a penalty.
Wow.
Para rascar un tiempo de lo de Jordi Gómez, es que es un mejor entrenador, ya está.
So a real good chance, great chance here to put the game, I would say, almost out of reach. It's Ubon. And that is cheeky. That is cheeky. A Panenka in the Kings League.
When you're up 4-0 and there's only 4 minutes left, you can afford to take a chance like that. And move on. I mean, he had Cocera just absolutely on skates right there. Thinks it up over the top. It's one of those ones where if you get it right, perfect. If you get it wrong, you look like a bit of a fool, but up 4-0, you can take those chances.
Yeah, 4-0, 5-0 now. 3 minutes left before we go left in this match, a minute and a bit before we have our last 2 minutes. But once again, it just puts them beyond 2 goals, doesn't it? Which means even if Jordi Gomez scored one and they scored another in the 39th minute, then you're not going to get back into it. And to be fair, it ain't even 4-0. It doesn't look as if they're going to get back into it, does it?
Question for you, Paul, is the best penalty that we've seen today Pershita's?
Good question. I thought Mark Valiente's was very good because he had to take it twice.
Valiente's was actually really nice. Yeah, that's true. Valiente's was great. It was just the unconventional way Pershita went about it, I suppose. You know,
the most memorable.
The guy who
most memorable.
You're talking to the guy who wore the flashiest boots on the pitch as well. So.
Obviously, anyone who takes a penalty with Crocs on is also.
Yeah, that's true.
Going to be worth remembering.
I mean, I don't think Cooney Sport's going to want even an added second of stoppage time. They just want to bow out of here and get out and think about next round.
Hang on a second, there was a bit of complaining here that the referee, that the clearance blocked. It's amazing that 5-0 though, they're still complaining. The referee must be thinking, give us a break, lads, here, you know, come on.
There is just a 2 minutes left. Referee where you want to just point at the scoreboard and say, really, you're gonna complain about one little ticky-tack thing when you haven't had? Oh, come on, that's really what they're going to be upset about. Of course, I do get it. If they do get a yellow card going into those final 2 minutes, it's might as well try to convince the referee. I understand.
Yeah. We'll give you that one. So 2 minutes left, plus I said whatever injury time our referee decides to add, which I don't think will be too excessive. And Ultimate Mostolas will continue their rise up the classification.
Aleix Martí putting on the Jets and getting to the center circle before Cooney Sport.
It's getting cleared.
Just yet another way that Ultimate Mostolas has dominated Cooney Sport from start to finish in essentially every statistical category.
Yep. There once again, there's your candidates for MVP.
Ooh, I'm a little up in the air in this one.
It's just been a good team performance, hasn't it?
Yeah. Vidal hasn't done too much to stifle Cooney Sport. Dani Martin, okay, he's part of the defense that has kept everybody quiet. Aleix Martí had that individual piece of brilliance in the second half. Corominas too. It's a tough one.
I think
what you don't see is anybody from Cooney Sports.
No, I think the way they've dominated, it'd be hard. I mean, it's not really a game where you'd say the keeper was the MVP for me, but I don't know. I'd be looking at someone. I don't know. Someone who played in defence, someone like Delabello who just not put a foot wrong. Anyhow, Coro's also been really lively, hasn't he? And scored the opening goal, which is always the big one. Brought down by Val. And through he goes to the keeper once again, Vitor Vidal.
You can just see how much this game meant to Mario to Ultimate Mostolas. He's been standing up essentially all 40 minutes, and it's been nervy for him. I mean, it's been comfortable in these last 10, 15, 20 minutes, but he stood up the entire time, and he knows this is an important match for standings, for the going into the final 2 match rounds of this split, and looking towards the playoffs, looking towards the World Cup.
Well, the World Cup, I mean, you basically nailed on, I would have thought, after this win.
Yeah.
Say, who else have they got left to play? 3 minutes of injury time was a bit harsh. Ultimate Mostolas got to say Pio and Aniquiladores, so that you'd say they'd be favourites against Pio up next, by the way, against Gigantes. But maybe Aniquiladores, no. But winning today is a big step. No, if it wasn't,
Yeah,
they weren't already big favourites.
One of the hottest teams in the league off track, off their win streak, which is another big thing, and all the while doing it after they scored 9 goals last week, they held them scoreless.
Yeah, and it gives them work to do, doesn't it? It gives Kunispor still got the work to do in the next 2 matches, which are, just to remind you, they're not easy matches either. They're against Porcinos and Troncos. So they might find themselves playing a few too many games in the playoffs, a few more than they'd really want to. Also makes interesting what might happen, you know, with Gigantes and Pio, both teams in that sort of same, especially Gigantes plays same sort of position in the classification as Kunispor. Good save once again.
That was basically just one of those one-on-one shots. I mean, he was unhindered coming out of the center circle, and really nobody stepped up at him. So he had a clear path to goal. Nice save by Coceda. Comfortable save by Coceda.
It's Sergio Aguilar who's come on now to replace him. So they've
swapped
keepers as well, yeah.
There we go.
But we did have Coceda on for a good while. Closing seconds now, and it's got a drop ball. Sort of match. I don't think 3 minutes was really necessary, but
no, not quite. I don't think Kunispor would have been begging for more time either. I think they could have walked off this pitch about 20 minutes ago and been happy.
Yep.
Obviously, we're not going to get to hear from Kun Agüero afterwards, but he can't be pleased at what he's seen from his team here. Just an absolute forgettable day.
Not been able to do anything, have they, really? They've just not created chances. They've just found it really, really difficult. But I think a lot of that's credit to their rivals. 2 clean sheets in 2 matches from Ultimate Móstoles. That makes them, to me, the real team to beat in this tournament at the moment.
Ooh. Wow, big words for Paul Giblin right there. Ultimate Móstoles.
Tell you what, we're going to be
a big win. And we're going to hear from DJ Mario after this big win. As taking a look at the score and the stats, and everything leads one way, and it's all for Ultimate Móstoles, who, I mean, yeah, sure, maybe they had the less possession, less passes connected, but they dominated this game through and through and really frustrated Kunispor on the attacking end. DJ Mario is going to join us pitch side as I think we want to hear all from him, but Kunispor, let's see if we can get something from the Presidentas.
Sí, derrota dura. La verdad que el primer tiempo arrancó bien Kuni.
First half wasn't bad.
Posesión de pelota.
Had a lot of possession of the ball, but in the second half we got a little tighter and they broke us down. They scored well and they took advantage of their opportunities. And Mario scored his Presi penalty and.
Bueno, salió mucha ventaja de gol, pero el partido yo no lo veía así y los chicos bajaron.
Yeah, the scoreline might not be exactly indicative of how it went, although Paul, I think you might be a bit in disagreement with that, but
I think they deserved the nil, didn't they?
A faithful president and a presidenta will always back her side, and now let's hear from DJ Mario, who is downstairs, giving all of his boys some props.
Yo, Mario.
Es muy difícil, creo, en esta liga hacer partidos y acabar a 0 en contra, que no metan gol. Lo están haciendo, están marcando, haciendo goleadas. Muy contento por todo. Obviamente, mi penalti les ha ayudado bastante. Parecía Cristiano. Y nada, de verdad, contento por ellos. Por Alex Martí, por el gol que ha metido, por Dani, por el entrenador, por Alex, que se habla un poco de él. Y nada, otra victoria goleada y a ver si podemos luchar el primer puesto. Nos queda Pío, por pinche Pío y Aniquiladores, pero vamos a por ello.
We can continue to climb the standings here in the next couple of weeks. So DJ Mario and Ultimate Móstoles with a big win over Kuni Sports, a team that was in full form.
Sí, hoy el Prime MVP es para Coro, partidazo, goleada y victoria que os pone terceros.
Sí, muy contentos, hemos hecho un partido muy completo y bueno, contra un equipo que venía en buena dinámica, Kuni Sports, y bueno, contentos. A luchar hasta el final, quedan dos partidos, dos finales y está todo muy igualado, como te decía.
Pues a disfrutarlo, enhorabuena.
Going into the final 2 match days. So
there you go. Highlights. I think.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Little quick break. I think we have a video about after this rather than the match. I did take a little reflection on that before going to the Mao Bar, but we'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes for our last match of the afternoon. Pio against Gigantes. Big game. Bearing in mind what's just happened. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
Familia, ya estamos por aquí por el bar de Mau. Se viene un partidazo, Pío Gigantes. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, Santo?
Espera Pedro, un segundo, a ver.
¿Cómo?
A ver, me dicen algo por aquí. Tenemos una noticia histórica, ¿eh?
A ver, ¿qué noticia?
Un bombazo. Esto es, vamos, legendario, Pedro.
A ver.
Tras el enfrentamiento en la velada del año 3, tras toda la polémica que hubo y esa rivalidad que pasó a la historia de Internet, Marina Rivers representará a Pío en el Open Shootout VIP. Aquí lo tenemos.
Bueno.
Te queda mejor el blanco, Marina. Claro que sí. Bienvenida al nido. ¿Qué te parece?
Bueno, se podría decir que si no puedes con tu enemigo, te unas a él.
¡Oh! ¿Tú con quién ibas?
Yo, a ver, sinceramente iba con la mexicana. No sé por qué, pero era como, bueno, por cambiar un poquito, ¿no?
¿Sabes con quién iba yo?
¿Por? A ver.
Con Rivers. Yo iba con Rivers. Yo quería que ganara Rivers.
Vale, sí, ¿no? Claro. Yo creo que lo mufé. Puede ser por eso, ¿eh?
Bueno, después de tanta polémica, tanto ruido, ahora se dan la mano y competirán juntas representando a Pío. ¿Qué tal la ha recibido el nido? ¿Tú crees que bien? ¿Es bienvenida?
Sí, son dos ganadoras, entonces yo creo que va a ir todo bien. Dos chicas con muchísima personalidad y a ver qué tal lo hacen, ¿no?
Claro, al final todo esto es un show, familia, a disfrutar. ¿Y ahora qué? ¿Que gane Pío o Gigantes?
Yo voy con Pío porque, no sé, les veo bastante concentrados. El barrio y Rayo, pues también, sobre todo el barrio, estaban pendientes de lo que hiciera Pío. Así que vamos a ver lo que pasa en este partido. ¿Porcentaje rápido?
60 para Gigantes, 40 para Pío, pero siempre soy de Rivers, puro pinche Pío.
55-45 para Pío. Venga, va.
Venga, que vivan las Rivers. Nos vemos la semana que viene, familia. Un besito desde el bar de Mau.
Abrazo.
Cuidarse, os queremos.
He tenido siempre en el fútbol es con los calzoncillos. Me compré un paquete de calzoncillos de Oliver Benji y son los que suelo utilizar los días de partido para, según si una semana me va bien con unos, repito, si otra semana me va mal, pues los vuelvo a cambiar hasta que hay uno que me vaya bien, entonces ya ahí continúan.
Bueno, Dani, ya sabemos todos que aquí lo que más nos interesa es el fútbol.
Here we are, getting ready for the 6th and final match of this match day 9 and talking to.
Yeah, we're just talking to Danny Ruiz, just to let you see, he's a big fan of Oliver and Benji. I don't know if you got it where you live. It was a Japanese cartoon about football, and he's a big fan. And he says he's got his 3 pairs of Oliver and Benji underpants and or shorts or bock or whatever you call them. And basically, if he wears one and wins with it while he's playing, then he wears it again the next time. I mean, I presume that he washes it between matches. But basically, you know, I do the same thing. If I wear a shirt, I've got my lucky shirt when I go and watch my lads, and if they win, I keep on wearing it. You got to. So, not that I'm superstitious, but I am.
No tradition or superstition or any sort of voodoo dolls in the closets that you're hiding.
No. Just the lucky shirt. The lucky shirt. There's Rivas and Gerard Rivero. Club president. Basically, let's be honest, if Pio win today, then, you know, they assure, they basically mean that Barrio can't, or who beat Rayo Barcelona today, are going to struggle to overtake them in the last 2 matches. So a win for Pio today would be a massive result for them.
Bueno, es ver qué cara tenemos, ¿no? Yo creo que somos uno de los equipos aquellos más irregulares, no hemos tenido una continuidad. Llevamos toda la temporada que es victoria, derrota, victoria, derrota, victoria, derrota. No hemos empatado ningún partido, así que Sammy, cuidado, que algún día por estadística también puede caer un empate. Y por lo tanto, nada, a ver qué cara tenemos hoy del equipo. Saben que hoy es muy importante precisamente pues para esto, para que Pio no se te acerque y no se te complique, porque nos quedan 2 jornadas duras contra los líderes del momento, Science con aniquiladores que están ahí, y después tendremos a Porcinos también, así que partido súper importante, y felicitar a todo el equipo hoy, que toda la gente que ha estado aquí disfrutando desde las 3 de la tarde, que lo he vivido desde fuera, igual que ayer pego un palo. Hoy felicito a todos los presis y a todos los jugadores, porque creo que ha sido una de las jornadas de este split más activos, más buenos, de más golazos, incluso hasta los casters habéis estado bastante acertados. Un poco hidalgo, un poco jodido, pero el resto, enhorabuena. Así que ayer palo y hoy chupadita de rifle para todos, porque os la merecéis también.
I'm sure he's been listening to us back down rather than the Spanish version. Not that I want to diss him, but there you go.
I'm sure he has.
Gracias, un saludo. Suerte.
During his streams and all the other games. I'm just wondering where he got that Estrella Adam when the Mau bar is right next to him. What's he doing around here?
Estrella is the local brew, isn't it? I mean, I must confess, if you go to Barcelona, there's another one in Barcelona, Moritz, that I like, which I actually think is possibly nicer than all of them, but we'll say it in a low voice.
Yeah, we won't say
fans. No. Estrella Galicia, 1906, Estrella Galicia, that's nice stuff. It is, however, like hitting yourself on the head.
You can tell that we're getting close to the finish line, can't you, huh?
You can.
Well, yeah, it is time for game number 6, and plenty on the line here as 2 teams kind of hovering around at the bottom of the table, but they're in the safe zone at that 10th and 9th place, so they know that they've got a chance to just move up the table, get themselves a bit more comfort in.
Yeah, I mean, Pio, just to let you know, I mean, Pio got 8 points, but they've basically come good. They lost last week 3-1. Okay, they were it was against the Aniquiladores, so fair enough. That was Gigantes who lost to Aniquiladores, but they lost to Science 3-1. They weren't outplayed. It was close. They look like a team who are getting better. They've only got 8 points from 8 matches, but if they won today, it would bring them within just a point of Cunisbots and Gigantes. So it would, put them into a much better position.
So here we go, Paul. 40 minutes left, and it is a big one. Pio and Gigantes. Rivers versus Gerard Romero. And the cage will open as we are underway here from Cupra Arena. Oh, and we're starting with a bang. Dani Ruiz barreling over Pelaz. And the shot was not as powerful as that crunching challenge in the middle of the park by Dani Ruiz.
Dani Ruiz, obviously, Mini Bartra as he's nicknamed. There's nothing completely mini about him, is there? He's a big, strong lad.
There's a bit of irony. I don't know too much about the anime and the sort of cartoons but I'm sure there's a bit of irony in the names and the things that come about there. Just saw Pelaz, his pace. He's a quick guy, and if he gets around, if he makes a move, oh, that's beautiful. With a little tick-tock, and then boom, he's gone. Burrito making sure that he doesn't get in behind, trying to use his body. Both players going down right outside the box.
Just on the edge of the area there, isn't he?
That means we're going to have a shootout, I believe, as
Yeah, because you can't really give a free kick there, so it's a shootout.
Right, so Pelaz, that's a big chance for Gigantes. It's a big chance for Pelaez and Marc Pelaez, who he's taken 2 shootouts already, penalty shootouts, missed both of them. A chance to get on the board in that aspect. 6 goals already for Pelaez. He's the leading scorer for Gigantes. Off his line, and a nice move.
Yeah, well finished.
That post. Great start for Gerard Romero and Gigantes, who lead 1-0 after the first 60 seconds. Not an easy finish there from Pelaez. He had that very small angle, and he just tucks it snug inside the post.
Yeah, it does well, because he was nearly out of time as well, wasn't he? Jorge Ibanez did a decent job, but couldn't keep it out. So good start for Gerard Romero's Gigantes. The Giants, a Giants ride.
Coquita at the top, and here is Ibanez, the keeper, who almost got his fingertips to that touch from Pelaez, but instead he's got a track back now as that ball pops into the rafters. Ruiz off the outside of the netting.
Yeah.
Esa portería está mal, Sí. Estoy de acuerdo con Naveira.
What's going on here?
I'm not sure. He's saying the goal's not good. I agree. I don't know if the goal's moved off the line, if it's been moved backwards, whether there's a hole in the net, or whether he just doesn't like people shooting at him.
And we know Segovia can score in this round, but now with more players, more attackers coming on, we'll probably just shift back a bit more. Pelaez now, finding Contreras.
Segovia, who last week scored twice, and then it all fell apart.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how a good start doesn't mean anything if you can't defend at the end of the match. And well, that was just what Gigantes couldn't do. Look at Omabego putting on the pace, turning on the jets, getting in the area, and a chance for Coquita. Coquita off
did that
the
go
line.
in? Yes. No, it's in.
What a chance from Coquita. What a run. What a carry from Omabego, who pushed it all the way up the park and set that up. Pelaez had a chance at it. Not one, not two, maybe 3.
Away, and that's right there. That's really unlucky for Contreras. I think that's an own goal, is it, from Contreras? But basically, we give all the effort to
exciting
Coquita.
Start here, Paul. Yeah, exactly. Coquita won't mind if you give it to him, and the statistician will give it to him as well.
We're going to give it to
after
him.
3 minutes. Yeah, let's go ahead. Sergi Cabre, all the way back, playing it to Segovia. Segovia probably won't try his luck from there like he did last week. Coquita bringing it down off the chest, finding Ruiz. Ruiz taking on a couple defenders. He'll knock it on back to Coquita. And here is the tank. Buzz Lightyear chin and all. Lopo.
Yeah,
Captain's pen on.
Former Depor and Espanol stopper, a stopper in the old term of the word as well, I think.
And he plays the exact same role here, although he can have a shot at goal when he pleases, and just screens that one wide.
Hey, look, we all remember Lopo as a scary defender in his day in La Liga. I wonder if he's the right style of player to have, I've said this before, in the Kings League, simply because he's quick. He's not quick, is he? He's big and he's strong, but I think sometimes in this you need people who are just that little bit, sort of like Agustin Fernandez, that little bit more adaptable, a little bit quicker, a little bit more mobile.
There's no question what he does in the back in his own defensive third, but when he pushes up, it just maybe you could think of somebody that might be a bit more useful, perhaps. And I don't think neither me nor you would dare say it to his face, but yeah,
not.
You just
mumble it about 30 yards behind his back. I'm not sure. Maybe it's slow. And yeah, we're 7 against 7, 1-1.
There we go. It's been an exciting first 5 minutes to this match as both teams playing pretty open. Now, this is one of those matches, again, where it was like El Barrio Rayo de Barcelona, kind of two teams down at the bottom of the table, but I think we'll get a bit more action, a bit more free-flowing pace from end to end from both of these sides. As
we're talking about El Barrio having a chance of just sneaking into the playoffs, but I mean they've got to play Pio in the loud. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear!
Hey. The ball after it was spilled by the keeper, and oh, that's a terrible mistake from Ibanez.
Yeah, that's a bit of a howler, isn't it, from Jorge? That
wasn't
bounces it badly for him, but
well.
Pains me as someone who used to had to play at times in goal. That pains me to watch.
The short hop, it's never an easy skill, and you don't want to spill it out in front of the. So you tried to wrap it up, didn't he? And it just didn't work out.
You've either got to push it wide hard. You've either got to hold it or push it wide hard. But that just jumped out of his hands like a frightened bunny, didn't it? Really.
Well, here's the 1-2 with Coquita trying to equalize on a brace and almost snuck it through the legs of Segovia. Cleared off the line by Frutos.
Oye, pero parar el partido que se solucione el tema. Si es que no pasa nada.
Gerard Romero wants he's going to come down.
There's a little hole in the side of the net. I don't think you could get the ball through that, though, could you?
I don't think
so.
Could you
get the ball through the side of that? I don't think so.
Well, and I don't think it's really that distracting, is it? They're going to do it while the game is being played, so no stoppage of play. No,
they're Segovia no está cómodo, pobre. Oh, Segovia's uncomfy, the poor bloke.
Gerard Romero.
You know, hang on, I'm just going to have an outpouring of sympathy for the keeper who's uncomfy.
That must have been why Pio scored in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, off we go. Thank you very much. You know, end of the world reverted. Well, there is a little bit of a hole there, but I don't think you can get the ball through it.
And that's the magic of VAR. You know what? If it does come through, we'll just check it and make sure what side of the net it came on, what side of the post it came on. No need to get bent out of shape. It's not like we're in the school ground and we can just sneak one through and just discuss it among, arguments and may the strongest one win.
Hang on, you went to a good school. You had nets in the schoolyard. Well done. We had lines. Yeah, we had lines painted on the wall of the woodwork block.
In school, we had nets. When we were out of school, we used our like a spare pair of boots.
Goal jumpers for goalposts. Jumpers for goalposts.
There you go. 8 minutes into this one, Gigantes with a couple of goals from Pelar to start, and he has carried his tally up to 8 goals in the split. Kind of sort of getting up there into the Pichichi race as well. Yeah, that's a bigger problem, I think, than that. If the goal's off its line, then that's
probably not good. Yeah. I think that is a reason to stop. Yeah.
Good for the Gigante fans who have showed out in colors as is that the Ant-Man? I'm not sure what they call that these days, but
no, I'm halfway through watching Ant-Man and the Wasp at the moment. So.
Are you okay? So that's not him, is it?
It's not him, no. I think it's a B.
Kung Fu Panda rolling through. We've had a couple other stars moving through.
You weren't here when they had the Kung Fu Panda bloke in the Kung Fu Panda suit in the stands.
I loved it. I can't believe I missed the Kung Fu Panda. I hope he's at the playoffs in the Whizzing.
Well, is the film out? I think the film's out now, because obviously a bit of publicity. We had a man in a pose suit sweating like a panda. Sweating like a panda in Beijing.
Here is Ruiz finding who is that? Ropero just off the bench. Now Lopo squares it to the other big man, Marc Torrejon. Between those two, hard to get past. It's interesting that Gigantes have 2 goals already because those two are monsters on the back line. Lopo trying to play it across the base of goal. That was pretty skillful of Lopo.
But despite having Lopo and Torrejon, they've conceded, before the start today, they had conceded 35 goals, Pio, which is, along with Rayo, 35, with that Rayo 37 and El Barrio 35, is actually the worst defensive record in the split. So despite having these 2 really experienced defenders, they concede a hatful of goals.
does just go back to backing your theory, backing your stance, backing your question, I suppose we could call it, as to whether or not it is the fit for the Kings League. And hey, if you ask Rivers after drafting them, who knows what she might say, but I don't think they are the principal cause of the struggles for POFC in this split. Majority of the possession, but you see on the scoreboard, it's been Gigantes who have been the more efficient, the more effective, the more deadly in the front of the face of goal. And now, dropping all the way back, Quesada. Frutos in the middle of the park, it's Pelaf. Frutos again, right around the center circle, stomping on the logo here at the Cupro Arena.
Oh, looking for that back heel, nearly works out.
Coquita has Omabego. Omabego set up the second goal, the first goal for Pio, looking to set up a second, and never found its intended target, which was Ruiz on the back post.
I like Omabego. He brings a lot of energy to them, though, doesn't he? Omabego for Pio. By the way, him and Lopo are both one yellow card away from suspension.
Which in these stages, with you're playing with so much on the line right now, especially as a team on the cusp of World Cup, of playoff standings, you gotta be careful, because you lose Omabego, you lose Lopo, and for an already struggling team, you might as well just call it a day.
Yeah, you need. I'd say Omabego for me is more important, but maybe Rivers would beg to differ. But if she did, then I'd agree with her.
Bit more dynamic, you might say. Here he is on the ball again. That's a nice idea, I suppose, but the pass was just behind as Omabego tracking all the way back to this side of the pitch. Now getting back into position as the defense sets up his shape. Gigantes now carrying a 1-goal lead after a brace from Pelaf in the opening 10 minutes here from Cupra Arena. Final match. And if you've been with us all day long, we do thank you. It's been a fun ride, fun journey. And of course, always fun with you, Paul.
Thank you very much, sir.
Just tailing away as that faded over the crossbar and wide of the target.
By the way, I don't know about you, but 6 hours with these headphones on, how are your ears feeling?
Oh man, it's like, you know when you take off like the ice skates or something like that, or the roller blades, and it's just a sense of weight lifted off. I mean, we're complaining about doing something that we love, which is commentating on football, but it's true. I do love skating too, but it's just true. It's a natural thing. You take the skates off, and your feet feel like feathers, and that's how my ears are really open to.
And my ears feel like sort of an elephant has had an elastic band put around its head. It does go away very quickly, though, the feelings.
It does go, yeah. We're very quick to recover. You know, we got a week to recover before we gotta worry about putting them on again. And
match day 10 next week. What, Easter Sunday?
Huge.
That was a double, by the way, in the American Kings League. By the way, we've got a round of matches which starts about an hour after we finish, and then next weekend you've got a double header on Saturday and Sunday.
So, Paul, you're not commentating the next 6 games that's starting in an hour?
No, I'm not actually. I'm going to be lubricating my vocal cords after 6 hours.
There you go. You're going right to the Mao bar. There's Roberto, he ropes one. Segovia, 2 strong hands to actually start the break, and back and forth we go. Ibanez with a cold save right down the pipe. Contreras, I believe it was, who put it on.
Does well there, Ibanez, yeah. I think I keep after we've made a mistake. It's always good, isn't it, to get a save back under your belt. You sort of start thinking, yeah, okay, I've redeemed myself a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's the cruel thing about being a keeper, because you can make a save, and you make a mistake, and everyone remembers the mistake. You're a striker, you miss a chance and score a chance, and everyone remembers the goal.
Exactly. It's just a cruel world to be a keeper, but that's what they signed up for, and especially here where it's so tough, the spaces are so tight, the shots come blistering at you, and really unforgiving. That's the word I'm looking for, man. Hey, my brain might be going, but at least we can finish each other's sentences after so long on the mic together.
Yeah, that was good bit of defending there from Ruggeri. Remember, you can buy your shirts. There's a Kings League book. There's Kings League playing cards.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's.
You know what? I wouldn't buy. I obviously like the Porcinos with the pink. Although I think the pink is now a little overplayed with Inter Miami. Who, by the way, they weren't the first to do it. There have been pink shirts before. We'll see pink shirts in the future. But for me, I like the logos. I like the logos, and some of these logos are really cool. Los Troncos logos.
Brilliant. Yeah, I like that.
And I like the shirts too. Kind of a Betis sort of vibe to it, where you got some really cool logos. And if I get a shirt, if I ask for a shirt, it's not going to be because I like a team or I like a player. It's going to be because I like the logo.
There you go. Oh, it's cheap.
Yeah, right? So here's Torrejon. Him and Lopo, will they be enough to keep Gigantes quiet on the defensive end and try to spark something on the offensive end? It's not exactly what Rivers will be hoping that has to play the point guard, the creator, the innovator, if you will. That'll be more Coquita's role, more Dani Ruiz.
Yeah, it's just getting a bit flat, isn't it, for Pio at the moment? You know, they're controlling things. They're not really struggling that much in defence, but they just haven't really threatened Segovia since they scored or since they went 2-1 down. So I think they'll be looking for something.
For a team that's been on the pitch for 16 minutes when we've been here 6 hours and we're still bringing it. We're still at, at the highest energy level that we could possibly be. I see you, Paul.
I always feel, this is a secret, I always feel better in the 6th game than the 5th. Fifth game for me is the one that I find it hard going, and somebody says, "Whoa, give us a break."
Yeah,
bring me some sugar. Feed me some sugar.
Well, that's how Cuni Sport, I think, was feeling as well. All the way back goes Espinar. Espinar going to play it to Segovia. Segovia coming off the brace last week, of course, in much different circumstances.
He's had a quiet afternoon or evening, hasn't he? Segovia,
Yeah.
which is good news because he hasn't needed to be busy.
No, great news for him, but and really you can't chalk the goal up to, Rivers is frustrated, isn't she?
Oh, yeah. I'm
Where's
sure
the microphone? Oh, not bad there by Segovia, who dealt with it, saw it all the way, but still had to not spill it in time for the 18-minute mark to come upon us, and that was Lopo.
That's actually a nasty effort, that, because it bounces right in front of him, doesn't it? Right, that's always difficult for a keeper to hold those.
He's good for one or two of those.
Hey, I've got to check. I'm letting you down. Who's throwing the dice? Sorry, I've let you down here.
Oh, we got the Joker. He rolled something good right here, so we might have something open up for us in the last couple of minutes of the first half.
Nobody fed me the information to who that was.
You know what? Now you know how I feel. Nobody's feeding me any information.
Yeah, see. Not in the in crowd.
I'm not. I gotta work my way into that, don't I?
Not cool enough.
No, that's all right.
Even though you're wearing a baseball cap, even though you're commenting with a baseball cap, you've got to turn it backwards. I don't know if it really can. Put a bit of reggaeton on in the background.
There you go.
So 1 against 1 plus the keeper.
All right, so Omabego is perhaps the one they want to. Where did that go?
That's Ruggeri at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, Ruggeri. I thought Ruggeri won that fair and square. Tipped that back on behind the midway line, but instead Segovia is going to get us restarted. And do we have Pelaz again?
Remember, when it's 1 against 1, the keepers can't come out of their areas.
Ruggieri. Oh, Ruggieri strips him clean, pickpockets, and on the other end, it's just wide. Did Segovia get a touch or not?
Has he asked for change down? It hit
off the post, didn't he?
I think he's asked for change there, Ruggieri.
I think he might have as well. And Segovia, I'm not sure what he's asking for.
Was it handball at the start of the movie? I think Ruggieri might just tweaked a little muscle there. He's asked for a change.
Un rebote del defensa, pero la mano la tiene muy separada del cuerpo.
Oh, hang on. So we're going to say, hang on. So if it's a foul, it's going to be a shooter. If it's a handball, if they're giving a handball against Ruggieri here.
Vale, te vamos a poner una en frontal, ¿vale? Vale, perfecto.
But it bounces off his knee, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to calculate that. Is it stretched out? It's always that thing.
What the referee said is it's a rebound, but his arm's such a long way away from his body.
Yeah, no.
So if they're giving a shoot, I think giving a shootout for that would be well harsh.
No, because Omabego looks like he's coming on, so.
I think he's giving him a shootout.
Is it shootout? Okay, so shootout time. It is Marc Pelat.
I think that's harsh because I mean,
it's because you can see what Rivers thinks of it.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a little bit harsh. It is a long way away from his body, so.
One touch, two touch, and he is stunned by Ibanez. Big way to end the first half, and we aren't done yet. Omabego, Pelat has to come all the way back. Omabego now turning on it. Stepped on the ball and might have just took him off his own tracks right there into the middle. Squaring up with Pelat, getting into the box. One touch.
This is where it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it is so difficult. And you gotta actually kind of hope that the defender tries to. Omabego, he had it just where he wanted it with the outside of of his foot. He couldn't slide it through on Segovia. Continuing the attack. We are into the final minute, the final seconds of the first half. Omabego screams it wide.
Omabego must be breathing the last of the oxygen in his lungs at the moment after that. That's a bit unlucky there by Omabego. Good work by Segovia because obviously he didn't have the pace wasn't able to run at Pelat at pace, was he? But he worked the chance and it just didn't work out. Well done though for Ibanez, important for his team after that error early on. And you look at it and it's pretty tight, isn't it, both ways? You know, you look at possession stats, a bit more for PO, but they've been reasonably comfortable. Gigantes and poor old Rivers. Not got a microphone, has she, to express herself?
Sí, ha estado bien ahí Mac defendiendo, ha tenido ahí el
Rivero,
ha estado muy bien también. Bueno, yo creo que estoy viendo a Rivers, la pobre, diciendo para arriba, para sacar el equipo. A mí también me pasa Rivers por momentos, pero imagino también que hay ese punto hoy de que se está jugando lo que se está jugando los dos equipos. Nosotros el poder distanciaros, vosotros poder meteros, y los que están dentro del campo imagino que hoy tienen mucho respeto. El equipo para mí pues aguantando y sin verse con muchas complicaciones, pero también me gustaría ver un poquito más arriba, ¿no? También en el que fuera un poco más ambicioso, pero bueno, entiendo que hoy es un partido importante para todos y hay que colar y veremos cómo acaba. Está muy parejo y puede pasar cualquier cosa.
It's very even and anything can happen.
No sé, a ver, sé que no pueden arreglar mucho tampoco porque nos caigan más cosas en contra, se pone más cuesta arriba el partido, pero tenemos que darlo todo y eso a veces es
We've just got to give everything. It's a bit frustrating how the game went for that mistake.
Yo sé que es peligroso, yo sé que el tirarte arriba así es.
You know what we're doing is good. It can be a bit dangerous, but there's a long way left in the game, so.
Obviamente entre más tiempo avance es más difícil.
Obviously, the longer the game goes on, then maybe we'll have to take more risks.
Para todos. Y a ver si
so let's see if we can turn it around in the second half.
I like that ball. Great color combination. Very good looking ball. Kings League ball that we don't see too often now during the play. Usually yellow, which we see right there. Dani Ruiz hustling as always.
Just golden ball if you get to a golden goal. I think I've had 2 golden goals in about 6 weeks of 7 weeks of commenting. Yes, so it just doesn't happen that often, amazingly enough.
But they always seem to come down to the wire, even though it's not a golden goal. It always seems to come down to the wire. And I think I had my first week. I had a golden goal that went to shootout, so nobody actually scored.
Yep.
Here is Torrejón. There you see that big rumbling run from the back, and I'll just had to check it up before losing possession. Torrejón, Lopo, quick pass, up wide. Into the middle, and it's really a header and a brilliant save needed from Segovia. Gerard Romero can't believe it. He almost saw the equalizer enter early on in the second half.
Well, you say it's so hard to score headers. I don't think we seen a headed goal today. I don't think we have, but that was the closest. That was the closest we have been.
Espinar tried to just cut it into the middle after starting the break from that corner kick, and now we'll slow things down. Throw in to come. Possible handball there, and indeed it will be a handball. So that little dink into the middle by Cabre was.
Oh yeah, I mean there's no question about that. You know, we talked about that last handball with the shootout, but there the hand is quite a way away from his body. Probably not as far as it could be.
2-man wall set up at the edge of the area. It's going to be tough to find any sort of room towards goal at this angle, but you got to think perhaps a bit of trickery coming here. Espinosa at the top of the area. Disappointing from Nil Ayats. All the way back played, and that was very nearly dangerous for Gigantes, who will settle for a throw-in, but that could have got a lot uglier with Pio bearing down on them in the middle of the park.
Well, they haven't got Pio, you know. I think it's one of their big weaknesses. Is you look at all the big teams, the teams that are up there, and they've all got strikers who are on 10, 11, 12 goals, aren't they? Pio, you just look at them and you think, who's your goal scorer here today?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Maybe Omabego, maybe Danny Ruiz will battle his way through, but they haven't got anyone you'd look at and say, yeah, you're going to score in 11 rounds of matches, you're going to score me 8, 9 goals, have they?
You know what's going to happen now after you say that is they're going to get a star player secret weapon, and they'll have no idea who to choose.
Well, they won't. I think if a star player, they'll have them on now, but I mean,
That's
maybe
true,
they can get somebody. Maybe they can get somebody for the playoffs that would make a big difference. You know, which is why I think the big thing is to get to the playoffs, and then who knows?
No, because I mean, you think with the cast of characters that they have, they've got some talent in the back. You got Omabego, Danny Ruiz. He's no slouch either. I mean, he can play as well, but I don't think he's that number 9 that they need so desperately. Coquita. He's another skillful player that's a creator in the middle of the park. And sometimes I feel like Pio they rely on Torrejón and Lopo too much, and that's asking a lot for guys who don't really play that role ever.
Yeah, and maybe Minibar too as well. But I mean, that's it. You know, they just lack that little bit of spark up front sometimes. That little bit of someone like Coro would do a good job for Pio, wouldn't he?
Right.
Corominas.
Exactly.
That's nice work from
Nando
Quesada.
Trying to find Ayats in the middle of the park, in the middle of the area, but it was sent away by Torrejón. Still very much in this game, Pio. It's kind of died down since the opening minutes when it was back and forth and very feverish pace, but Ayats, he's got the black boots like Verdú.
Makes his feet invisible on half of the pitch.
Well, sent to the top of the area, but Ruiz was there. So too was Ropero. All the way back goes Cabre, and with the 1-goal lead, he won't be in too much of a rush to catch up to that ball. Just nursing it a little bit as they still have a lot of time left. A whole lot can happen between now and the end of the 40 minutes for Pio and for Gigantes.
Oh, that's nice
through the wickets and around another keeper. Just got it stuck under him. He's continuing with his run. Finally plays it back. That's Queseda on the far end of the pitch and deflected by Ropero.
Great run from Ayats. Great run.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit unlucky that he just stuck under his feet, as you say.
Looking for the 1-2. That is Lopo, and just couldn't get possession after the layoff from Ruiz. Fonte. Back to Frutos, excuse me. Offering support. Espinar in the middle of the park. Just wants it right there so he can create, draw some defenders in. He'll play it back again. Over the top looking for Ayats, but, well, not exactly the ball he was hoping to play as Ropero was there. So to Torrejon. Gerard Romero in the background, enjoying his 2-1 lead as we approach the final 10 minutes. And yeah, we just need a little bit of excitement there.
Secret weapon.
Pio has the secret weapon, which will be announced as soon as this play comes to an end. But Omabego, he's going to turn on the Jets before anybody has any chance to pull out the secret card out of Spotify's box. Oh, this could be a chance now, but
right there by
time.
Orejon.
And let's go to the touchline and see exactly. It's Pio who's going to use it.
Let's see.
Oh, no, I don't think they wanted to use it, did they? I don't think they wanted to hit the button, but instead, look at Rivers. She can't decide herself.
Well, I mean, how can you accidentally hit the button? You know, I mean, you just lean on it when you're not looking.
It is out.
Well,
oof. It would be worth going back and just trying to check the film, check the tape, and see exactly when.
They got the Joker, so they can, choose what they want.
It's not bad. It's not a bad card to have, even though you may have forced it upon yourself. Exactly.
It's a great card. You can choose whatever you want. You take a penalty, don't you? Obviously, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously going to take a penalty 9 times out of 10, if not 10 out of 10.
And
they got your boy from La Liga, your boy from Deport, and a little embrace with Segovia before those two square off in a head-to-head battle from the penalty spot. 1-2. Pio trailing. This is a chance to equalize off the secret weapon, and it's Lopo who buries it low and left.
So 2-2. I mean, yeah, they might not have wanted to take it, but they are back on level terms, and that means it just takes pressure off. Okay, the other team might have a penalty, they might have a shootout, but well, they won't have a penalty, they'll have a shootout probably, but I mean, it just means you're back in this, doesn't it? It's not an uphill climb anymore.
I'll tell you what it does mean as well. If things stay the same, we are heading for our first golden goal of the night, of the day. And wouldn't that be something?
Way to go.
Yeah, long way to go. Still 10 minutes to go. 2 minutes at least of double goal time. Ruiz, that's a great turn. Segovia off his line. Save. He had to jump. Didn't know much about the save, but did just whatever he could do as Dani Ruiz and him both left their feet. Into the final 10 minutes here in this 6th match of round 9. Playoffs are quickly closing in after this split. 2 more rounds. here to go before everybody, well, the qualifying teams at least, head to the Wizink.
Here in Madrid. You were telling me it had a very nice wine bar attached to it, the Wizink. Am I correct?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll show you all about it, my man.
Excellent.
My
shout next time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that means
you're going to invite all the. Sorry, you just said you're going to invite all the people who come as well. Excellent. Right, you're the.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. the sold out Wizink Center, of course. This place.
The really sold out Wizink Center. Whoa.
That was a chance, wasn't it, for Quesada? Nando Quesada, who just sprayed it wide as he looked to catch Ibanez by surprise a bit. And I think mission accomplished there, but he just couldn't put it on target, couldn't steer it on frame. And 13 shots for Pio, just 8 for Gigantes. Doesn't really seem like that's the balance, does it? I mean, Gigantes started off well. Really haven't done much since then, though.
But they've sort of controlled things reasonably well. I mean, they've only been beaten by the penalty.
Right.
So
that was just behind Quesada, who tried to stretch back and continue.
And I wouldn't
his
say
run,
Segovia's big. We haven't seen Segovia particularly worked that much, have we? So
no, in the end, 61 saves for him. But today's been a relatively easy night in terms of workforce, workload, and saves on target that he has had to make.
Hang on, we're going to get this next.
Yeah, we've got some big news coming up for Gigantes. What does their secret weapon card hold in store for them in the final few minutes? I'm not thinking it's a penalty. If it was a penalty, they might just want to hold on to it for the 38th minute right before going into...
We'll see.
Into double goal.
I mean, the likely thing. Double goal. We haven't seen a double goal, have we, today? We haven't seen a double goal for 4 minutes. Nope.
Oh, well, Coquita raises a hand to his teammates, an apology, as that was, in the end, a bit easy for Segovia, and Coquita knew it.
I think this secret weapon could be absolutely vital in deciding how this finishes.
We also have around that 4-minute mark where if they do have the sanction, the send a player of the other team to the touchline, that could be big in the final 4 minutes as well. Something to calculate as they...
I mean, you'd send off someone like a Mobego or Lopo, wouldn't you?
I'd send off a Lopo without question. I mean, with the anchor he is in the center of the park, Torrejon obviously is another big body there, but you take one of those two guys off and you really struggle to make up that absence in the middle of the park. Oh, this could be a chance. Omabego's got to get over to Contreras and close him out brilliantly.
So we should find out now what the secret weapon is.
So off we go to Gigantes, and what does Alex Solduga have in store, the coach for Gigantes, and Gerard Romero looking on anxiously.
Double goal for 4 minutes. It's one of those, isn't it? Ooh, they've got 4 minutes. So that means from now until the 40th minute, any goal that Gigantes scores is worth 2.
Yeah, so it's not a bad one. It's probably not the one that they would have chosen, but it's well played for the rest of the way.
It's one of those, isn't it? It's like a penalty's a definite goal. The double goal is like, it's a bit like your star player. It may or may not work out.
Well, I'll tell you what it means. It means that Gigantes, they can give up a goal and it won't mean really anything. Obviously, you want to go in, you want to go into the 38th tied, whatever, but it's not going to quite matter. You take obviously the proposition of a draw and getting 1 point or 2 points without that, but I mean, you're still going to need a goal. You still want to win this game in the regulation in 40 minutes if you're Gigantes. So a goal for Pio in the next 4 minutes, it's not going to be as heartbreaking, as detrimental.
Just means it's still very, very much in the balance.
Here we go. This is a chance. Don't have number 11 on my score sheet for Gigantes or on my roster sheet. I don't know if you do. No, but well, we might just get a close-up of him and
might for Gigantes.
Let me just check. But there's a big chance here for
Gigantes. It's Imad Al-Kabu. Imad Al-Kabu.
Oh, that took a deflection, a nasty deflection at that. And flying through the air was Ibanez. Oh, did it take a deflection? Yeah, it did. He just had to take a touch. Ibanez. It was just trailing off, maybe off target, but a save was needed just in case to calm some nervy minds on the sidelines and on the pitch for Pio. Less than
2 minutes
4
left
minutes
of
to go.
2 minutes left of that double goal.
Yeah.
To be fair, he was at fault for the second goal, wasn't he, Jorge Ibanez? But I think he's played really well since then. You know, he's not really put a foot or a glove wrong.
No, but like you said, that's always going to be the thing that stands out when you're a keeper. You make a mistake, you make a glaring error. He's got some time to make it up. He's got some saves still perhaps to show us in the final minutes and to secure at least 1 or 2 points going into the final 2 rounds. That would be big, but their mind and their aim is at 3 points here, Pio. As they saw El Barrio win, they know that they've got to take care of business here today. .40 seconds to go before we head into the final 2 minutes, and I think it's been a pretty evenly matched game. You see these two teams at the bottom of the standings, and you can see why they're so snug together, because there's not a lot between them.
Very little between them, and the second half's let me down a little bit. I thought the first half was a bit more entertaining, and Gigantes, I'm going to be honest, you know, I think Gerard Romero at half-time says, didn't he? He says, like, you know, we've controlled things well, but we haven't really created very much. And I agree. I don't think they've really created anything really that much in the second half. And the same with Pio, you know, to be honest, Segovia hasn't really been stretched.
Don't think either team's president, while Rivers is probably a bit more excited about going into the final 2 minutes of the 40. Knotted at 2-2 after a big goal from Pio. To equalize, and now we are looking at golden goal situation. You called it,
no,
Paul,
it is.
You wanted
it is. Finally, I've wanted a golden goal for a long time. So great. I'm pleased about the golden goal.
Yeah. Took you 6 hours, but you earned it, my man, and your wish.
I think so, yeah. Those 6 hours have been well worth it. Well worth. It's one of those things, of course, it could be over in 2 seconds, couldn't it, basically?
Exactly. Now? Late drama, especially with how quickly these guys get to the center circle, which is about to happen right now. Drop that ball, baby. The orange one. The mango. Oh, I thought it was a mango. What happened?
No, it's the golden ball. It's the
golden
special
ball.
Adidas golden. It's the golden ball.
It looks like the same ball they've always had.
No, it's a bit more golden. Think David Beckham. Golden ball.
Right. When did they play the orange ball? I can never remember.
Second half, is it? First half? I can't remember. Brain.
Well, either way, here we go. Into the final few minutes of this 9th match day here from Cupra Arena, and it is sent away by Segovia. He apologized for wasting possession with a golden goal opportunity. You can't be wasteful with possession, can't you? But he was asked to do a bit too much there as the ball came back from a defensive position. MVP, that's another tough one. We've had a few tough ones here in the last couple of games.
It's such a close game, hasn't it? I don't know who I'd choose. I really don't know who I would.
Pelaf kind of started goals, I suppose. With
my general feelings, it's got to be in this sort of a closer game. It's got to be someone who's on the winning team.
Yeah.
So let's wait till the final whistle. If we don't get a goal, then we'd have shootouts.
Really screaming out, you might just think that a golden goal would be worth the MVP performance, even if it's someone who's not even on that list.
Yeah, I think if Coquita or Lopo scores the golden goal, then then you give them the vote, don't you?
Absolutely. Velaz, I mean, he's on a hat trick right now. If he gets another one, I think he scored the first 2 goals, so that could be. Oh, well, that took a deflection. Okay,
took a deflection there, so we'll let
scandalously off target as we might have thought. Mejia.
We'll let Mejia and David Garcia now.
Corner kick coming in. We've been looking for a golden goal. We've been looking for a header. Wouldn't it be great if we saw both of them to end this day here, this busy day?
3 minutes.
All right, so that's plenty of time for each team. We'll get chances on both sides, you can only imagine, unless this game ends abruptly in a golden goal faction. Gerardo Romero trying to urge his side on, urge his fans that are covering, blanketing that top right section of your screen. Usted.
Obviously, Gerardo Romero, big Barcelona boy.
Well, that's tipping all the time. Ibanez with a couple of fists to punch it into the rafters. And
I told you how bad. Look how that dips, that shot.
I think it took a deflection, which definitely helped it dip a bit more, and it made things very difficult for Ibanez. 1-2 from Quesada. Quesada drops it back.
Well, Romero wants his side to attack. By the way, a point, of course, would be good news for Rivas' team. It just once again take them 3 clear, wouldn't it, of El Barrio. Barrio closed the gap, but it still keep them a win away. And I think we've a slightly better goal difference. I'd have to check on that. We'll find out afterwards. After this game, we'll get the tables and everything.
We'll keep the door open for El Barrio, which is really all they can ask for, especially after the dreadful split they've had. But they'd have a lot of work to do in the last couple of match days, and here's a chance now for Aitz. Aitz had a couple of chances in the second half that just tested the PO defense a bit, but ever since then, Gigantes has been a bit disappointing in the attack.
Yeah, they've not really created much, have they? I think it's going to be our last chance of a goal. Oh dear. It's not going to be our last chance, not at least not at that end. Lopo just
Rivers a bit more anxious to get this game ended in the 3 minutes of stoppage time. Romero seems okay if this was to be...
See, a point for his side would probably not be a disaster, would it?
No,
it would keep them...
Over the top, that was... Fine. Ibanez with some brave goalkeeping. Took it right in the nose, and he looks a bit woozy after that.
20 seconds left, we'll just stop an extra 20 seconds. See how much. Wow, that's a great save.
Fantastic save. Ayat tried to knot it on frame, and brave stuff there from Ibanez.
This is going to be the last. This is the last chance, isn't it? Which is frustrating when you're defending it, but.
Oh, and it's an own goal to end it. Gigantes. Golden goal on an own goal, perhaps from a corner, the most unlikely of sources, and that's going to end this 6th game of round 9 here from Cupra Arena.
Well, I was going to say you could end. What a way to end the round of matches. Corner driven in, and it's Mini Bartra, I think, who puts it into his own net. Well, I'll tell you what, Dane, he will be changing his underpants for next week. Unbelievable, an own goal. A man who says he has his lucky underpants. I mean, that's a joker. That is so cruel. That is so cruel. But there you go. End of game. Gigantes win it on the golden goal.
well, the second half, it was certainly died down a little bit in action, but the end of it delivered for us here to close out this final match of round 9.
My word, just drilled in there low, that corner. That is really tough. That is really tough. I mean, you know, we've all scored, well, I have. We've all scored own goals, and you know how it feels, and I think Rivas knows how it feels as well. That's an absolute choke, and it means their team are right under pressure still.
Yep. Yeah, the winners out of this one, other than Gigantes.
O sea, estamos aguantando un 2-2 con gol doble, tenemos una para
We're holding 2-2, we had a chance. And I mean, you know, I honestly really don't know what to say.
Poor thing.
That's a choker, that. That really, she's absolutely gutted. Gerard, however, is going to be a bit happier.
1 minute.
Just a minute I've got, yeah, all right. Yeah, got a minute.
Bueno, no, primero a Sam y mucha fuerza. Creo que este gol de oro para el show es increíble, pero el que lo sufre en contra es un palo, y además que sea de propia puerta me sabe mal por ellos, y mucha fuerza, Pío, y ojalá podáis meteros ahí en ese playoff. Nada, nos lo hemos llevado. Creo que tenemos equipo a veces para no sufrir tanto, pero si no sufrimos no somos gigantes. Así que nada, gracias a todos. Estamos ahí en la lucha, vamos a seguir intentando a ver si nos podemos meter en ese mundial que tanta ilusión hace a todo el mundo.
We're in the battle, we're still going to carry on, we've still got the hope, and once again, big kiss.
All right. Well, that was fun, Paul. 6 games, and the last one going all the way down to the wire. The last kick before we would have went to the penalty shootouts, and it's Gigantes ending this one with a bang after we started with a bang. That was a long time ago, it seems, but we started with Porcinos and Exbrier, and now here we are.
I'm sure we'll hear a couple of quick interviews, and then we'll have a look at the tables, look at the results, and a quick look ahead to what we can look forward to next Sunday in the Kings League. Meanwhile, we get the team photo and the happy. It's a B, isn't it? It's a happy B now.
Sí, en este caso ha sido Coquita, 2-2. Todo parecía que nos íbamos a penaltis, pero al final un gol de oro muy condenado.
Bueno, al final
in the golden goal.
Hasta el último minuto ha sido un fallo de
concentración
que bueno,
just a lack of
venimos cometiendo últimamente y se nos escapa por poco. El equipo ha competido bien, hemos dado todo, pero bueno, no ha sido suficiente para
just wasn't enough to win today, so two big games. Good luck for them. Here's the highlights of it. Once again, plenty of goals.
For winning the MVP award, and Danny was in it, in contention, but it would be very cool to give him the MVP after that.
No, I mean, unfortunately it wasn't him, but I mean, my general feeling is the MVP has to be a member of the winning team. Just not fair, because who wants to do an interview after you've lost like that, you know?
Yeah, no, you're right, and especially imagine if it's the playoffs, and your split ends, and you're pissed off, and you don't want to talk to anybody, and you got to go talk. So yeah, maybe just a little tweak of the hey, when you leave it up to a bit of delegation, a bit of votes, that's kind of what happens. And
hey,
it was an exciting ending for us at least.
Oh, it was indeed. Yeah. Took it right to the wire. I still don't know what Mini Batra was doing there. You know, I don't know what Oliver and Benji will say about that. They won't be impressed. Very quickly, we'll bring you as soon as they let us know. Look at that. We've got the drone shot. The drone shot of the Cupra Arena.
They waited until after the matches were done to pull that thing out. I mean, I get it. You
might get hit by a football. They're expensive. It gets hit by a football, man. Gets hit by a football, that's €2,000 down the drain. Clonk. Anyhow, here are our results for today. El Porcinos 6, Exbuya 6, but Exbuya winning it on the playoffs. The battle at the bottom. Ooh, El Barrio sneaking it 2-1 against Rayo, just about deserved it. Cyan's impressive against Troncos, who really struggled to create chances. Aniquilador is winning a thriller against Unoca. Ultimate Mostoles wiping the floor with the Cuni Sports. And there you just saw it. Gigantes, golden goal, own goal, last second, 3-2 against Pio Bio. Gutted for Rivers. I'm gutted for Rivers.
There's some shakeups in the table after all these matches, and Aniquiladores came in at the top of the table and they leave at the top of the table, but some shakeups down underneath, and Unoca FC, they're creeping up and playing the best football of the split at the right time. Exactly. Can they keep it going for another 2 rounds?
Just a reminder, obviously, if you are keen, another 45 minutes, you can watch the Kings League Americas. Also in English, you can watch it in Spanish as well if you want. Some of the kickoffs are absolutely terrifying. far more than the ones here. Probably because there's a Uruguayan team involved. I know, they don't hold back.
It's been a wild, wild west over there, man, and it's a good time. But there you have it.
So there's the table. Aniquilador is staying top after their dramatic win. Cyan's up to second. Ultimate Mostoles third. Los Troncos 3 consecutive defeats. Third Unoca. Not bad. Porcinos keeping in there. Gigantes, they climb over. Exboyer, who are dropping like a stone. Cudi Sports, Pio still have some work to do. All those different playoff roles, as you can see, the final 4. Whoa. 2 more weeks, and they are going to be absolutely dramatic. We'll be back with the net matches that are up on screen afterwards, but we will be back next week with Match Day 10. I'm looking forward to it. Till the next time, for myself and Dane, buenas noches.
Je suis l'un des streamers les plus connus en France. Et contrairement à ce que beaucoup pensent, j'adore l'Espagne. Plus précisément, j'adore la battre. Que ce soit dans la Pixel War ou dans le 11 All Stars, je me mettrai à genoux devant personne.
Moi, c'est MATCHWEEK. Vous savez ce que je viens faire à la King World Cup. Je suis français et on va tous vous éteindre.
Ich habe unglaubliche Tricks drauf und meine nächste Nummer wird die beste. Ich werde all meine Magie, all meine Vorstellungskraft, all meine Kreativität und meine gesamte Community einsetzen, um euch zu überraschen und sprachlos zu machen.
Hi, ich bin Yunus Zaro. Und was keine optische Täuschung sein wird, ist, wie ich den Kings League World Cup gewinnen werde.
Mucho los Weavers por una amarilla, ¿no? Por una posible amarilla.
¡Briones! ¡Briones! ¡Toma! ¡Toma todo el rato comiéndome la oreja! ¡Me la pela!
Hostia, realización, deja de ponerme todo el rato a los Buller, que estoy en mi streaming tranquilo, qué putísimo coñazo.
No, realizador, de verdad, eres el mejor. De verdad, es el mejor realizador que hay. Es que no puedo, ya no voy a poder gritar más. Aunque me pierda un golazo doble, yo no le puedo decir nada a este tío.
Coño, personalidad, hostia, personalidad.
¡Persita que te veo!
Hijo puta, ¿qué ha hecho, tío? ¡Vamos! Penalti mágico. Jugando con la mente. Chécalo.
Oye, pero parar el partido, que se solucione el tema. Si es que no pasa nada.
Cago en la leche salada, me lo temía, loco, me lo temía.